So the title of the presentation is A Tale of Two Cities, Language Identity Innovation in Nairobi and Dar es Salaam, where we're comparing the Swahili spoken in Dar es Salaam and Nairobi, based on a longer-term project which ran for the last 4 years, the collaboration between European and African universities on variation in Swahili. And we just had a little bit of the background. We were here, really, the data collection we've done at the overall project, and see we're based just in Tanzania and Kenya. And we have about 6 locations in Tanzania, 4 in Kenya. We have sort of bonus data as well, which are slightly outside of that. But what we are focusing on today is the Dar es Salaam and Nairobi data. Methodological consideration, we looked at a lot of multilingualism, language contact. We worked with questionnaires, focus groups. We had a survey with 209 participants, more from Kenya than Tanzania. We have about 80 hours of recordings, more than 100 interviews, and 60 morphosyntacticalization sessions. There's a big corpus of data we have, which we're now slowly analyzing. Here are 3 little images of the questionnaires we used. So we had a perceptual dialectology questions asking people, how do you feel about this particular variety of Swahili? We had a morphosyntactic questionnaire. We had a use and attitudes questionnaire. What Swahili do you use to speak to who? Or indeed, what other language do you use to speak to other people? So typically, people would have standard Swahili in English in a professional setting, but then maybe use even a home language, a community language with grandparents. So that's a typical pattern. This speaks for itself. These are images of us enjoying ourselves over the last couple of years in the project. And then let me briefly talk about the morphosyntactic evidence. I think you've seen some of it, but just to summarize that. So we have selected 3 data points here, if you like. One is locative marking. So if you say, I went to the market, or I think I'm taking a hose to the farm. How do you encode that? Then we have diminutive marking, how to make something small. And then finally, we have habitual marking, doing something habitually every Tuesday, that sort of thing. And the differences were between Peleka Madiembe Kwashamba. Bring the hose to the field. And then the question is, do you say Kwashamba or Shambani? And if you're a Tanzanian Swahili speaker, you much prefer Shambani. If you're a Kenyan Swahili speaker, Kwashamba is perfectly fine. If this field is small, you have your small-scale farmer just sort of plodding along. You have either Kashamba Kadogo or Kishamba Kidogo. Tena, if you're Tanzania speakers or coastal speaker, chances are unasema Kishamba. If you're mainland speaker, Kashamba is perfectly fine. And then on the habitual one, which is the main data I'm focusing on from here on, you can say Mimi hupika kila asubui. So I'm usually cooking. Or this gentleman said very clearly in one of the interviews, si pikangi. Me, I never cook, certainly not ever, and also not habitually. So the ang and the negation in there, that's something you can only do if you speak that particular variety of Swahili. So I focus in a little bit on that. I've said that before. So there's a variety, there's a difference between standard Swahili, weba hula wapi, where do you usually eat, and then a colloquial Swahili variety, una kulaga wapi. Which is it's old data. This is from Joseph Rugemalira from 2010, but this is quite common, but it's a clear indicator of people speaking different varieties of Swahili. So we investigated that a little bit further, and we have 6 data points, and we found that there is a systematic correlation between the location in which the data were collected and the forms being used. Anga, with an N, is typically a Kenyan feature, mainland Kenya. Ag is typically a Tanzanian mainland feature. You can also get ag in Kenya, but you don't really get ang in Tanzania, whereas the coast is reluctant to use either of these things and uses who. Oh, really, that's so exciting. So we can distinguish between Kenya mainland, Tanzania mainland, and the coast based on the distribution of these habitual markings. We can talk a bit about what led to that, but that's slightly a tangent. I'll do that briefly. So there's functional reasons maybe for using that, because ang is a better morpheme in the Swahili context. There's contact motivation. Lots of community languages in Kenya and Tanzania have this ang form. And there's maybe also social linguistic motivation, and that comes also in our talk here, that often ag or ang is seen as a non-standard form, which can be either there might be sort of negative associations with that, so people are embarrassed of it, or it can be positive by flagging that I speak a mainland variety of Swahili, which is different from the standard. And you can exploit both these varieties, and we have examples of both, really. But also this positive association clearly came through as well. So in mainland Tanzania, we have widespread use of Ak, but not of Ang. So unachumaga jioni, usually you harvest in the evening. Sila lagim chani, I don't usually sleep in the afternoon. Here you see how nicely you can negate the Ak form, which is much more difficult with the Hu form. So that's also the functional motivation, really. This is now in Kisumu in Kenya, Natumyanga Kiluya. We've seen that Sipikangi, but also we have Hu forms there as well. Sometimes the example 11 is a Hu form and an Ang form combined. That also occurs. So there is more variation, but typically Ang will be a mainland Kenyan feature. Now, to summarize this data, and you will see in a moment why we spent a little bit of detail on this, we have in this table compared 6 locations, the 3 left ones, maybe like this. There's 3 left ones here are Tanzanian ones, the 3 right ones are Kenyan ones. The locations are either urban, Dar es Salaam and Nairobi, or mainland, the Iringa in Tanzania mainland and Kisumu in Kenya Plains, or coastal Kilifi and Mtwara. And on the left-hand side, we have all the different forms which we found. And you can see that Ak, I said that before, that is mainland Tanzania. No Ang, so you can see the 0 there and it's not found. Whereas in Kenya, we have both Ak and Ang, which gives us this dialectal spread. And in contrast, on the coast, neither Ak nor Ang are really there. So this gives us 3 different locations. But what we're really interested here, if you look at Nairobi, that's really different. So Nairobi is unique in this table, in these data cells, in combining so many different forms. Essentially, in Nairobi, you can find everything. That's different from Dar es Salaam. If you look at Dar es Salaam, I haven't highlighted here, Dar es Salaam behaves very much like a more Tanzania coastal location. So then we're interested, what is it between these 2 big cities? Because you'd imagine cities are usually linguistic melting pots, there's language contact going on, there's innovation going on. But here we find that Nairobi behaves very differently from Dar es Salaam. And we have social linguistic evidence as well. So this is the background. So we looked a little bit at what people done on the social linguistic questionnaires, and we found that there's a clear recognition of coastal varieties, but also other varieties. So this is, we asked people, can you name or describe any Swahili dialects and varieties? And you can see there's lots of forms. We can do that in the Q&A later. But people are clearly comfortable with coastal varieties. That's very, very clear. Kiunguja, Kipemba, there's a representation of that. There's also then locations, coast, mainland, L1 influence, so Kiswahili Kihindi, like from the Hindi community. But what is interesting is that Nairobi comes out here as a location. So clearly Nairobi Swahili is a thing. In contrast to a Dar es Salaam Swahili, we didn't pick that up. People didn't say, oh, there's a Dar es Salaam Swahili. That didn't come through in the same way. So if we look at the attitudes, it's the coast versus mainland. We've seen coastal Swahili often is seen as pure, and then there's urban varieties are influential, and then Nairobi Swahili at the bottom here is seen as mixed, with the sense of being different from the approved standard, and maybe all the educational, cultural, and political power it presents, and creating new standards. So we're picking something up here from Nairobi, but we only really pick up from Nairobi the sense of innovation, mixing, and also almost like a counter movement to the standard. And that in our data is not really found in Dar es Salaam at all. So this is the overall findings. I've said that before. We have 5-way split in terms of dialects. Which is on the map where we have Kenya mainland, Tanzania mainland, coast, Western varieties. We haven't spoken about that, but there's a case to be made for 2 Western varieties, but that's maybe a different one. But then crucially, also Nairobi really stands out both on the structural side and the social linguistic side as a separate dialect area. And then we were asking ourselves, why would that be? Now, this is a little bit, I said that before, lots of data, we are now sort of going through analyzing them. So this is the beginning maybe of a story. But what we thought plays a role here, if you compare the 2 cities, and you can go deeper than that, but there's a number of things which are interestingly different. Of course, the similarities, these are both big, major East African urban centers. But Dar es Salaam has pre-colonial roots. Of course, it was a colonial capital, but was founded before that as part of the Swahili coast. Like I said, it was a spa-type place. Whereas Nairobi really was found when they built the railway. So there's a real colonial background to Nairobi. So Dar es Salaam was the colonial capital, but is no longer the Tanzanian capital, still the hub, but the capital of the move. Whereas Nairobi remains also the present-day capital. So political power is still very much there in Nairobi. Dar es Salaam is bigger than Nairobi. For a long time, I was very intrigued by that. I always thought Nairobi was the bigger place, but Dar es Salaam is significantly bigger and has been growing tremendously over the last 10 years or so. But also for us, what is interesting is that Dar es Salaam is part of coastal varieties of the Swahili coast. So the geography matters, and of course that's cultural geography. So this always was part of the Swahili coast in a way that Kenya really isn't. That's really a newly found mainland place without that association. Dar es Salaam is the center of standard Swahili, very much all the big Swahili, the Dar es Salaam University, the BAKITA, all the language policy instrument and agency, they sit in Dar es Salaam. And of course, it was the political center of nation building, of Tanzanian nation building, which was very much also then using and harnessing Swahili as an integrated force of language. Standard Swahili in Dar es Salaam is widespread and ubiquitous, so there's nothing odd of speaking Standard Swahili in Dar es Salaam. It is the language of wider communication. There's other languages, but really the default is Standard Swahili. It's a linguistic melting pot. If you look at the 7 million people, they come from all over the place, also outside Tanzania, but also within Tanzania. So there is multilingualism. It's not that it's a uniformly Swahili-speaking area. It's just the variety and the other languages in the ecology are much less visible and much less acknowledged, maybe, if you like, than on the Kenyan side. And in our perception interpretation, we found that Dar es Salaam Swahili and coastal Swahili in general, but including Dar es Salaam Swahili, is seen as pure or original or even good. So that's a value judgment as well. Now, if you look at Nairobi, that was founded only when the Wilbraham said that the colonial per capita is smaller than Dar es Salaam, and it's embedded in Kenyan mainland varieties. There is wide use of English. So in Nairobi, it's really either Swahili English is fine that you hear on the street. So that as a language of wider communication, English is much stronger. And standard Swahili, we saw that a little bit just now, is associated sometimes also with education. So this is what you speak in school, and then when you leave school, you speak something different. And also what I call an officialized context. So it's seen very much as an official government media, but it's a formal-ish space. And again, in Dar es Salaam, I don't think we picked that up that much. Nairobi, like Dar es Salaam, is a linguistic melting pot, but that's much more visible and much more acknowledged, I think. It's also the home of Sheng. You may have, Sheng. So the Chege Gitio, our colleague, has worked on that quite a bit. It's sometimes called an urban youth language. So there's a whole other dimension of what people have done with Sheng, how they've taken it. There's a link to age as well. So young people are associated with this linguistic innovation. And of course, there is Luraza or Loriyamtani in Dar es Salaam, but I don't think it has the same ontological status. It's not a thing. It's not a named entity. Of course, the languages it uses there, but not identified as an entity. And then again, we picked up Nairobi Swahili is seen as new and mixed, but not as pure and original. So there's a real difference in attitudes. So some of the evidence we have, so coastal varieties were just by speakers as more authentic. So Chaga-based Swahili, this is from Moshi in Tanzania, where people speak Chaga-based Swahili. So Chaga-based Swahili really is just Chaga. That's not really Swahili. That's just Chaga people trying to speak Swahili. Swahili spoken in Tanga is the original one. So Tanga also has this mythical, pure home of Swahili. It's on the coast. It's associated with a lot of high literature. And if you go to Dar es Salaam, you will encounter pure Swahili. So the purity of the language is associated with Dar es Salaam, whereas our Swahili is different, meaning, in this case, mainland Tanzania. This is now from Nairobi. Kiswahili, we speak here, but now not standard Swahili like people in Mombasa. Again, you see mainland and Mombasa, this is Kenyan coast, but Mombasa is contrasted with Nairobi. Their Swahili is so pure. We have exactly the same term, Nairobi, Dar es Salaam, associated with purity of Swahili. Here, Sasa Hapa, Nairobi, we mix, and I think they even say, we have a paper on that, where they say tuna mix, where you have the mixing in there, Hapa tuna mix. So there's a clear acknowledgement that it comes from a multilingual environment. And then the final quote I have on Nairobi, especially when you leave Nairobi and travel to the coast, it will be completely different. But since we are here, I think people have just come to understand they've created something. There's a sense of ownership, a sense of this is new, exciting, and it's ours, as opposed to, in some sense, standard Swahili, which therefore means it belongs to someone else. We've created something universal in Nairobi so that everyone understands. Yani, standard Swahili is seen as exclusive in some sense. We have created our own. So this is, sorry, I should say this is all Tom's data, and have more from Tom in a moment. But you can see the different discourses around Swahili in these two cities. And oh yeah, plenty of time. I'm almost done. But I just this is Tom. Tom can speak for himself. He's a very articulate young man. But let me summarize. This is from Tom's PhD thesis, which he just finished his vivas in 2 weeks' time. So wish him luck. But I'm sure it will very, very well. But one thing Tom plays with the work of Ngugi, which is also interesting because it's the anniversary of the decolonizing the mind as well. But he picks up some of Ngugi's work and says that Swahili in Nairobi also links to struggles which Ngugi identifies. So he says, firstly, the selection of Swahili as an African language as the main language speaks to the desire for independence and decolonization, including from the dominance of English as a colonial language. So this is sort of the first starting point, which I think we share with Dar es Salaam, and that's an East African type thing. Secondly, the heavy code switching with and borrowing from English that characterizes Nairobi Swahili reflects the struggle to still be a modern, economically competitive language in post-colonial Africa. So this is now different from Dar es Salaam, I think. But Dar es Salaam, in Tanzania, people managed much more to associate Swahili and modernity, parting from the nation building, in a way that we don't pick that up in Nairobi. So Nairobi, the link with English gives you further credence to be modern or international. And then finally, the choice of Swahili as a language with no ethnic ties and its subsequent pidginization reflect the struggle against ethnic tensions and negative ethnicity. You may recall in 2007, I think there was quite a bit of political unrest in Kenya after election disagreements, say, but it sent shockwaves through Kenyan civil society because people always thought of Kenya as very peaceful, and suddenly that erupted, which people hadn't quite foreseen, I think. So then also, I think in that context, this cross-ethnic and unethnic quality of Swahili really plays a role much more in Kenya than in Tanzania. So again, we pick that up. And then crucially, what Tom says, it's you said pidginized variety, but I think that extends to many varieties, but not maybe quite standard Swahili. It's precisely this Nairobi ownership Swahili which fulfills that function. Good. With that, I'm done. So emerging findings of Swahili variations suggest 5 dialect areas supported by both linguistic and structural data. We have seen that. But then what we're particularly interested in today is Nairobi and Dar es Salaam show different relations and patterns of variation to the linguistic context in which they're located. So Dar es Salaam Swahili, but I mean, it's not a thing, but I'm just for the purpose of the talk, let's say Dar es Salaam Swahili. Dar es Salaam Swahili is seen as pure and original, while Nairobi Swahili is seen as innovative and mixed. And then we have suggested that Dar es Salaam Swahili reflects being part of the Swahili coast. So that's the long historical, geographic, social background. Also being at the center of post-colonial Swahili nation building. So this is where lots of standard Swahili emanates from. And also linked to that as having standard Swahili as the main lingua franca. So there's no contention around that. In contrast, Nairobi Swahili is associated with mainland varieties and colonial policies and language policies. And maybe there's less integrative pressure towards standard Swahili, also in terms of identity formation, nation building. And this has then allowed for the development of distinct new varieties reflecting the multilingual nature of the city, hence the dynamics, but also maybe a decolonial reflex. So then the question becomes, to what extent is Swahili a language of liberation, which is very much the narrative in Tanzania, or to what extent can you see Swahili also as a language of oppression, which is novel maybe, but if you think of it as in the Kenyan context, this is a language which also has a long colonial history. The standard Swahili, the way we know it now, partly was done what was called the Interterritorial Swahili Language Committee, of which there were 20 members, 2 of them spoke Swahili, right? So it's very odd where that came from. And I think there's more of an inkling of that in Nairobi, but also I think there's a feeling that standard Swahili is often associated with speakers in Tanzania. And I don't think there's a sense of hierarchy. I think people are quite happy with that, but there is a sense maybe of alienation in a way which you don't have on the Tanzanian side. And that mix then provided precisely that space in which then innovative uses of Swahili can flourish. Good, with that and the project bus. Thank you very much. Asanteni sana.
Well, thank you very much, Lutz, on behalf of the team and also in my capacity as chair. So in the interest of time, we'll move straight on to Okoa, who is hopefully online. Okay, over to you.
Okay, so that's my topic, cognitive and semantic profiling of the word Fulani in Swahili, which is a pragmatic and inferential study. We say it goes without saying that speakers often use these vague or indirect expressions when the identity is known or intentionally hidden. Now, there are these words like somehow in English, someone in English, so-and-so, whatchamacallit, what's your name? All these words are used to manage uncertainty, politeness, and face saving. Now, cross-linguistically, studies show that placeholders, or we call them referents, are universal tools shaped by cognitive and pragmatic needs. And they rely on the inferential understandings of shared context and social knowledge. In the context of Africa, most African languages favor relational and indirect communication. That's according to literature. You have examples from Yoruba, from Zulu, from Chichewa, and they are avoiding dialect naming in that context. When it comes to Swahili, Swahili pragmatic centers on the politeness, indirectness, and elliptical expressions. That's according to Mulokozi and Muro. And the discourse markers such as sawa, tu, and as studied by Kibiki, are used as tools to guide those interactional meaning. Now, this word Fulani has not been explored so far, to the best of my knowledge, as far as I can tell. And despite the richness of Swahili discourse markers, the word Fulani still exists, has not been examined for its semantic and cognitive roles. This sparked my interest in it, and in fact, my interest came from, it was a radio show. I was sitting in a saloon and there was an announcement of mobile phones. Then these presenters were like advertising and saying, vipi ukinunua kasimu fulani hivi, yani kasimu fulani hivi kazuri, alafu unampatia mpenzi wako, atajisikiaje? Now, I got interested with the word fulani and said, okay, maybe I should go a little bit further and see how it works cognitively and how it is expressed in Swahili context. So the aim of this study was to investigate Fulani as a cognitive pragmatic reference, Swahili discourse, and those are my two objectives. First of all, to categorize the different semantic frames that is activated by Fulani in various contexts, and to assess how Fulani prompts hearers' inference to identify unspecified references. I used frame semantics by Fillmore, from which we understand that words evoke cognitive, cultural, and situation frames that guide interpretation. In that case, the word Fulani activates cognitive and cultural shared anonymity of reference frames. I also used the relevance theory by Speb and Wilson, from which we understand that communication is inferential. That means listeners deduce meanings from the context. In that case, I take the word Fulani as signaling relevance and allow hearers to infer hidden reference. Now, the integration of these two theories frame explains the conceptual structure of Fulani, while the relevance theory is showing how interlocutors or speakers, interactants, in other words, interpret them through inference. Methodologically, this study employed a descriptive and interpretivist qualitative design, and data were extracted from natural sources, natural conversation, barbershops, salons, and church sermons, and digital texts, and some of the written documents. I used purposive sampling, for instance, by capturing only areas where the word Fulani is contextually applied, and the analysis is done thematically and using discourse pragmatic coding. Now, let's go to the real thing. How does the word flan function? I came to notice that the first function, the word flan functions as a placeholder. It functions as a placeholder. This is the prototypical function in which reference, it is used to express explicit identity and promote inferential understanding of unspecified people, places, or objects. Look at these examples, for example. Look at these examples. Alisema namhitaji fulani, fulani na fulani, sote tukabaki kwani vipi? You see, mbunge mtarajiwa wa jimbo fulani. Now, if you look at these examples, you come to realize that fulani opens the mental slot for unspecified reference. In that case, that means fulani becomes as a strategic, cognitive, and social tool that sustain fluence, indirectness, and inferential participation. The second function is euphemistic function, and sometimes is a face-saving function, in which the words in a sensitive or faith-threatening context, fulani acts as a euphemistic shield to protect social harmony and avoid offense. Look at that example, those examples. Mwanasiasa fulani kwa faida zake. Actually, this was extracted from this extract. Mbunge wa jimbo la Kawe, Askofu Gwajima, amesema hawezi kuamini kwamba vyombo vya usalama havina taarifa juu ya utekaji wa watu, ila inawezekana wakifuatilia watakuta kikundi kilichomchukua mtu kimetengenezwa na mwanasiasa fulani. You can say that mwanasiasa fulani. In this case, the word fulani is used to avoid naming a politician and maintaining the discreetness and protecting the speaker. If you look at the following example, mimi siwezi nikateseka kumtunza mtoto wangu miaka yote, alafu anakuja mtu fulani huko anasema eti huyu mtoto ni wangu, nitamkata mapanga. This was from a conversation between people in the real context. Now, the word fulani in akina fulani is used to soften the interpersonal conflict, allowing criticism without confrontation. And in that case, you come to realize that fulani operates as a cultural politeness device, enabling indirect critique and relational protection. Another function is used for exemplification and generalization. We say that fulani generalizes or exemplifies by referring to a typical member of a category, leaving interpersonal interpretation to the hearer's reference. Look at these examples. Niambie unahitaji kompyuta yenye specification ukubwa fulani, uwezo fulani, na bei yake ni shilingi fulani. And the other one, katika kila jambo ambalo linatokea huwa kuna sababu fulani ambayo imesababisha litokee. Hii huleta athari fulani. Now, in these examples, you come to find that fulani functions as a cognitive generalizer that is helping the speaker to leave details vague while signaling a category for the hearer to infer. In the other case, it reflects under specification, as Krifka argues, or it frames what we call the scaffolding. Another function is intensity and emphasis. Fulani is used to express intensity or emphasis. So it is an effective intensifier which is dramatizing emotions such as admiration, iron, and suspicion. That comes to an example I mentioned earlier about a radio presenter advertising about a telephone. But in other contexts, you'll hear someone says, nimepata mtoto fulani hivi balaa. I've got this certain girl, absolutely amazing. Alicheka kicheko fulani hivi cha kinafiki. kweli. Oh, mpenzi wangu huwa anakuwa na katabasamu fulani hivi kananiacha wa baridi. Now, in this okay, in this context, you come to realize fulani heightens the emotional meaning while maintaining politeness and deniability at the same time. And it also projects the affection and aligns with the evaluative frame, which is serving as an expressive hedge in that context. Another function is the pragmatic coordination. Plan is used as a pragmatic coordination because it organizes discourse by signaling unspecified but contextually inferable details, which is maintaining fluence and coherence. Look at this. Ndugu waombolezaji, kuna jambo fulani muhimu wanafamilia wanaliweka sawa. Mkuu wa Sibezi, polisi wameshaanza kucheleweshewa posho fulani fulani. Now, in these cases, you come to realize that fulani acts as a discourse anchor, maintaining what is called the flow without overloading the details, and this reflects the inferential economy as stated by Speber and Wilson, and the discourse structuring of information. Another function is the referencing and cognitive retrieval. We say that fulani fills the referential gap when a speaker cannot recall a term or maintain a speech continuity. Look at this. Samahani kaka, kuna kitabu fulani hivi nakitafuta, kina cover la rangi ya blue. Now, in this case, fulani acts as a discourse anchor, maintaining flow without overloading the details, and it reflects the inferential economy. Yeah, it reflects the inferential economy. No, I've confused a little bit. I'm sorry. Now, in this example, yeah, it functions as a referencing or cognitive retrieval. In that sense, it reflects a speaker's cognitive resourcefulness in managing the memory gaps while sustaining the interaction. By saying, samani kaka, kuna kitabu fulani hivi na kitafuta, kina cover fulani. In that case, it is helping the speaker to manage the memory gaps while sustaining the interaction at the same time, and sometimes requesting for help in the library context. Now, discussion conclusion. After a closer look, I came to realize that in this context where fulani is used, it activates multiple semantic frames such as nomadism, mistrust, forgiveness sometimes, or that reveal underlying social stereotypes and cognitive perception. And in that, at the same time, fulani, the listeners use contextual cues and cognitive reference to interpret the word fulani, which is demonstrating that meaning in the discourse is not fixed but dynamic, constructed through shared cultural knowledge. And lastly, we say that the usage of fulani function as a linguistic tool for negotiating social identity. So it does not work as just a bare word that a speaker feels like using. It has a specific function depending on the context in which it is used. Thank you for listening.
Wonderful. Thank you very much for a really interesting talk and for excellent timing. So yeah, please do stay around for questions and for the discussion. So we move on to our next speaker. Ida, am I right? It's Tom? Yes. Okay. So yeah, Tom Summers.
Okay, everybody, while we're waiting for the next session, we have Professor Graham, who is our dean. Does this work? No.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, and you can tell them you're at another event.
Yeah. Hello. No, I'm just. I'm the dean of humanities, and I'm actually here. I was launching a 2-day conference over the road on Buddhism, environmentalism, and sustainability. I have actually a name badge here that I'm going to be planting in my garden this afternoon because it's filled with seeds. And that was an event celebrating and kind of enabling very deep interdisciplinary conversations around the future of our planet. So something that SOAS obviously takes very seriously. But I saw Ida on the way in, and something also that SOAS takes extremely seriously is Swahili studies. I know this is 12th, the 12th annual conference. We're so glad to welcome you here. I had a quick look and I saw the program. It's going to be fabulous. You have some colleagues and friends here. So because I'm here and because I've got my tie on, I thought I'd take the opportunity to say thank you all for coming and joining us. You are very welcome here with us at SOAS, and I hope you have a lovely event. So there you go. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
No problem at all. No problem at all. It's lovely.
Our next speaker, Ida, am I right? It's Tom? Yes. Okay. So yeah, Tom Summers.
Hi, my name's Tom. I've been recently for my PhD studying linguistic innovations on Swahili Twitter, specifically looking at the Tanzanian context. So this presentation mainly be covering just a bit of background and my methodology to this. Before going into my analysis on the user context of the Twitter authors that I've been referencing, lexical borrowings that I've been finding in my data, as well as phonological variations. So first of all, before progressing any further, in preparation for this event, I really wanted to find the first ever tweet entirely in Swahili. And it took me down this whole rabbit hole. I ended up training an AI algorithm to sift through hundreds of thousands of tweets up into the year 2009 using the 100 most popular Swahili terms. And I was expecting something quite wise and insightful, and instead I got this. Yes. I'll go quickly over a bit of a background, but obviously being in this room with so many experts, I don't need to mention that Swahili is mainly spoken in Tanzania with 62 million people in Tanzania. And Swahili is spoken by 100 million people. It is a majority second language. And it's spoken all over East Africa. And it's the only native African language to be an official language of the African Union. So my methodology, basically, I logged over the period between 2013 and 2023, about 10,000 tweets manually, basically into this system which I built, which would separate out each tweet into individual lexical items, test them against a dictionary that I'd uploaded, and then output anything that was considered non-standard by not existing in the dictionary. For the purposes of this presentation, I've also grouped regions by their urbanization, so the urbanism, and the geographical positioning. So we have coastal, inland, and Dar es Salaam, as Dar es Salaam is such a large influence on all of this data. It's 62% of all tweets within my data come from Dar es Salaam. And then finally, highly urban, semi-urban, and highly rural environments. So if we just start quickly with the user context data, what I found was that highly urban environments really do dominate the tweets that we have. So 6,500 of the just over 10,000 tweets all come from highly urban environments like Dar es Salaam and Zanzibar City, followed by semi-urban. However, and if you do plot that against the Tanzanian government's statistics on urban populations in each region, we see that as a region becomes more urban, it's more represented within my data set. And so it's more present on Twitter. However, looking at this over time, we're starting to see that this is changing. So highly urban environments are currently on the decline within my data. It has a gradient of -11 in comparison to semi-urban environments gradients +8, which is a large difference. If we were to then use linear regression and map out each of these curves as an algorithmic equation, we can actually set them equal to each other and find the point where they intersect. So in my findings, in the year 2032, semi-urban environments will actually surpass highly urban environments in their presence on Twitter, in Tanzania on Swahili Twitter. Looking now at geographic distributions, we see that Dar es Salaam completely is dominant, as suspected. However, just like it's in the case with the urban systems, we see that Dar es Salaam is on the decline and inland cities are on the incline. So again, by setting them equal to one another, we're able to find that in 2027, inland cities should actually surpass Dar es Salaam in their presence online on Twitter for Swahili Twitter. Looking now at gender, men make up 96% of all Twitter authors within my data set. 10,509 tweets I have in my system all are authored by men. And actually looking at the presence of women over time, we see that women are actually becoming less and less common on this platform at a grade -2.5. I had initially suspected that perhaps in more urban environments, there would be greater proportions of women on Twitter. However, there's absolutely no findings that I have that can suggest this at all. There's no correlation whatsoever. But I can see that there are more women tweeting in Dar es Salaam and in coastal areas than inland ones. So in conclusion, for the user context, we can surmise that Twitter, Swahili Twitter, really did start in Tanzania in Dar es Salaam. And as it is a highly urban, it's a coastal environment, and it's slowly spreading outwards to those mid-sized inland cities like Arusha and Mwanza. And these cities should surpass Dar es Salaam in their influence over the next 5 to 10 years. Female Twitter authors are very sparse in my data, and they aren't getting any more common. So while female participants in linguistic studies tend to be viewed as innovators, I would say that in my findings, they would be far less influential. So moving on to my first set of findings, I looked specifically at lexical borrowings. Here we have two examples of lexical borrowings. We have the first, which is Vilianza kitambo sana, vimeboreshwa to the fullest asante. So this is code switching that happens with English, is very, very common in my findings. And then the second one, takabalahu mina wa minkum Eid Mubarak to you and your family mheshimiwa. So there is this idea that English, Arabic, Swahili, they can all coexist in the same space within the same tweet even, and it's completely, everyone understands each other. So really, really interesting. Looking at my macro regions, we find that lexical borrowings are far more common if we're looking at token count in Dar es Salaam. And over time, we see that Dar es Salaam is dominant, but following trends from Twitter spread, it's actually decreasing over time. And inland users are growing more likely to use lexical borrowing than people in Dar es Salaam. So the forecast would say that in 2027, inland speakers are going to be the most likely to use lexical borrowings. And this is kind of reinforced by at the current state of things. If you take lexical borrowings as a percentage of total word count per region, we see that Dar es Salaam and the inland regions really don't have that much of a gap in terms of lexical borrowing rate. So if we were to do this again with urban environments, we see that on the surface, highly urban environments are completely dominant. They have by far the highest token count, but over time they have that downward trajectory with semi-urban environments catching up. So what this means is that in 2032, semi-urban environments should surpass highly urban environments in their use of lexical borrowings. And this is again shown by looking at the rate of lexical borrowing rather than token count, that the gaps really aren't that large anymore. So the languages that these words come from have been mapped out, and by far the most common was English. It was 96% of all borrowings come from English, 101,000 instances. And I found that English in general is far more likely to be borrowed in urban environments. If you map out how urban a region is and how much it uses English borrowings, we see that the more urban an environment is, the more likely they are to borrow English words. So linking it up with an idea of a language of progress, of modernity. Instead, if we were to look at Arabic, we see that while in token count, Dar es Salaam is by far the highest, if we took that as a percentage of the total borrowings, we see that people on the coast outside of Dar es Salaam are far more likely to use Arabic than people in Dar es Salaam. But something that I found that was quite interesting is this is the only finding in my research so far where highly urban environments are on the increase. So it's really a counter-hierarchical linguistic innovation diffusion sort of situation, in that now we're seeing this use of Arabic spread from rural environments into larger cities, possibly as an identity marker. And we can see here in 2021, there's this large spike in Arabic usage. And from my research, I've managed to find that this was actually to do with the passing away of President Magufuli. Many people expressing their condolences in Arabic. So looking at the types of borrowing, we have a few different types. We have direct borrowing, literally taking the exact phrase from another language. Orthographic accommodation, so changing how the borrowing is spelt in order to make it look Swahili. Morphological integration, so conjugating it or applying a noun class to it. And then phonological nativization, where the word itself, it's changing its structure in order to match the CV structure of Swahili. And of these, by far the most common was direct borrowing. People are far more likely to use code switching and just take entire phrases from English than to accommodate them into Swahili. However, by mapping them out over time, we see that there's this cyclical kind of undulation within the curve. So what that would suggest is that over time, as these words are being directly borrowed into Swahili, they're slowly going into the other categories and moving along the chain to become proper Swahili words. So in conclusion for while highly urban environments appear to be dominant, they are actually on the decline in terms of their trajectory. And they will be overtaken by semi-urban inland environments from the year 2027. So within the next 5 to 10 years, we'll see this shift in how Swahili is used on the inland in comparison to other regions. English is dominant, holding 96% of all borrowings, and it's clearly linked to urbanized environments. Arabic, however, the second most populous, is far more linked to the coast and is far more linked to rural environments moving into urban environments over time. So phonological variations. So of my phonological variations that I've seen, by far the most common are vowel elisions. And here are 2 examples that I found here. So naamini anaratibu maoni katika tuikabna wabunge sio mawaziri. So katika here has dropped the A, I, and A here. Then again here, wewe mbona huendi mwehu wewe. So the wewe here in both instances have dropped both E's. So these are examples of what I've counted as vowel elision. So here, as you can see, vowel elision is by far the most common of all different phonological variations I've studied so far. And also, if we look at phonological variations over time, we see that actually they're on the increase. So as time goes on, Swahili is becoming more and more diverse in how it's pronounced and how it's spelled, especially on Twitter. And while we would see that there are large token counts for phonological variations in Dar es Salaam. If we take that as a percentage and as a rate, we see that coastal regions are far more likely to pronounce things a different way than the standard, or write things a different way than the standard. And then again, highly urban regions would lead in terms of token count, but when we take it as a percentage, highly rural regions actually lead on this. So what we see is that the more that a region is rural, and if it's coastal, they're far more likely to use non-standard phonology. And that's everything. So asante sana kwa kusikiliza.
Let me say it's going to be quite a bit of detail in some of these slides, but I'm going to post them online with my speaking notes eventually, maybe a week or so after this meeting when I get time after some travel. So don't worry too much if you want to try to take loads of notes. It will all be online eventually. And right, here's a reminder of where Swahili sits in the Bantu tree, as analysed by Nurse and Hinnebusch in their 1993 magnum opus. I've also added in a rough timeline, while recognising that correlations between linguistic and archaeological evidence are very much open to debate. The vast majority of loanwords of Arabic origin in Swahili are thought to have entered the language relatively recently, during the period of Omani dominance on the coast. And there is, however, a smaller set of borrowings from Arabic and Persian that can be dated back to Proto-Swahili, or the centuries that followed in the second half of the first millennium of the Common Era.
Okay, so Nurse and Hinnebusch provided a short list of possible loans from mainly Persian and Indian languages into Proto-Sabaki. That's the sort of group that, if you like, the ancestors of Swahili. And a not much longer list of possible Arabic and Persian loans into Proto-Swahili, shown on the slide there. And as they admit, this was intended to be indicative and not exhaustive, and it included at least one obvious mistake, the inclusion of the word for cloves. Fairly obviously, cloves are not a very old crop in East Africa, or the product itself. That's a late loanword. Another, though not so immediately obvious mistake is bwana, which you'll see there, which actually has a solid Bantu etymology. But other items are more interesting, and I'd especially draw attention to the term for a mosque, which presumably arrived with Islam. It has regular reflexes in northern and southern Swahili as well as Comorian, making it a good candidate for reconstruction as an early loanword. And the same principle can be applied to the two cases I'm going to discuss today, whose age is also suggested by their meanings and in the ways in which these have changed. Mosquiti is a word that's been reinforced over time, but some of the word I'm going to discuss now haven't in that same way, and there's a lot of variation. So let me begin with a deep dive into dudu, which everyone learns as a Swahili word for insects and other creepy crawlies. And as you can see here, it derives from the Arabic word for a worm, maggot, and similar, and perhaps via Persian. There's the same word basically as in Persian, so you can't actually tell in this case whether it's Arabic or Persian in origin. So Nurse and Hinnebusch reconstructed it to Proto-Swahili as a class 7 noun, kidudu, but they could equally have chosen another noun class pairing, such as dudu, madudu, 5-6. The only modern Swahili reflex which preserves the long vowel of the original Arabic is the mwini form up in Somalia. And this might be because it's been reborrowed. There's quite a bit of Arabic vocabulary coming in from in Somalia into Mwini Anyway, so this is probably just maybe a later reborrowing. But otherwise, in the northern dialects, Dudu has strikingly weakened to Lulu. And by the way, this is nothing to do with the Lulu of pearls. This is a different Lulu. It's strikingly weakened to Lulu, an old phonological change. This isn't a kind of modern change. This is a very old change that's shared in part by the Nzwani dialect of Comorian, by Malagasy, the Austronesian language of Madagascar and Mayotte, and partially by one record from the Suta language Bondé, inland of Tanga. And as it happens, the Nzwani dictionary has attestations of both Lulu and Dudu, primarily referring to marine creatures. And this is quite a jump from the Arabic and makes these look like separate borrowings from Swahili once the original loan words meanings had evolved. I should caution, however, and also at other points in this talk, that our Comorian dictionaries are nothing like as detailed as the best Swahili dictionaries. And so this interpretation and others like it may be an artifact of our current lack of evidence. In fact, there may well be people in this audience who can sort of tell me otherwise. So bear that in mind. Now, Comorian is the source of most Old Bantu loanwords in Malagasy. Malagasy has this layer of Old Bantu words, and this is kind of, if you like, corroborated by genetics as well as old influence. And most of these words, the majority of these words from a Bantu language are actually from Comorian. And it's not entirely clear. There's a bit of debate over where this happened. I think there's quite a possibility it happened on the mainland before Comorians sailed off to the Comoros, but that's a debate for another day. But in this instance, it seems to have borrowed directly from Northern Swahili. And it subsequently evolved a range of meanings integral to the religious practice, integral to religious practice in Madagascar and Mayotte, both non-Islamic and Islamic. So if you take a quick scan of those, of the Malagasy definitions over on the right, you have highlighted some of the sort of key things that Lulu in it's actually written as though it might be Lolo, but it's pronounced Lulu in Malagasy. Has come to mean spirit, jinn, devil, ghost, all sorts of things. The butterfly is there that comes out of the lava that we see in the Northern Swahili, but it's become a ghost, a dead tomb, all sorts of stuff to do with death and traditional, if you like, religious practice as well as Islamic, because it's become the word for a jinn as well in some places. If I can get this. Right, turning then to Dudu in Swahili, I've outlined the perhaps more familiar ways in which cognates and their meanings have evolved. Now, Hella Goldman and I have discussed the development of Dudu as a generic euphemism for vermin in our paper for the special Baraza issue of the Bulletin of SOAS, which is forthcoming, I hope. If it's not, then just ignore this. And this includes the innovation of kidude. So the thingy-majig word that has a range of other uses as well in case with another generic use for it, I think is an innovation out of Dudu, if you like, or the root Dudu, the Dudu root. Which have an even broader range of reference. So last but not least, on Dudu, because this seems to have been an early development, Swahili Dudu was extended, or last but not least, because this seems to be an early development, Swahili Dudu was extended to diseases and other physical conditions that initially this is my guess anyway, were initially thought to have been caused by worms and similar parasites. Kraft in 1882, in the middle there, gave a particularly explicit description of this in Mombasa, including a frightening account of the life-sustaining earworm, or actually wax, Mdudu achikio, whose premature departure was thought to kill its owner. Now, there are intriguing parallels between this idea and some accounts of what happens when corpses are suspended by Penban witches and allowed to decompose, as I touched on in my last Baraza presentation. Now, these stories can be connected in turn to narratives about past royal and other burials in Madagascar, as well as more widely in the Austronesian world. So there's a set of ideas there and possible connections that, again, are a subject for another day. While the adoption and adaptation of Dudu can perhaps be linked to immigrant and local experiences of the tropical humid environment of the East African coast, there is no overt link to Islam in this. My second case is very different in this respect. The transfer of terms that refer to ritual defilement and impurity. I say terms in the plural because this borrowing seems to have happened twice. The Arabic and Islamic source of Swahili, Najisi, Unajisi, and so on, and its cognates is transparent and reflects borrowing and reinforcement in recent centuries. There is, however, an older loanword from the same Arabic root whose source has been less evident to scholars. And you can see even Sacleur there at the bottom was wondering about this, but not certain. Ujusi is one of the forms of a word that refers especially to women's impurity and ritual confinement following childbirth, with extended and associated meanings, some of which are shown on the slide over on the right, and one of which I've highlighted together with the explanation I was given, this one in purple there about Kijusi as a fetus. Nurse and Hinnebusch did not include Ujusi in their reconstructions, though clearly a case can be made for doing so. They did, however, reconstruct the much more familiar word for a lizard, which has been standardized as Umjusi. And there are some regular attestations of this term across northern and southern Swahili, but otherwise more variation in shape, as you can see over on the right there, in different dialects. It's also known in Comorian, though in a non-cognate form, and so likely borrowed. There's sort of Nguzi and Ngwizi at the bottom there, but probably borrowings, although, you know, quite old borrowings. Right, it's not difficult to make a case that Umjusi derives from the same root as Ujusi. Though exactly how it came to mean lizard, I mean, it's a surprising transformation. It's not to an outsider. Certainly, it's not. It seems counterintuitive. How it came to mean lizard is harder to determine. And this slide shows one possible path of semantic development from the top and around here. While still leaving an option at the end. A case can be made for positing a general association between at least some lizards and religious or secular impurity, while a resemblance to fetuses is supported by the statement that I highlighted earlier, and also by at least one ethnographic parallel from a language group that neighbours Northeast Coast Bantu. And I've put in some notes from my ancient PhD field work in Usangu in southwest Tanzania there, about a story about what happens to illicitly aborted fetuses and turning into, depending on their gender, turning into frogs and lizards. Judgments about the value of different kinds of lizards are, of course, present in Islamic discourse. Geckos get a particularly bad rap, as do their amphibian lookalikes, salamanders. This is the root of the distinction in contemporary Swahili between irreligious and pious lizards, Mjusi Kafiri and Mjusi Islam in standard, and variations on that. Gecko, and the difference is basically it's the difference between geckos and particularly skinks, the sort of smooth skinned skinks. There are other words for other types of larger lizard and monitors and plated lizards and so on, but those smaller critters, it's the geckos and skinks that there's a big difference between. And it's supported by various Islamic hadith, including the narratives shown here over on the right. And the way in which the same qualifiers are applied across dialects and terms, however, suggests that the lexical and semantic distinction is comparatively late. It's not particularly an old one, and was possibly introduced during a period of strongest Omani influence. So this looks like the way this distinction developed looks as though it's been comparatively late and it's been tacked on to existing vocabulary. Whether those ideas from the hadith operated at an earlier stage and the things I showed in the previous slide, we can't tell. So that brings me to the end. I hope I'm doing okay with time. Yep. Brings me to the end of my second case. And apart from saying, of course, you can't reconstruct a whole history from the case of two loanwords. But let me just conclude with some thoughts that are sketched out on this final slide. So I can let you read them yourself, or I can just go through them quickly. So, as I've said, there are many gaps in our current lexical knowledge. I mean, also about various Swahili dialects. I mean, the data we have on Wini in Somalia, for example, is really, yeah, there's a lot, but also there's a lot missing. There's a lot of vocabulary we don't have. So there are gaps in our current lexical knowledge. That any reconstruction and conclusions based on them are inevitably provisional, and in some cases more provisional than would normally be the case. But still, I think there's potentially a lot to be learned about coastal history from careful analysis of loanwords from Arabic and other non-Bantu languages. And loanwords, they can do a number of things for us. They can provide clues to the dating of significant population movements, and I haven't gone into that. There's interesting questions that come up. Okay, what's the relation between the introduction of Swahili and Proto-Swahili? Which came first? I mean, could we tell? Was Swahili, or had it already split into northern and southern dialects? When, I mean, it looks on the face of it as though Islam had come in at a proto or very early Swahili stage. But then you can't always tell, and this is the problem with using a little data, because sometimes loanwords can be adapted to local phonology. So, just taking a couple of cases isn't enough. You need a large number to come to those kinds of conclusions. There's also questions about the dating of this interaction with Malagasy. What happened with Comorian? When did the Comorians take off from the mainland? Whereabouts did all this happen? Where did those interactions take place? And loanwords like this and the careful analysis of them can help you sort of contribute to the solution of those puzzles. And they could also provide insights into people's interactions, including their encounter with new environments and the coming, as we've seen, of Islam and its impacts. And the two etymological webs, if you like, that I've examined point to different kinds and degrees of entanglement with Islamic and pre or non-Islamic practice, including that kind of unexpected jump of Dudu, of Arabic Dudu, across to via Swahili and then across to Madagascar. I mean, who were not, as far as we know, Muslims at that date. So in the case of Dudu, this included that onward transfer to that non-Bantu language, Madagascar, and its incorporation in its pre-Islamic region. And by contrast, Juicy is more likely to have accompanied Islam, though its cognates are also developed in unexpected ways. And sorry, there's a typo there. The same Arabic roots and concept was later borrowed again in the form that we now recognize as Najis and so on. And both examples, or that most of them recognize, I wasn't familiar with Busey and the concept of Busey before I started this bit of research. And both examples pose intriguing questions for further research, including some that ultimately will only be solved through interdisciplinary research. Thank you very much.
Wonderful. Thank you very much, Martin, particularly for the animations, the visual additions.
This is me trying to use AI. I was trying to get a cartoon of a tropical island with lots of little worms.
Oh, you've achieved your goal, I think.
No, one of them stubbornly came out as ginormous.
Yeah. So if you want to just join the rest of the panel back on the table, we have if people have questions, very quick questions or comments, we do want to have a little bit of discussion following the linguistic panel, which included also Okoye Simile's talk, who was online, who I think is still here. Questions, comments for the panel? Yes, start us off, please.
Big group, I guess. This is probably a little up there by a selfish version, but I was wondering if there is any influence on use and perception of Swahili in Nairobi and Dar es Salaam based on the wider linguistic environment. So this is where it gets selfish, the arrival of Chinese, for example, which is, to some extent challenging the primacy of English in certain contexts. So I was wondering if that has any effect, or if you guys look at those and do that.
I think it's a really good question. I don't think we picked anything up on that, but that might just be because we didn't ask for it particularly. But I wonder, Tom, whether you want to say something about Nairobi, maybe.
I'm afraid I also don't know relating to Chinese, but I think looking at the sort of international perspective in terms of what languages are there, I do think what looks picked up on, that Swahili has always had this more sort of status function in Tanzania that maybe English has had in Kenya. And so Swahili didn't need to fulfill that sort of status function. And that's why maybe standard Swahili was never as prevalent in Kenya. So whether that would leave Chinese more able to get in a place like Tanzania because maybe English wasn't there in the first place could be something interesting to look at, or because English wasn't so dominant in the first place. If you're looking at it from an international perspective, maybe it would have an easier time entering in Tanzania than it would sort of disrupting English in Kenya, if that makes sense. But that's, very speculative, but would definitely be interesting to look at.
Yeah, great question. Anyone else? Questions for any of our other presenters? So we had Martin and also Tom Summers. Yes, we'll take one there and then come to... Yeah, please, yes.
The contrast between Dar and Nairobi, but I guess interested in how we make sense of innovation within Dar es Salaam. I'm not a linguist at all, but I recently been doing a lot of work on photographers who will test my Swahili and throw a whole bunch of slang at me and comment on how they also, maybe feel a certain sense of distance from the standards of Swahili and that being a class marker and origin. And I guess I just wonder how within Dar it feels like there is a lot of distinction made between a more sunny food and the bars Swahili and the bars Swahili, or between kind of the ways different classes and people of different regional origins are and I just wonder how you make sense of that kind of conversation. You know about Nairobi is Shang and really challenging the boundaries to viewing. I guess I just wonder what that looks like in Dar.
No, yeah, also really good question. One of the starting points for this habitual marking was a song by a young rap artist, I guess, Swahili, who had in 2020, I think, a very famous song in Tanzania, which was called Hakunaga. And it's sort of, it meant it doesn't matter. So it's Hakuna from Hakuna Matata, but the aga really grammatically doesn't make sense there. So it was, we thought very much as a symbol of speaking non-standard, and that's very Dar es Salaam. So it sure happens. I think almost the two questions sort of go together. I think what we picked up is the main basic loud noise, and the loud noise coming from Dar es Salaam is essentially this is a standard Swahili speaking place. But if you listen more carefully, you find certainly lots of variation within the Swahili in Dar es Salaam. Also, maybe depending on the particular mtaa you are, the neighborhood you're in, that also then has effects. Certainly there's social stratification, links to boda drivers. And I think also on the Chinese, I think if you listen carefully, that will come out there as well. But for the Chinese, I think it's too early, maybe. It's not that at that level where we would pick it up. And I think the variation, sort of the non-standard variation, that I think is more subdued in Dar es Salaam. It doesn't mean that it's not there, but people will still, my feeling is that most people who would speak non-standard Swahili would also be able to switch to standard Swahili if the situation needs it. And that's in Nairobi, I don't think that's the case. I think in Nairobi, there's really Nairobian Swahili speakers who that's their main variety of Swahili. So it's differences of degree rather than of kind, but the difference of degree are significant enough that from our study, we picked up slightly different signals.
I think if I can just add as well that it's almost like a PR issue because Sheng just has a name. So it's sort of a lot easier to conceptualize. And in Nairobi, I found almost the reverse problem, which is everyone wants to say that I don't speak Sheng, but then they don't have a name for the kind of Swahili that they do speak, which they also see as distinct from standard Swahili. So yeah, I suggest that we come up, well not we, but they come up with a name for their variety of Swahili in Dar es Salaam, and there'll probably be a lot more conference papers on it after that.
Sorry, can I just? I'm just so tempted to briefly say something quickly on the named variety. That's such an important point. So we know that people speak differently all the time, and there's youth language anywhere. So young people tend to speak differently. Like London buses, I have no idea what these young people are saying when they come from school. It's very enigmatic. But it's not a thing. I mean, there's sort of London English or something. But the difference to Sheng is what Tom mentioned, is that it's a real entity. It's a named variety, and people identify it. And even if people disagree what it is, but that speaks to its social linguistic status in the way that in Dar es Salaam, I don't think that quite exists in the same way. So that there's people talk about street language or youth language in the way that there's different, but there's not a name, a concept associated with it. And I think that's missing out the difference.
Yeah, maybe one more quick question, and then I think we have to probably move on. Yes, please.
So you mentioned the use of English and mixing as a learned language in tweets. Do you have any more specifics on what kind of English? I'm sort of assuming from the global dominance of Ebonics, specifically African American English. Is that what you saw a lot of, or sort of different English recipes?
Yeah, so the types of English that I've seen used specifically do seem to come from African American English. You really hit the nail on the head. There's specific vocabulary that exists in African American English that pops up a lot throughout all of my findings. But then there's also a new type of English that's kind of coming out of this interaction between English and then a Swahili speaking substrate, in the way that English is being changed and the meaning, but also spelling and phonology of these English words are being changed in another way. So it's interesting that African American English has such a big impact on the way Tanzanians use English, but Tanzanians themselves are developing almost a new strand of a world English that, is relatively understudied, I think.
That's great. I think in the interest of time, we'll stop the panel. So we thank all our presenters again. We do hopefully have time over our delicious lunch to continue discussions in more informal ways. So now we'll pass over to Lutz, who's chairing panel 2. Do you have another announcement?
No.
No? You're just okay.
Thank you.
So yeah, we invite the panelists from panel 2 to come up on the stage, and hopefully the slides are all already there.
Very good. Asante sana. Tunaendelea moja kwa moja bila ya kusimama na panel number mbili. Tuna talks tatu nafikiri. Theo, you're already there. Very good. We have Ida Manyewe, and then we have Serena as well. This is the translation panel. And I think we're going to have the same format. The talks will be 20 minutes each. And then there will be a combined question period at the end of the panel. Theo, do we have your slides?
Yeah, I think so, yeah.
All set up. Our first talk in this panel is training translators at Tanhua Temple, language acquisition, interpretation, intervention on the Sino-Tanzanian linguistic frontier. And our speaker is Theo Stapleton from Cambridge University. Theo, thank you very much for joining us.
Thank you everyone for being here. This is my second BARAZA. It's very exciting to be able to share some more of my research with you all. This is one chapter from my PhD that I've recently submitted, but I'm sort of see it as a starting point for future research and postdocs that I'm applying for right now to study language acquisition on the Sino-Tanzanian linguistic frontier. So just a little bit of background to start with. This was my field site, my PhD fieldwork. Tanhua Temple is the first Chinese Buddhist mission in Eastern Africa. It was founded in 2018. They bought, or they were given a small piece of land in Mikocheni. They opened an orphanage in 2020 with around 20 students. And in 2023, they purchased a large plot of land in Chamazi in the suburbs of Dar es Salaam, where in 2024, they opened a school, which now teaches over 200 students, where they're also teaching Chinese. Now, at the temple, they also have a 3-month program for adult Chinese learners who want to come and stay at the temple. And during my fieldwork, sorry, this is the orphanage and the purchasing of the land. During my fieldwork, there were many university students, or around half a dozen university students from University of Dar es Salaam and University of Dodoma who were studying Chinese at the Confucius Institutes, who came to the temple to practice their Chinese and to network and to try and find employment. And so that's what I'm going to be talking to you about today. So, of course, language and religion have been deeply connected on the Swahili coast for a long time. We've heard just about, how Islam can change our understandings of lizards, for example. But missionaries particularly were deeply involved in the standardization of African languages, including Swahili, but also in the teaching of colonial languages in missionary schools. And even to this day, Amy Stambach's work, for example, on American missionaries working in state schools in Tanzania, using English as a way to also teach the Bible. Now, I think this is partly because religious actors and missionaries tend to be interested in not just material and political exchange, but also symbolic and spiritual content, which requires a language to discuss. And so that's why you get a lot of linguists who are missionaries early on, and also, the production of bilingual, multilingual people in mission spaces. So then the question becomes, with the arrival of Mandarin in Tanzania and the increasing influence of China in Eastern Africa and all over Africa, we get another chance to think about this relationship between language, religion, and power. And so while obviously there are differences, China is not a colonial power, it does have an increasing economic and political presence in Tanzania, and Chinese language learning is increasing, as I'll go on to explain in a moment. And while we don't often think of Chinese presence in Africa as being connected to missionaries, there are an expanding number of Chinese Buddhist organizations all across the continent. And there are thousands of children growing up in these institutions who are growing up bilingual, speaking Chinese and other languages. So how do we think about this? How do these religious organizations fit into the broader China-Africa space? One common answer, and probably the common sense understanding in the media, is that really the spread of the Chinese language in Tanzania is a product of soft power. It's a soft power tool of the state, and that there is some sort of
like related project that these Buddhist organizations are engaged in, which is to do with spreading Buddhism through the Chinese language. And while this may capture the intent behind the Confucius Institutes or even behind this temple, it bears ethnographic research. We need to have ethnographic research to understand exactly how this is being interpreted and playing out on the ground. And this is why what I'm going to do here today in this chapter. Okay, so just a little bit of background. Of course, there has been Mandarin language learning in Tanzania since the Mao and Nyerere era. There was a whole bunch of joint projects, and there was a lot of informal language contact, for example, on the Tazara. But there were also a relatively small number of people who went to China. For example, Mzee Kazembe, who I met in Dar es Salaam last year, went to China in 1970, studied there for 4 years, and was Nyerere and Mao's translator. But these individuals were few and far between, and the contemporary context of the 21st century has seen an explosion in the number of Chinese language learners and speakers in Tanzania. This can be dated to the Forum of China and Africa Cooperation, FOCAC, started in 2000, that was also contemporaneous with the expansion of Confucius Institutes all around the world, including Tanzania. So there are two major ones in UDOM and UDism, but there are also around 20 teaching centers in universities and high schools around the country, and work's been done by Masanilo and Aman on that. So there are around 20,000 Tanzanians learning Chinese at the moment, and each year hundreds of scholarships are given to students to go to study in China. So from 2000, you only have in the year 2003, you only have 2,000 students in China to 81,000 in 2018. The president of Tanzania has said that Chinese will remain part of our economies because, let's not hide the truth, the dominant force in African economy is China. And for you to engage well with them, you must understand their language. You must know their language. So that's my proposal, not out of preference, but that's the reality. That's the truth. Okay, so, oh yeah, I missed this. So in terms of research on Confucius Institutes, there is obviously the very critical perspective. Marshall Sands, famous anthropologist, has spoken about the academic malware of Confucius Institutes. And in fact, all of the Confucius Institutes in the United States basically have been shut down in the last few years, including other countries like Australia and France. But in research in Africa, a lot of the emphasis has been placed on the way that, or this is Repnikova's research in Ethiopia, has discussed the way that Confucius Institutes may not be expressing soft power in terms of, increasing the popularity of like universal ideal of Chinese culture, but instead using pragmatic enticements for the students. Obviously, that means being able to speak Chinese, giving you access to certain jobs. For administrators in the Confucius Institutes, having career advancement, etc. But one key thing that's also emerged out of this research is that even with the 3-year undergraduate degree in the Chinese language, that is, and I think we can all, as language learners, we might understand that that's not necessarily enough to become fluent in a language or to get a job as an interpreter. So a study at the University of Dar es Salaam revealed that 34% of the students at the Confucius Institute had daily interactions with Chinese, but that 40% had little to no interactions. And of course, that is going to make a big difference in terms of the language acquisition. And this is where a temple in the middle of Dar es Salaam can come in handy, and became a place for these students to make up that deficit in listening, speaking, etc. So this is a photo of a couple of the translators that I lived with for many months. They often would come during the university holidays. There was an individual who was studying at University of Dar es Salaam and lived in the temple for 1 entire year during his undergrad degree, and became very fluent and very much demanded by companies. And after that, many followed in his path. Now, they obviously have somewhat diverse backgrounds, but none of them could be considered independently wealthy. They were often on small stipends for university. And so the temple, by providing free accommodation and free food, was a productive and cheap way to spend the summer, and also allowed them to network with various Chinese bosses, etc. So more than just becoming fluent in the language, I think we can understand their time in the temple as a process of language socialization. So when they arrived, they didn't quite know how to introduce themselves, didn't necessarily understand or speak much, but quickly became very much conversant in daily life. So that includes understanding how to refer to different people of different ages in a polite way. And some of these were particularly Buddhist, so learning Buddhist titles that aren't common in the rest of, like in a broader Chinese context. So here we can see that, you know, language is not just one thing, it has lots of registers and repertoires. We'll come back to that at the end. But even in something as mundane as self-introductions of names, the thing that is being learned here is not just, you know, different Chinese names, but different understandings of historical and cultural historical and cultural significance. So for example, one of these students who I'm calling Juma, he had a Chinese name which was Li Jianguo, which is Mr. Li to build the country. And when he introduced himself to me, he said, this is because I want to be a great translator for Tanzania and I want to build this country. But for all of the Chinese people that he met in the temple, they would immediately laugh because that sounds like a Mao era name, like this really revolutionary name, which is quite anachronistic to some extent today. And so by just introducing himself and having these conversations, he's learning about Chinese history and the kind of way people are hearing those names. Another example was Isaac. So his name in Chinese when he got to the temple was Liu Xing, which is shooting star. But one of the Buddhists there told him that was not very auspicious because shooting stars vanish immediately. So he should have something more permanent. And so then he changed his name to something which had the exact opposite connotation, Bihaishan, crossing the seas and the mountains. So this kind of process of language socialization obviously becomes very important as they become interpreters and move through Sino-African spaces. Now, of course, there's one of the big things is just building up vocabulary, and they were doing that every day, writing down new words and testing them out and asking, and people were very willing to speak to them in the mission context, of course. The other thing that was very important at this temple was, unlike a Confucius Institute classroom where you are getting standard Mandarin, they were, and sort of like state condoned Mandarin. In the temple, they were speaking to people with different accents, but about different things, about religion, but also casual banter with, say, young Chinese backpackers who were passing through the temple, or even migrant workers who had very thick and sometimes, were speaking in dialects. And compared to, given the kind of Chinese that is spoken in Dar es Salaam and Tanzania, this is an incredibly useful thing for them. Okay, so just quickly, what did they think about Buddhism? So in terms of like the soft power outcomes or the proselytization outcomes of learning Chinese in a temple in 2023, all of these individuals had their own existing faith, Muslims or Christians. And unlike Christian missionary schools where you would have to be a Christian to attend, this was not a requirement, although they were forced to some extent to attend prayers and participate in temple life in exchange for living there. And there was mixed responses. Some expressed admiration for the spiritual discipline of the monks, but that didn't lead to conversion. It led to a reinvigoration of their own faith and saying we should have this approach as well in our own religious traditions. Others accused Buddhism of being like witchcraft, saying that the statues and the cats were objects of suspicion. And one indicative example of the tensions that these interpreters felt at the temple. One day I woke up and one of the interpreters told me I had a fight last night. There was a spirit that came into my room. It was a very strong spirit. I haven't seen something like this before. It definitely wasn't from Tanzania. And he basically deduced that it was one of the monks that had attacked him in his sleep, and he had a bruised lip as well. So you can see that, while there is language socialization going on, there is not necessarily a submission to some sort of symbolic order of the Buddhist world, but many tensions involved. And we'll see that again in the workplace as well. So moving on to their experiences in the workplace, the temple was a good place to network with Chinese employees. They gained access to people that they probably wouldn't have otherwise, group chats, and they could secure interviews quite easily at the temple. And many of them discussed their experiences of being interviewed for the first time and not understanding the questions and having to try and improvise on the spot. And it is actually in these business contexts and interviews and in the workplace that they develop a whole range of new communicative strategies beyond simple linguistic ones. So one is just guessing and working with context. So a lot of the time when you're in a language you're not familiar with, you are kind of piecing things together and guessing. That's something that happened quite frequently. A boss asking you to go buy something from a shop and, saying, oh, sorry, can you say that again? And then he said it again, you didn't understand again. And then you just end up going to the shop and guessing or asking local workers to fill in the context. That's a very important part of being an interpreter. Then also they picked up special industrial, like vocabulary about industrial processes, which is very specific. They learned on the job, but also very creative cultural interpretation, for want of a better word. So when a Chinese boss is being incredibly rude to the workers, saying you're very lazy, what is going on? Why don't you work faster? And then the translation is, guys, you're doing a really good job, but we could just be working a little harder. That is an example which is very, very frequent of kind of creative cultural interpretation. But then also affective labor, because often you're dealing with people who are conflicting and have different interests and are sometimes very angry. And that might require repeating back what they want to say to them, saying, do you really want to say that? This kind of affective labor of negotiating between parties is an incredibly important skill in all contexts, but especially in Sino-African contexts. Now, this kind of linguistic flexibility is also seen in one example of a translator who went to Zambia, who was working for a Chinese miner there, who was at the temple before. And he said that when he was going past police checkpoints, he could now pretend to speak Bemba, because all it required was a couple of words and then a confident A, and then that could get you past. And so this ability to operate in multilingual spaces is something that they learned in the temple, but also applied in other contexts as well. Now, this sort of role as interpreter often is imagined as sort of the just translating words, but of course there are moments where intervention is possible as well. And a lot of these interpreters told me about cases in which they defended local standards and actually told their bosses that things weren't, you shouldn't behave in that way, or you should say, for example, sorry to the shopkeeper who was very annoyed that you were pulling things apart and not buying things because you were doing market research, right? So there was times when this translator told them to say samahani and, to say it properly, pronounce samahani properly to the shopkeeper. So there was moments in which there is not just simple sort of facilitation of economic extraction, but actually defending local standards, etc. And you can see actually one of the biggest forms of intervention perhaps is extraction from these contexts themselves, like in the sense that some of these interpreters end up quitting their jobs because they can't handle it and they don't agree with the foolishness, to quote one of them, that they witness in the workplace. So, okay, concluding. So here I've been trying to take, and I acknowledge there are a lot of linguists in the crowd who know a lot more about this than I do, but a sort of a sociolinguistic approach to Chinese language acquisition in Tanzania. And so the kind of ideas that I started out with, this idea of soft power, of Chinese language acquisition being a tool of soft power for the state or for religious organizations, assumes that there is some essential epistemic content in language, and that also that it is an object that is growing in significance and is attached unambiguously to the Chinese state or Buddhism, for example. But I think from the ethnography that I've given you today, you can see that these languages, Chinese, just like Swahili, exist in polycentric structures of significance. They move from class as, and have different indexical significances in classrooms and workplaces. And these individuals are encountering lots of different repertoires, from the secular to the religious and the convivial to the conflictual. So just a couple of things, I guess, in terms of if we're thinking of languages as resources rather than as objects in the world, then it is worth asking, what are these resources doing for the people involved? And I guess there are two things that I would say here. Firstly, obviously, economic empowerment and mobility. I won't give you the details, but essentially you get paid quite a lot as an interpreter, it turns out. So that was very important for these individuals who could pay back their families for putting them through school, etc., and really help out their kin. But also, and the most important thing here I want to say is that it did not lead to an uncritical pro-China stance, but in fact, this learning of Chinese gave them empirically informed and critical understanding. So a couple of examples just to finish. There was an event at the University of Dar es Salaam Confucius Institute, which was giving speeches, and everyone was very patriotic for Tanzania and for China. And one of the people who was very fluent in Chinese, who was actually working at the Confucius Institute, a Tanzanian, walked past me and said, "A lot of propaganda today, huh?" and laughed. Right? I mean, it's obvious that actually the more you know about a language, the more you can understand the cultural and historical contexts that are going on there. And then another example of one of these interpreters who was reflecting on a deal between a Chinese company and a local Tanzanian government, where he felt that actually the local government had not asked for enough in return for the rights to build a factory. And so anyway, basically you have these people who are developing very empirically informed positions on the China-Africa relationship, and I think that they'll be quite important going forward. I won't read these quotes because I've run out of time, but thank you.
Thank you so much. That was really, really interesting, and introduces a whole new, different aspect into the sociology we talked about earlier. Really nice. Our second speaker doesn't need much of an introduction, I think, even though she now disappears. Very good. Ida has been organizing the Swahili BARAZA for the last 12 years. We're very grateful for that. She is a senior lecturer?
Yes.
Senior lecturer in Swahili here at SOAS. She is also, as you all know, the famous translator of Abdul Rasagurna, the Nobel Prize winner. And we're very grateful for her actually to catch her, because she is so international at the moment. She is in such high demand. We left behind once you go, where is Ida? Where is Ida? Where is Ida? Because she goes to New York, she goes to Cape Town, she goes to Dar es Salaam, but we are very happy that she's in London today.
Give me a big head.
And she's talking about a new project actually, which she just completed, and there was a book launch in Dar es Salaam in the summer, which also was what we saw on social media, which was very successful. So she talks a little bit to us today about the retelling and reconstruction of Salama binti Rubeya and her work on that. And we have the online audience with us as well. Ida, thank you very much.
Thank you. Hi, thank you very much. Well, Lutz is never in London either. So, yeah, I'll try and time myself, because I didn't time myself before, and I don't want to mess it all up. Okay. So yeah, I want to talk about this new book that I have written with Salah Hamdani, who happens to be my mother. And it targets sort of like people who are like 18, 20 A-level students in East Africa. But all of you as well, please feel free to get a copy later. They're all outside there. So although the Indian Ocean has long served as a conduit of cultural exchange, trade, and resistance, yet its role in African historiography has often been marginalized. And within the African historiography, we know of heroics of Fumo Liyongo. How do I move to the next page? Oh, here, sorry. No? Yes, okay. We know of the heroics of Fumo Liyongo, the celebrated Swahili hero warrior. We have read about Princess Salme, who's there on the screen. Emily Rouet, the Zanzibar princess who eloped with a German civil servant. But of the ordinary people, we know very little, right? There are the 3 Swahili women that Mirza wrote about in the 1970s. They lived in Mombasa. And through them, we understand ethnicity, rituals, and life in Mombasa generally. And recently, Pat Kaplan wrote of Mikidadi from Mafia. And so we do have a handful of these life histories, but not enough, and especially not enough from women. And so this was one of the main reasons that led to the writing of Salama binti Rubeya. We have an English version, which is Memories from the Swahili Littoral, and the Swahili counterpart, which is Simulizi kutoka Bahari ya Hindi. We use transcripts transcripts from recorded conversations that Salha Hamdani, my mother, did with her mother around 1991, 1992. And then we expanded these into a narrative that I believe really reclaims a living archive of an African experience. So Salama binti Rubea lived in Kilwa. So Kilwa is sort of like southern Tanzania here, but it's coastal, sometimes referred to as mainland as well. It depends, sort of like what, yeah. And she was born around 1912. So this is the year that appears on her passport, but it's also the year that we agree upon following a recollection of events such as her family escape from the seaside of Kilwa Coast into Shamba, the interior continent. And this was while Britain and Germany were fighting along the coast. And so she was smeared with soot to cover her lightish complexion. And also we know sort of like this year, so this, because when you count back from sort of like when she had her children, this is the year that makes sense. So, but it could have been 1913, 1911, so around there, right? So she spent her childhood in Kilwa, I absolutely love this photo because this is the Kilwa of 1904, and that's a Kilwa of a photo taken by my student, Ishmael, 2 years ago. So not that different. So she spent her childhood in Kilwa. I'll put her up. Oh God, this went all wrong. Sorry, just 1 second. Okay, I mean, I'm really sorry about this image. It just went crazy. In Kilwa, where her grandfather owned a kiln, and the kiln cold pressed sesame oil from sesame seeds. And this was done through blindfolded camels. I have a photo there from Yemen. This was done a couple of years ago, where the camels would be blindfolded and walk around a kiln, and then a froth would be would sort of like come out, and that is sesame oil. And so when you listen to her life or when you read about her life, it really is a resonant account of coastal life, of gendered memory, and probably of cultural hybridity. So I say this because her mother was Mgindo, so from southern Tanzania, and her father had migrated from Hadramaut to Kilwa, Hadramaut in Yemen. Her father died when she was around 8, and it was following an accident like around the kiln. He hurt himself, had tetanus, and he passed away. So as a child, she was allowed to sit with her grandfather in this like office or living space, which is where merchants would come to do business. So sort of like she heard of how much things cost, etc. But what she enjoyed the most were poems that a young boy read to her grandfather from a paper. She memorized these poems. We have them in the book. Although those of you who are experts, when you look at the poems, you will realize like sometimes one poem is probably 3. I mean, this is decades later. So sort of like the last line is confused a bit. But I mean, this is what she says in the recording, and that's what we wrote down. So that's something I really want to look at properly later. So she desperately really wanted to hear the poems. When she got to be, after puberty, she was no longer allowed to sit with her grandfather because now she's a woman, she's around 13, 12. But she wanted to hear the poems, and so she devises a plan where she would sit in an anteroom that had a curtain. And then she would hear these poems, and her grandfather would make a point of making the boy repeat the poems like 3 or 4 times, so Salama could try and retain most of them. In her recordings, she talks of the sums of money her grandfather lends a certain Gawi, who was Maltese, a businessman who then spoke Arabic. So there was this kinship trust between her grandfather and the Maltese. And it is from that curtain that she sees her future husband more clearly. And so we can conceptualize Salama's life. So we can conceptualize Salama's life through Isabel Hofmeier's concept of the Indian Ocean as method, a trans-regional archive. So for example, as I said, her grandfather would buy the sesame seeds from farms around Kilwa. These are sacks that would be brought into their home. The camels and donkeys who were blindfolded would sort of like press the oil. And then a merchant called Ramju from India would buy them from her grandfather and sell sell them across the sea to India and the Far East. And so everybody has a role in these interlinked connections. Her grandfather, Bwana Mahfoudh, only makes the oil. Ramju, the businessman, takes it and sells it. You have a business relationship there. But she also talks of Ramju coming just to visit and having chai, ginger tea with lots of sugar that they would then sort of like consume and talk. The other merchant that she mentions, for example, Gawi from Malta, he sold copal. And so his relationship with the grandfather was just personal in that they had Arabic in common. And so, similarly, Sugata Bose sort of like looks at these kind of oceanic connectivities as they reframe a maritime Africa as a space where you have this cosmopolitanism, this coming together, people from different areas. And as I said earlier, these are all people who seem to have migrated from somewhere who would now come in this space that they would sort of like have language or trade in common. There's some interesting things that Salama says in terms of these people. So for example, she would say, Wayemeni walioa watu wa makabila tofauti, lakini Wamanga walioana wao kwa wao. So she was very adamant in that the Yemenis that she came across would marry sort of like other ethnicities, but the Omanis would just intermarry among themselves. So now for today, so this was just a background to the book and what I have in the book. And then it's interesting that she does not see herself as from the mainland, she's from Kilwa. But then there are other times when she perceives herself as from Kilwa. So she would say, for example, I'll give an example. She would talk about having decorations in her ears. So she had these decorations called yalbosi, which are gift wraps. Although not really gift wrap, they're these. They're not really gift wrap. It's like the Japanese, what do you call those things that you make things from? So then she would say that this style of having the albosi was considered a mainland thing. Sometimes people from Kilwa would have it. No one in Zanzibar, no one pierced that way. People wore gold earrings. They had very tiny sort of like piercings. But it was only the Africans who had these big piercings. But she had them as well. And so you have this fluidity, I think, of being that she brings within this book. There are some what I refer to as translation entanglements, and I sort of like in the transcript, in the first transcript, we see this in the way that she refers to different things. So, for example, in a conversation, she tells, I think it's in the next one. Yeah. The granddaughter sort of like asks her, when you go to the cinema, did people see you were dressed? Did people see how you were dressed? And all that. And she says, Thubutu. So we rendered this as wouldn't dare. But in a way, I think the term Thubutu carries a weight that is more loaded with patriarchal entanglements. That you wouldn't dare do it because it's just not allowed, because in this setting, women just don't do that, you know? But then when translating, I think we were more aware of we were shifting a text from Swahili into maybe a global audience that, into a global audience that needed more, maybe more explanation than usual, if that makes sense. There's quite a bit of loss that happens, I think, in this transnationality. So, for example, when she talks about the way of dress, and the child says, she says, oh, because the grandmother says, she only had her eyes, whatever. She said, oh, Bibi, uliva ninja, because the term for just having your eyes seen is called ninja in the 1990s. And the grandmother says, no, sikuvaa kizoro. I never wore kizoro. And you know, Zorro is this American a character from the 1910 or something. We could have translated this term as nikabu or nikab, as it is known now, but we didn't, because our thought really was that there is a reference to Zorro in this Kizoro, and that was important to bring across into this other sphere. I hope I'm making this sense. And so Hapana, si Kizoro comes, I didn't dress like Zorro, because that's really what the image is. And I think I've gone through this already. So what I wanted to say, my time has gone, and I think I just sort of like went everywhere in the middle there, but I'm really sorry. So these are just some examples that I've picked just from the transcript of the book. And I'm now trying to work on the translation properly to sort of like try and see how the retelling changes between Swahili and English. But I think in the final analysis, just to say that we have this lovely book that tells of a memorized memory of whatever, and in retelling it, I think we sort of like move away from it being static and shifting into a living, maybe evolving archive that some of us can have a glimpse of when we want to look at East Africa. That's it. Thank you very much.
Yeah, Asante Sana, very nice. Thank you for this wonderful talk. And again, thank you for keeping to time so nicely. Brilliant. We are ready for the final talk in the translation session, which is, it says so, played in Swahili, Nyere's last intellectual endeavor by Serena Talento. Thank you very much.
Habari zenu. Sawa, nianze kwa kusema kwamba nimefurahi sana kupewa nafasi hii ya kutoa mada yangu katika baraza la leo. Ni baraza la kwanza kwangu mimi. Basi niseme asante Ida na asante Angelica na wengine wote ambao walichangia kwenye maandalizi. Kwa kuwa nimetayarisha wasilisho langu kwa Kiingereza, basi sasa nitaingia Kizungu. So what I would like to do today is to share with you a project I have recently been involved to have recently started working on. So it's a kind of a work in progress. I have some directions, but I'm also exploring other directions this could take. And let me begin with a moment in history. In October 1999, just 4 days ago in historical time, Mwalimu Nyerere passed away at the St. Thomas Hospital here in London. And at the time of his death, he had just completed a translation of Plato's Republic. And this was his very last intellectual work he finished while receiving treatment for leukemia. That manuscript then remained unpublished and largely forgotten for 25 years until the end of 2024, when the leading Tanzanian publishing house, Kukinyanyota, with the support of the Mwalimu Nyerere Foundation and the network of people, including also Nyerere's former personal secretaries and his last personal assistant, then Ambassador Charles Sanga, they finally brought Jamhuri ya Plato back to life. Nyerere had first encountered Plato's text during his university studies while he was studying at the University of Edinburgh between 1949 and 1952 during his moral philosophy courses, where he also read Aristotle, the Stoics, and the Bible, and all texts who were going to have an impact on the development of his political thought. Now, although the translation was completed in 1999, its history seems to stretch much farther back. Saida Yahya Othman, for instance, mentioned a draft of Book 1 of the Republic dated 1968, which means more or less when Nyerere was also working at the translation of Shakespeare's The Merchant of Venice and the retranslation of Julius Caesar. As we know, Nyerere was a dedicated translator, and at the very height of his political career, he made translation a central activity and producing Swahili versions of Shakespeare. And even after that, translation remained both a personal passion and an intellectual commitment throughout his life. Plato's Republic is a foundational work of Western philosophy written around 4th century Christ era, and this is traditionally divided into 10 books and take the form of a dialogue between Socrates and other interlocutors. And through these exchanges, Plato reflects on the nature of justice by imagining an ideal city in which social harmony arises from a proper division of roles, so namely the three social classes of the rulers, the auxiliaries, and the producers. And the core idea of the idea at the center of the ideal city, there is the figure of the philosopher king, whose knowledge of truth and the good uniquely qualifies his or her to govern and to secure justice within the city. So justice is a central theme in this text, but other interconnected topics also enrich its discussion. For instance, we have discussions about the role of the purpose of education, the role of both women and men as guardians of the people, the theory of forms, the immortality of the soul, and the place of poetry in society. So what I would like to do here is to offer some preliminary reflections on Nyerere's translation practice, but also to see how the imbrications also with his political practice, and later focus on the significance of translation within the contemporary moment in which the text has been published. So basically, my leading questions are, what does the text say? And here I'm interested in the texture of translation. So what are its messages and in which way they are conveyed? But while I draw on several annotated and commented versions of editions of Plato's text, what I would like to do is to shift the focus from textual comparison to how the translation works in its new linguocultural context. And secondly, what did Nyerere want the text to say? And so how to understand the text, exploring what Hans-Georg Gadamer defined the reactualization of the meaning of the text, and comprehend what Gadamer also calls, I'm quoting, the fusion of horizons, end of quote, between the text to be translated and the one who translates the text. And finally, what does the translation event say today? So how the contemporary publication and reception of this work, which is detached from Nyerere's time and Nyerere's audience that he had in mind, produces new meanings and resonates with present-day East African readers. And so let me start with the first question. So, broadly speaking, Nyerere remains very close to Plato's text. So he keeps the structure of the text and retains all the cultural, mythological, literary, social, and political world of Plato. But still, there are many instances where we can feel Nyerere's presence as a translator. And I would like to read with you the incipit of the book. Jana nilikwenda mjini Pirayo pamoja na Glaukoni wa Aristoni. Kwa sababu haya yalikuwa ni maadhimisho ya kwanza ya sikukuu, nilitaka kusali mbele ya Mungu mke na kuona maadhimisho yenyewe. Nilipendezwa na maandamano ya wenyeji, lakini nilidhani kuwa hata Wathirakia nao waliyaendesha vizuri maandamano yao. So what we can grasp just from the incipit of the text, we can see that Nyerere, as he does in other his Shakespearean translation, Swahilizes names of people and places. So we have Pirayu, Glaukoni, Aristoni. And this is a localization that Nyerere sometimes operates also in at other levels. For instance, when he introduces an item that is genuinely East African, like the bow game. But now to go back to the example, we can also see another of Nyerere's strategies, which is simplification. For instance, at the beginning where we have Nilikwenda mjini Piraeus, where Piraeus refers to Athens harbor rather than the city itself. But I have to say this strategy is very rarely used since Nyerere closely adheres to Plato's text. Which is, I have to say, quite complex because you have a lot of extra-textual references and layered meaning that sometimes are difficult to grasp for a lay reader without commented and annotated editions. And we also see how Nyerere plays with the flexibility of the language to come up with new terms. For instance, when he needs to give a gender connotation to the Thracian goddess Bendis, that is the corresponding goddess Artemis, and Nyerere uses the compound noun Mungu Umke. Another significant aspect of this work is the presence of poetry in the Platonic text and how Nyerere engages with poetry. The Republic, in fact, incorporates verses from several Greek authors. We have Pindar, Hesiod, and most notably Homer. And although Nyerere generally adheres to the source, follows Plato's text, it is precisely in the rendering of these poetic passages that his creative agency becomes visible. And I would like to give one example that occurs when Adeimantus, that is Plato's brother, reflects on vice and on the human capacity to bend the gods to their will, through offerings and rituals. And I will read from the translation by Alan Bloom, where we have, and they bring the poets forward as witnesses to all these arguments about vice, and they present it as easy, saying that vice in abundance is easy to choose, the road is smooth, and it lies very near. While the gods have set sweat before virtue, and it is a long road, rough and steep. And they use Homer as a witness to the perversion of the gods by human beings, because he too said, the very gods can be moved by prayer too, with sacrifices and gentle vows, and the odor of burnt and drink offerings. Human beings turn them aside with the prayers when someone has transgressed and made a mistake. And here is Nyerere's rendition where he says, na kama kuthibitisha kauli zote hizi, hukariri usemi wa washairi. Wengine hutaja urahisi wa kutenda maovu katika ubeti kama huu. Si uchaguzi mgumu, maovu na udhalimu, na njiaye ni rahisi, tena karibu nasi. Bali kuupata wema, miungu imeshasema, lazima tutoke jasho, lisilokuwa na mwisho. Tena ni safari ndefu na njia ni mbaya na ya mpando. Wengine humkariri Homeri kuthibitisha kuwa watu wanaweza kugeuza nia za miungu kama anaposema. Hata na miungu nao hugeuza nia zao, manukato na uturi na matambiko mizuri. Harufu na ladha njema ya sadaka za kuchoma na ibada takatifu ndizo nyenzo timilifu kwa ambazo miungu nayo hugeuzwa nyoyo zao na watu waiombao ambao madhambi yao yamegeuza imani ikawa na walakini. So in Nyerere's, what I see in Nyerere's rendering is the flexibility to negotiating the source text, but also his capacity to expand, to adapt and embellish it in ways that foreground the interpretive dimension of translation. Perhaps the most interesting aspect of studying this translation, one that I would like to develop further, is in examining how philosophical concepts or complex notions are rendered in Swahili. And it is particularly fascinating to see how, in some cases, these concepts seem to engage in a direct dialogue with Nyerere's own political thought and philosophical ideas. An example is the key term virtue, which is a fundamental term in Platonic text. And virtue stands for the Greek arete, and broadly translate the specific excellence of a thing. So broadly speaking, arete virtue stands for the idea of excellence and capability. So that is the best quality a human being, but also a thing, can express and embody. And this is a complex and dynamic notion in Greek thought. Like Homer associated virtue to heroic excellence, while in the case of human being, of course, not of things. And Socrates shifted the focus to moral and intellectual excellence. And exactly in Plato's Republic, arete is the knowledge of the good. So only those who truly know the good can act virtuously. And so Plato ties arete to the realization of one's true nature, and excellence is achieved when each member of the city fulfills its proper function in harmony, leading to balance and self-realization. And in Nyerere's translation, the Greek arete seems to dialogue with the layered and complex concept of utu, which is a building block in Nyerere's political vision, to understand both the individual society and the individual and society, and that inform the ethical foundations of education and governance in Nyerere's idea. So we have Nyerere's notion of utu that is understood not merely as humanity, but in its moral content of human dignity, humanness, that speaks directly to the Greek concept of arete, so emphasizing the fulfillment of one's potential in both personal and civic life. And I want to read another passage from the translation of Alan Bloom. Should we not assert the same of human beings, my comrade, that when they are harmed, they become worse with respect to human virtue? Most certainly. But isn't justice human virtue? That's also necessary. And in Swahili we have, basi rafiki yangu mwema, hatutasema kwamba ni vivyo hivyo kwa watu pia, kwamba wanapodhurika huwa watu wabaya, yaani wabaya zaidi katika ubora na utu wao. Sawa, lakini haki si ubora wa utu, na hiyo pia ni sawa. Okay, I think I have to skip to my second question, where I would like to explore the reactualization of the meaning of the text, as Nyerere may have intended it. And I will offer just one example. I think I will just... It's distracting. I will offer just one example, but of course, there are many layers of meaning and many other fusion of horizons, as Gadamer termed them, that can be revealed in and through translation and that deserve to be discovered. So the Republic is a text that deals with law, governance, leadership, the ideal society, and the role of education in shaping a community. And thus all themes close to Nyerere's philosophical ideas. So we have many affinities. And furthermore, as Nyerere quoted Shakespeare in some of his political pamphlets and speeches, he also referred to Plato. And he did it vehemently in a speech in Dodoma in 1992. And then the speech was then republished in a book, Uongozi Wetu na Hatima ya Tanzania, published 1994, which is when he was still working at the translation. And this book addresses a number of challenges faced by Tanzania at the time, with a particular focus on the stability and integrity of the union. Uongozi Wetu discusses some of the threats to the union existence, and among which a series of actions considered unconstitutional. And one of these is the issue of the presidential term of office and discussions and campaigns to extend a president's term limit. In his speech and then in the book, Nyerere raises his objection, and exactly by referring to Plato, where he says, Plato, Myunani wa kale, alipendekeza kuwa mafilosofa ndio wanaofaa kuwa watawala wa nchi, maana wana sifa mbili muhimu. Kwanza, wana uwezo wa kutawala, na pili, hawapendi kutawala. Kwa hiyo, jamhuri ya Plato itakuwa na sheria ya kuwalazimisha mafilosofa kutawala kwa zamu, na mtu zamu yake ya kutawala ikiisha, atafurahi sana kurudia shughuli zake za falsafa ambazo ndizo hasa anazozipenda. Lakini nchi zetu hazitawaliwi na mafilosofa wa Plato. Watawala wetu ni wanasiasa wa kawaida ambao wanapenda sana kutawala, hata kama hawana uwezo wa kutawala, na ambao wako tayari hata kuhonga ili wachaguliwe kuwa watawala, na wakisha kuchaguliwa hawatoki bila kulazimishwa. Si busara kuwaachia wao wenyewe ndio wawe waamuzi wa lini waache kuwa watawala. So Jamhuri ya Plato might be read as a parable expressing Nyerere's dissatisfaction with leadership and political leaders in Tanzania, and at the same time as a parable illustrating, much like Plato, the principle of good and just leadership as Nyerere intended them. And I had to quickly go to the third question. It is short. And I want to add here another layer of refunctionalization of the text's meaning, and one that speaks directly to the East African audiences. The book has been promoted on the social media, on the publisher's social media a few days ago. And the promotional material not only celebrates Nyerere's accomplishment and the book's contribution to expanding the body of knowledge and promoting the use of Swahili as a language for discussing philosophy, it also highlights its relevance to the present day. And we read, for instance, on Mkuki Nyanyata website, ni mwaliko wa kuchunguza upya mifumo yetu ya kijamii na kisiasa kwa mtazamo mpya na matumaini. So, furthermore, while the translation is presented as a historical work intended as a legacy for new generation, in his introduction to the text, Balozi Charles Sanga make an explicit link to the 2025 elections. And he comments about how Nyerere is concerned that too many people were running for the presidency lightly and without a foundation in law and philosophy remains still relevant and urgent today. And further comments, swala halitakuwa tena ni chama gani kitashinda, bali kuhakikisha kuwa uchaguzi unakuwa huru na haki, uchaguzi wa amani na wenye utulivu. Kitabu Jamhuri ya Plato kitasaidia katika kuelimisha viongozi na wananchi kwa ujumla kutambua changamoto za nchi yetu, na kila mmoja ajitathmini kuhusu wajibu wake wa kutatua changamoto za nchi kwa maendeleo ya wote. Plato anasisitiza umuhimu wa viongozi na kila mwananchi kujali haki, maadili mema, siasa safi, hekima na busara, usawa, ukweli, uzalendo, utaifa, kupiga vita rushwa na unyanyasaji. And now one word for concluding. So Jamhuri ya Plato has multiple layers of literary significance, but also political resonance that deserve careful exploration, particularly in the light of the complementary relationship between translation and history. Nyerere's legacy as a translator sheds light on his political trajectory, but also the reverse is true. So his political trajectory illuminates his translation practice. This translation project by Nyerere, more than any of his other translations, demonstrate that translation can be understood both as a crucial component of political history and as an essential lens through which to examine such histories, as well as the refunctionalization again of these histories and their autonomous developments. And thank you very much, Asanteni.
Thank you very much indeed for this final talk. We had 3 very contentful talks in this session. I'm just checking. We have time for Q&A. Yes, we do. Very good. The floor is open for questions.
This question is for Theo Stapleton. So your project is looking at religious differences within Chinese Buddhist temples and Tanzanian Christians. And I guess maybe one case selection bias critique, there are many Chinese churches in Dar es Salaam. And for Tanzanians who are speaking Chinese, who are themselves Christian, they can practice Chinese with Chinese Christians in the churches, I should say. Why didn't you study ethnographically the role of Chinese languages and translation for Tanzanian Chinese speakers in the Christian context?
Well, probably because you know, you have a limit with anthropological fieldwork on what you can study, and there's like choices you have to make about breadth and depth. And for me, I lived in the temple for a year, and I was a Swahili Chinese English interpreter and driver in the temple. And I mean, just to get across the history of this religious organization, how it's come from China to Tanzania, is like there's quite a lot there, and there was a lot going on within the temple itself, so it kept me busy. But I mean, I think the point is well taken that these other contexts, and religious contexts specifically, are very amenable to the development of multilingual repertoires. And I'd be very unsurprised. And in fact, I did meet some of these Christians, and they came to the temple, in fact, for dinners, which is an interesting sort of syncretic moment. But you're right, and maybe we can talk more later about the Christians in Dar es Salaam and what the comparisons there could tell us.
Thank you. There's another question on you, please. Yes.
I thought your methodology was quite similar to Saidiya Hartman's critical fabulations that she uses in her Venus in 2 Acts short paper. I was wondering if you yourself saw some similarities, and also if using this methodology of creating a narrative through or inspired by a primary source, if that sort of harms the representative aspect of the primary source.
So I'm going to have to come up and say, I've heard of Saidiya, but I haven't read it. So maybe that's something I could do and then get back to you after that.
Okay.
But yeah. But can I also have a question while I'm here then? My question is to Serena. When I saw sort of like Nyerere's sort of like passage from in Uongozi, right? When he talks of leaders having to be philosophical, do you think he saw himself as the ideal leader? Because I mean, I know like when you look at Julius Caesar, I think he sees himself as Julius Caesar. Does he do that in terms of the Plato Republic? Or I haven't read it, so that's why.
Thank you for your question. Is it open? Now, okay. Thank you for your question. I think this is a very controversial question as well. Because you have, on the one hand, all these statements about like he wanted to self-retire, he didn't want to continue, and he didn't want to kind of set an example. But we also see a very strong presence indirectly, also through his literary practice. I don't know if I could say that the figures are like overlapping. I mean, for what I have read the translation so far, I don't see that like he's projecting himself. So, but also this is a very interesting question, especially for Julius Caesar, because many people debated him as being something which is always rejected. So when asked about the translation, he was always trying to take a distance from this and just adding other reasons for doing the translation. But this is a very a very interesting but very challenging question to which I don't know yet to answer.
Yeah, I also have a question for Serena, and Ida also may want to comment, but obviously we can't be a mind reader, but I'm wondering not just about the content of what Nyere chose to translate, but also the impact that those texts originally had. So the translation of ancient Greek works, had a big impact in Europe with the Renaissance. Shakespeare and the Reformation had a big sort of democratizing effect on literacy at the time. And I'm wondering if he saw, okay, these texts had a big impact at the time. Can they have a similarly big impact, not just because of their content and what I can say with them, but just how they speak to those themes? So yeah, maybe more of a comment if it's anything you've thought about or something that you have any perspective on or that you've noticed in his work. Thanks.
Thank you so much for your question. Yes, of course. The idea of using translation to have some kind of agenda behind that, which is like legitimizing Swahili as a literally intellectual language, this was very strong in all of his work. So I'm sure this also has something to do and kind of enlarge the corpus of text, especially at a very fundative era of the country that was experiencing. But I mean, the interesting thing is then how to say how it works now, because I mean, the text, he did it, but was never published, unfortunately. So we have this kind of window of time, we have this frame, and would be also interesting to see the impact that it will have now. I mean, already on the social media, you see like the publishers, they are already like quoting and then asking the audience, what do you think about this philosophical topic? So this is something which I want to further research, and this is very interesting. Yeah. So I mean, yes, basically to your question, yes.
I think in the interest of time, we probably have to, because we are running a little bit late, but I think we are ready for lunch.
Yeah, we're ready for lunch. Sorry to interrupt the chairman.
That's quite right.
No, just to say, yes, we are ready for lunch. Please come. Is a Swahili lunch being served? And we're going to try to come back by 2:15 max. Is that okay for Alina? Yeah.
Quite an interesting process. Then I translated into Swahili, and I was really frustrated when I was translating. I thought, I cannot go on. I was in this translation process of deverbalization. I could see the concepts, but I didn't know how to express them. I was really lost. So I asked Mr. Google to help, which was really interesting because Mr. Google does not suffer from deverbalization, and there is always a solution. And you read something and you think, oh, this is nonsense. How can you say such nonsense, Mr. Google? But then you have something that you can actually use to reflect and to take it from there, right? So I think it was quite interesting to also consult Mr. Google for that. I have a few samples, but I don't think we have enough time to show you actually what Mr. Google did and how we discussed about it. But I wanted to mention a few concepts where I really struggled with the translation. Well, obviously, taumazein, the astonishment. So, of course, even in English, you have multiple options how to translate it. Astonishment, amazement, wonder, all of these have been used in the history of philosophy. Of course, the concept has a long history. In Arabic, so Arabic philosophers translated Greek philosophers quite a lot. They use the root ta'ajub, so basically what you have in Swahili is ajabu, ta'ajabu, sta'ajabu, and so on. I initially had mshangao as astonishment, wonder. I consulted Dionys Kindata, who is a PhD student at Leuphana University in Germany. And he said, well, mshangao is like too weak. Maybe go for sta'ajabu. So I went for sta'ajabu. Thank you, Dionys, if you can hear it. So that was actually relatively easy, although there was this kind of basic decision what to do about it. Phenomena and appearances. Yeah, so taumazein is the structural principle, or expresses the structural principle, or principles structuring phenomena beyond how they appear. How do you express that in Swahili? So that was really something quite complex, I think. And in the end, I went for for Husserl, who says vitu, things. Basically, we encounter things. So for him, what we see around us is things themselves, as he says it. So I said, vitu vienyewe, or vitu vilivyo, njeya monekano wake. And now the monekano, of course, is very interesting because the translation starts having its own life in Swahili, right? You first translate monekano, appearance, and then suddenly kuonekana, of course, has, grammatically speaking, a lot of content in it. Yeah, it is reciprocal. It is this kind of static. So it expresses the common experience of seeing something, of something being visible. So I thought that in that sense, the translation started really saying something on its own, which was already in another culture. So for me, this was really a very interesting process. What have I? Yes, of course, there were a few funny moments as well. So Albert is a charmer, of course. And he said, j'étais séduit. Yeah, I was seduced by the Czech Republic. Now, of course, that's a very ambiguous concept, right? So, and he says it in a very ambiguous place. For the English, I decided enchanted. I was enchanted. I did the same for Czech. So basically, I took away this kind of ambiguity from there. Now for Swahili, of course, what do you do? I mean, I was like nimetongozwa, not quite. Then I thought, I checked dictionaries, well, nimerogwa. And I thought, well, but nimerogwa, you know, it's like witchcraft. And how strong is that witchcraft meaning in that? I mean, what is? So ultimately, I had nimevutiwa and nimeruhusu nivutiwe. But again, I ran it by Dionys, and he said, well, if you are really in love with something, or if you like something strongly, and I don't know, I mean, I saw Ida laughed, so I wanted to know what you think about it. You can say nimerogwa. So I thought, okay, let's put it there, and we have nimerogwa. What else? I think the most, there was the taming, apprivoiser. You let the culture apprivoiser, tame you. Now, that was already quite a hard nut to crack when I was translating to Czech, because in Czech you can tame a lion, or you can domesticate a goat. Yeah, so you have two words. So is Albert actually taming a lion, or is he domesticating a goat? Right? Not easy. And then for Swahili, I gave up. I gave up completely. I found kutiisha, kufanya uwe mnyenyekevu. What else? There were kufuga, obviously. So that was not really something that sounded well there. So in the end, I just put kuelewa. Yeah, very, very boring. No one laughed. That was actually. And then the most interesting passage, and again, thank you, Mr. Google. The passages that where he speaks in Chiluba are really interesting. Yeah, there is one. For those of you who speak French, you could see that the Swahili was off. Yeah, the one where he quotes from Mabika Kalanda in the beautiful Baroque library of the Clementinum in Prague, and this is actually a significant setting. We wanted him to speak Chiluba right there because it was a kind of way of bringing the language into a local center of learning. Right, the Baroque library, which was founded, I think, in the 16th century, it's like the pride. It's iconic for Prague, and you can never enter these places. We were really, really lucky and happy to be able to enter this particular library. You are only shown from outside normally. And now looking at the old globes, 17th, 18th century, it was really amazing. And he brought his language into that setting. Yeah, so the connection between the setting and the language was really important. I once heard a story of a young boy from Eastern Europe, actually, speaking a language which is, a minority language in the UK. It doesn't matter which one. I think it was Albanian. But he went to a library in London, and he found a book in his language, and he was very happy. Yeah, so Albert, of course, did not find a book in Chiluba in Clementinum, but he brought the language in that way. And then he says there, they hide things from you. And then he says, so the Mabika Kalanda through Albert translates it as by telling you nonsense in foreign languages. That's what the French says. We left it for the English, but for the Swahili, I took the passage, I put it in Mr. Google, who now has Chiluba and Swahili, and Mr. Google just blew my mind. You wouldn't believe what Mr. Google said to that. So basically in Chiluba, you have, they speak to you in Mifuanu. Yeah, now Mifuanu is the same word as in Swahili mifano. And Mr. Google said mafumbo. Wow. Now they speak to you qua mafumbo, and not as well, or not through, but and in foreign languages. So there are like two ways that politicians can confuse you. by speaking kwa mafumbo and then speaking in foreign languages. And now, of course, mafumbo, I think Mr. Google had a great cultural competence there, because mafumbo has such a huge history in Swahili poetry, and I would say in African poetry in general, basically using metaphors. Yeah, I always think of the first line of the first stanza of Abdulatif Abdallah's Mamba, where he speaks, I think I copied it somewhere here, basically, Neufumbe, wafumbao, how is it? Wawezao wafumbue, something like that. I had it in the slides anyway. So basically, kufumba is to communicate reality through metaphors, through this kind of other meaning. And I thought that was really, really interesting for the translation of this short text. So I took the liberty to translate that more directly than Albert did. I think those are there were many, many interesting passages that would merit attention, but I will conclude on just one last observation, that the film really, we connect, if you like, cinematographic or filmic procedures. So in this case, this was the narrator, this was this ostrañenie, this basically defamiliarization of reality through art, is connected with the philosophical aspect of taumazein, of astonishment. And then, of course, it's also connected for him with the philosophical, political, and sometimes it can be even religious context and concept of tabalai, yeah? Amkeni, wake up, yeah, wake up people. So you know that is a concept which is also important in Swahili culture, in Swahili poetry. Again, Abdulatif has Amkeni Wasafiri, right? There is a very interesting poem, and there is also this religious and cultural mwamko in the era of the Ujamaa and so on. So in that way, I saw that the Swahili text started having its own life. Yeah, and it started speaking to different contexts, which are completely absent from the French and English translations. And for me, this was really quite eye-opening as a translator, I have to say. And then, of course, you have the connection with the images, which is also interesting for the translation. I will stop there because I would really like to hear some feedback from you. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So this was really amazing because I watched this yesterday with the English, and I do think that the Swahili is a lot better. I mean, especially with the songs, you know, like the Kijiwe songs and the poetry. I think so. Just two questions. The first one is, language is really centered, especially at the beginning of the film. So why does Albert speak French? Is that sort of like we exist in multiple languages idea, or why did he not speak in Chiluba throughout? And then the second thing is the girls say, is that Careless Whisper?
Sorry?
Yeah.
Yes.
The girls, yeah. So why Careless Whisper? Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much. So why French? We had the policy of letting people speak as they felt they wanted to speak. Yeah, so we did not tell them now speak in this language or that language. Albert was available to speak with people in Chiluba or in French as they chose. And he himself, well, he studied in French. I mean, you cannot deny that scholars are basically more fluent in French, for instance, than Chiluba. However, that's the second step. Yeah, that's really the step of translation. And we want to compensate for this through the act of translation. So obviously this is a subtitles only translation, but for Chiluba in particular, we are working on a voiceover. So he will make, but it's very demanding. Voiceover is difficult. Subtitles, it's quite easy, but for the voiceover, he will basically do the whole film in Chiluba. So we will do that for Chiluba, and we are going to screen it with this voiceover in Chiluba in Mbujimai, beginning of next year. Yeah, and then for the girls, should I invent something, or do you want an honest answer? That's the only thing they could play at that moment. And yeah, and they were not very willing to play. We paid them because I told them, well, you work for it, you deserve, you know. And then they were more willing to participate, and we basically told them just play whatever you can, play it on loop, and they will film you, they will put something together. And that's what they did. Sorry, but I will invent some better story for next. I keep inventing stories.
My question was also about the music, and also the fact that there was, you know, like a lot of slow-mo. The music especially, I think, gave the whole film quite a sort of melancholic feeling, and I was wondering what the intention was behind that, because I felt like you could have put a completely different soundtrack and given the film a completely different feeling.
Thank you. So again, the music, it has a meaning, right? But not all music has a meaning in the film. Some is just for the kind of melancholy feeling. Some is to, you will find that it really makes the absorption of ideas better, I find, when he speaks, and you have this kind of dum, 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 you know, and keeps playing in my head all the time. But the music that has a meaning is African in the film. Yeah, so there is a clear distinction between European and African music. African is just for the atmosphere, for the mood, and what European, I mean. And African, it has this meaning that Jacques speaks about. So I think there is a really distinction between this kind of atmosphere music and then music as a semiotic system. Yeah, so which is the choir that is at the end, if that makes sense. Yeah, the music was selected by the filmmakers, but we all fell in love with especially this tam-ti-tam. So I asked them to put it everywhere, and it will be something. So this is actually part of a series of documentaries, and this music, this tam-ti-tam, will connect all the parts of it. Although there will also be, of course, other sequences of music. So yeah.
Okay, thank you very much. I think we need to move to the next panel, unfortunately.
Okay.
But if anybody has other questions for Alina, we can continue later on. I think it's time. Is that okay?
I will just say maybe one last thing, which I would like to say. I mean, there is a lot that we had to leave out from the film. I got that question yesterday, and but we have a website which is under construction now, where we will put all the other interviews. We interviewed a lot of women, actually, who did not make it to the film.
I think, yeah, that was one of my questions about the
Which
role.
was a pity. We tried, but it was really not in the logic of the narrative. However, the other part, the next one about Rwanda, is centered around a female protagonist, and there are also a lot of female interviewees. So it really depended on what we got. But we have very interesting interviews in Chiluba of women speaking about, for example, what is Africa to them. Yeah, a young girl who had earrings, Africa, and we asked her, you know, what is Africa to you? What does it mean that you have these earrings? Are you African? Being in Bujimai, which is a very, if you like, provincial part of, well, it's not, they called it village, although it has 3 million inhabitants. So you have been to the village, right? They meant this huge city. But so it was really interesting, but it did not relate to the main narrative. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Oh, sorry, you did not have much.
No, I'm sorry to cut off, but because we have 2 more panels to go through, it's already afternoon. Okay, so we are calling the panelists for the panel on literature, please.
Yeah, could we have Christina Nicolini. Neema Luhuago is going to be online, I believe. Patrick coming back, and MC Nash. We'll start with a poem by Ndiho. She can introduce herself. Go on. So maybe, yeah. So Ndiho spent a year a summer in East Africa. And there's a poem that Ndiho composed while in Unguja. It's called Wimbo wa Unguja. So, sikilizeni.
Yeah. Mambo vipi? Sawa Mtanza. Wimbo wa Unguja. Ukulele unalaza Unguja nzima. Kama mikeka baada ya chakula. Sauti tofauti zinafika kila sehemu. Hata katikati ya mbavu na nyuma ya mifupa. Sauti ya Zanzibar inafanana na hayo mapigo ya mwilini. Kama kilio cha damu inapokimbia.
Asubuhi inapoanza jua linarudi tena, lakini halisahau joto lake. Mawimbi ya ubawa yanafuata mawingu. Wito wa ndege na habari zinacheza peponi. Wito wa kusali unasikika. Milango inafungikwa na kizuizi dhidi ya sauti nyingi zinafichwa. Kwanza unasikia wauzaji wanapanga maduka yao. Vitenge, mavazi na kanga zinakaa tulitu. Baada ya upepo wa bahari. Ala, zimekumbushwa wimbo wa bahari. Hata kama unafika ndani kabisa kiswani, baadaye unasikia. Hivyo husukuma na huvutwa ili kufundishwa na mwezi. Tunashukuru somo lake la kutengeneza ratiba yetu. Bila hiyo miezi kipande cha kwaya ya Nguja itaondoka. Miguu yake inapiga ardhi kwa upesi wake. Hivyo uamuzi unatengenezwa uruke juu ya mitaa. Unasikia sauti mpya. Kama wasemaji bado hawajafika umri ya miaka 13 na wanacheka kama maisha bado ni rahisi, na kama kufurahi ni kazi zake, na kama share yako unasikiliza zaidi, utajua wanacheka kwa nywele zako. Hata hivyo, kudhihaki hukuwezi kuzima mshumaa iliyotengenezwa na huruma. Hata na sababu ovyo, wachekaji wanafurahisha. Unaendelea kutembea. Juu ya sauti unanusu harufu tamu, pamoja na sauti ya viazi vinavyokangwa. Akili yake inagawana. Kwa kipande kimoja, hivi vyakula vinaongeza njaa yangu, na njaa bado vikiwa moto. Na kwa upande mwingine, nani anachoma nyama kwa saa 2? Ni muda wa uji, sio mishkaki. Maswahili haya yanaingia wimbo wa Nguja. Muda unaendelea kukimbia, lakini sauti moja habadiliki. Mbali kama mitaa 3 pale, na wengine karibu sana, labda nyuma yako. Wazee wanafanya baraza. Kila kona, zinazidi mistiki, pikipiki na hata paka. Vyote pamoja, hizo sauti za Zanzibar zinatengeneza wimbo wa kipekee kabisa. Mapigo maalum katika dunia. Huu wimbo wa Unguja.
Asante sana. Asante sana. Kama umewahi kuwa Zanzibar, unajua kwamba milio ya paka na pikipiki yote inasikika kwa wakati mmoja. Kwa hivyo tutaanza na Dr. Christina Nicolini kutoka University of Turin, na yeye atazungumza kuhusu traveling through the mind, identity formation and cultural decolonization in Swahili post-colonial literature. Amebadilisha, atawaambia mwenyewe. Asante.
It's going to be about Swahili literature published by missionary presses, particularly by Ndanda Mission Press. So this work is the result of 1 year or a little bit more of archival research that was conducted in missionary archives, not only at university, but particularly in general houses of missionary institutions, such as the Institute of Consolata Missionary, the White Fathers, and the Missionary Benedictine Sisters of Tatsi. And there I collected quite a lot of moralizing and educational fictional texts, particularly published by the Ndanda Mission Press. And among those, I selected 19 texts published between 1980 and 1993, with the aim of looking at not only catechetical principle, but also Christian moral virtues, more implicitly or explicitly intertextualized inside novellas or short novels and dramas published by this publishing house. And particularly, we know that the Benedictine missionary arrived in Dar es Salaam for the first time in 1887.
And a year later, they established their first educational center at Pugu. However, it was immediately destroyed during the Abushiri revolts. So they started moving southwards. And in 1905, all the missions were destroyed once again during the Maji Maji rebellion. But later on, they not only re-established all those missions, but they also moved further toward southwards. And in 1913, they established the Apostolic Prefecture of Lindi. Then it was later in 1931 divided into the two abbeys of Peramio and Danda. Particularly in Danda rose as an important community, the most important Christian community in South Tanzania, run by the Benedictine sisters. And there they also established Danda Mission Press, so the publishing house, which was founded in 1934. And there they specialized firstly in publishing religious books, so translation of the sacred scriptures, but also educational religious books about education, catechism, and so on. But they didn't stop there, because in fact they also established this entertainment program in the 70s, and from the 70s to the 90s, those publications were really the protagonists somehow of Swahili literature, particularly with those subgenre of crime novels, love stories. And so in a way, so they also contributed of this Africanization of Christianity through particularly two processes that can be this idea of meta-praxis, so explaining somehow the philosophical reasons behind certain religious praxis, but also intercultural exegesis, so a kind of relation and a negotiation in between two texts, the source text, in this case, the scripture or the catechism, so the religious text which translated, and then the fictional text, so the novels or the drama in which those principles were not only inserted but reinterpreted. One example of those that can be considered Nyampara's collection translation of Utenzi wa Zaburi, which is the translation of 28th Psalm, but readapted and transformed to fit the metric and the verses of the Utenzi. But in this presentation, we'll focus more on a particular theme, so the 10 Commandments, as they were reinserted and explained throughout the 19 texts that were selected. So the first things to say is that we have not only the original version, so in the Old Testament, but especially the catechism of the changes updated by the catechism of the Catholic Church. In this case, we know that the second commandment is no longer there, but they split the 10th into two. And what we found in the Swahili version is the translation from the Catechism of the Catholic Church, not from the original that we can find from the Old Testament. As we can see in one of the first Danda's translation of the 1955. Then we have obviously the shortest version of the 10 Commandments, that is the one which we can find in the New Testament, so in Matthew 19, 89, and 19. And more in general, when we speak about this catechesis, we look not only at this teaching, which includes not only the 10 Commandments, but also this sacramental preparation, which is also something that we will find inside throughout these fictional works. So basically, I divided into groups, in 5 groups, the analysis, according to the 5 pairs into which the 10 Commandments are usually divided. So we have the first group, which is the respect for God and devotion. So you shall have no other gods before me. And in there we have 2 novels. Then religiousness in general. So particularly there it's the section devoted to the sacraments, marriage, and the other 7 sacraments. Then the third group is the respect for the family, honor your father and your mother, and you shall not commit adultery. And we have quite a lot of novels in this section. Then fourth, the humanity, you shall not steal and you shall not kill. And here we have particularly crime novels. And finally, in the fifth group, the respect for the community, you shall not covet in general. We have a novel here. Starting for the first group, so you shall have no other gods, we have this short novel, Kijicho Shamkeremeta, who basically is telling the story of 2 friends. One of those is the one who has a forgiving heart. And so he, quoting from Matthew 5, he decided to forgive his own friend who tried to bewitch him because of jealousy. So he said, Lakini mimi na wambieni, wapendeni maudhui wenu na kuwaombea wale wanawadhulumu. Ninyi mpate kuwa watoto wa Baba yenu aliye mbinguni, kwa maana yeye huwaangazia watu wabaya na wema, jua lake na kuwanyeshea mvua watu wema na wabaya. We have also the final section, the final part in which we have this old lady, which in a way is taking the parts of kind of priest. So he's testifying the public confession about the guy who tried to bewitch his friends, and so she leads this public confession, quoting also from Genesis 4. And in the end, we have this idea of these 2 commandments, that you shall not covet your neighbor's gold, but also you shall have no other gods before me, trying to apply through pagan practice, like in this case, Uchawis or witchcraft is condemned as it was a kind of pagan practice in this novel. Siku and Ondocha also it's really similar in the sense that we have this, it's really demonstrating the untrustfulness of traditional healers' prophecies. And so they also, in a way, disfavored, even not completely rejected by the author. And for the second group, instead the one about sacraments, we have this novel, Talaka, which basically is promoting Doayaki Katoliki, so Christian and particularly Catholic marriage. And it's quite strong in denounces all the other traditional kind of marriages, as we can see from this dialogue. Sofia, she is the protagonist, and Padri Ninahamu Yakupokea Yesu Kristo moyoni mwangu katika komunyo takatifu. Nasikitika hali yako ya kimaskini mbele ya Mungu, ni mwiko kupokea Eukaristia. Unajua sheria ya Eklesia, ndoa yako ya pili ni kama si kitu mbele yake, si ndoa halisi, ni hali ya wawara tu. Eklesia haikubali talaka. Mbele ya Eklesia, ndoa ya Wakristo si mkataba tu usioweza kuvunjika, lakini pia ni sakramenta. Siku ya kipaimara mwanangu atakomunika, na mimi sitaweza kusindikizwa kwenye meza takatifu. Sheria za Eklesia Katolika ni ngumu mno. Sheria ya Mwenyezi Mungu ni mume moja kwa mke moja, mke moja kwa mume moja. And so. Same time also this Serapius Comba in his funny comedies, he's also explaining how we have in the first case in Sitaki Kufungando, it's the case of a family who brought to a priest their children so as to be baptized, but the priest refused completely to do so because he discovered that the couple were living in cohabitation, but they were not married. And in the second comma is also Ndoa Bilarusi from the same authors. We have the example of 2 couples. One of those were married and the other were just living in cohabitation. And so in the end, the married couple persuaded the other couple to get married, but they did so completely by secrecy because they were ashamed for having not done these things for so long. And the third group is said this tragedy Hadadza Maisha, which is also explaining the respect for parents. It's the case of a young girl who is using and spending the money she obtained from the family instead, not for her studies, but for just having fun. And in the end, she got pregnant and without any support. And so she realized that she should have respected more her parents, also quoting from the Bible. Misani adani chukizo kwa Bwana, so the fact that she was not sincere also. Tamadza Maisha also it's a kind of retelling of the parables of the lost son, but from a female perspective. So through the story of Vicky. And instead, in the second group, subgroup of these novels, we have novels like Balala Ukewenza or Ukewenza himself that are explaining, particularly they're denouncing polygamous marriage as a kind of anti-Catholic kind of marriage. So showing particularly from female perspective all the difficulties that women can face inside of polygamous marriages, and they have also this message of but at the same time they are also criticizing male who doesn't care about their family, particularly they're denouncing adultery, as in this quotation from Matthew 5, and that we can find at the end of the novel. The group of You Shall Not Steal and You Shall Not Kill, as we said, it's particularly the crime fiction series which conveys this message. We have, for example, in Shija's novel Balala Ushangingi and Tapeli Lakike, it's particularly emphasized the punishment for female immorality. And on the other hand, we have this strange novel, Nimekoma Sitaru di Athena, which is the story of the protagonist basically is committing a lot of crimes at first without having any kind of punishment for those, but in the end he started realizing through a kind of self-consciousness, or a lot of section of this kind of repentance that he felt, so he started also quoting from the Bibles and some commandments, like, for example, you shall not kill, which actually is told by the protagonist through the example of a parallel story. And also during one Sunday morning, he went to attend the Mass, and he also said to himself that you shall have no other gods before me, and remember to keep holy the Lord's Day. We have also a tragedy in this group, Sofia Wagongo-Lamboto, which is also denouncing stealing, but also other the engagement in occult and forbidden practices, because in fact the two protagonists can steal from the protagonist Sofia through the practice of witchcraft. And so we have the quotes of Deuteronomy 18. And finally, this novel is written by a father who studied at the Peramio Abbey. And in fact, in Lada Yameshe, he wants to give the idea of a proper Christian life. And in fact, he is, for the protagonist, explain the command of you shall not cover your neighbor's wife, you shall not bear false witness against your neighbor, and particularly you shall not commit adultery once again, and you shall have no other gods before me, condemning practices as witchcraft witchcraft, which is condemned as superstition. And finally, the novel ends with these quotes from Leviticus, so love your neighbors as yourself.
2 minutes.
Yeah, I'm on very few slides. So we can find a kind of in a way, both intercultural disagreement, but also multicultural harmonization, because we can find this kind of two paradigms, quoting from Niebuhr's Christian culture, which are particularly this kind of Christ against cultural model, that it's the one that we found in while addressing Christian marriages, because the Christian marriages is looked as the only proper kind of marriage, while polygamous marriages are described as the nest of jealousy and hatred. And at the same time, when we engage with traditional healing practices, which are debunked as swindlers and blamed as superstition. So in this case, we have this strong disagreement. But on the other hand, it is this attempt of having a kind of Christ above culture, so trying to connect Afro-communitarian principle with Christian values. So we can say that this stream of Swahili literature can represent medium for both intercultural exegesis of the scripture and meta-praxis of the catechesis, trying to articulating their own catechetical epistemology in between agreement and disagreement with Christian moral virtues in general. So, thank you.
Thank you very much. So, Neema Luhuago was meant to join us online, but she hasn't joined. So I think maybe that's not happening. Irene couldn't come, but she informed us sort of like after we had printed this out. So her name was still there. So now we are happy to welcome Dr. Patrick Malloy from Hauki College. I probably say Hockey, there you are. He was like Haukeye. So dawa za kikwetu ni sawa na rupia na hela. Interrogating the discourse of medicine in Mamboleo, 1923 to 1954. Karibu sana.
Good afternoon. It's a pleasure to be here with you. This is my second baraza, so I'm delighted. So as Ida just said, my presentation is called Dawa za Kikwetu, and so let me begin. Within months of Great Britain taking the mandate to govern the newly renamed Tanganyika territory from the League of Nations, the Department of Education launched a Swahili language monthly periodical called Mambo Leo, or Matters of the Day. Swahili, the new government hoped, would serve as, quote, an effective instrument of social and cultural evolution. The Jamaican anthropologist David Scott has argued that one of the significant modes of colonial power operated through the introduction of new skeptical forms of knowledge, new forms of discernment, of judgment, among its colonial subjects, which would create a break with the past. So following Scott's argument, I want to argue that Mambo Leo was not simply propaganda, but an effort to evolve a new kind of common sense among literates and those around them. This new common sense embodied a skepticism and critical stance about aspects of Tanganyika's pre-colonial past, and in particular, in this case, uganga, or medicine. Oops, just a second. Sorry about that. So I just say before we start that the material I'm discussing here was collected during a week at the Maktaba Kuu in Yataifa in Dar es Salaam, and I've sadly not had a chance to work with this since that time. It was a somewhat incomplete collection, but mostly there. So Mambo Leo was first published in 1923, and it presented a number of what we might call improving articles of general interest. The authorship of these articles was sometimes European, sometimes Tanganyikan, and sometimes anonymous as well. And in the first year of publication, it had a number of interesting articles. This one about the opening of Tut's tomb, another about the various cultural practices of drinking tea versus coffee, and yet another one that talked about the mosquito, one of our enemies. Another feature of the magazine was places for readers to write in and to publish letters. So there was a section, oh, I'm sorry, you can't see that. This is a section that appeared every month called Habari za Miji, and it had reports from the various different regions, the various different provinces of the territory. And then there was also Sanduku La Post, and you can read the motto here, where the editor takes no responsibility for what's posted in the letters. And so these were places where we see a lot of interesting letters posted. I cannot 100% prove this to you, but at least from the set that I had to work with, the very first issue was in March of 2023. And if that was indeed the very first issue, the very first article published in the magazine was Mambo ya Uganga katika nchi hii. There was no author given for this article. And in the article, as we go through it, whenever Uganga or Dawa is talked about and it's unqualified, it's understood to refer to Western medicine, the medicine of the newly established colonial state. When it was qualified, such as in Dawa za Kishenzi, Dawa za Swahili, Dawa za Kienyeji, it's referring to Tanganyikan medical practices. To kind of dive a little bit deeper and to put us into some context here, for the colonial state, medicine was, I think, both wedge and an alibi. And in roughly the 1920s, to kind of think of what medicine looked like, what medical technology looked like, there were relatively few curative medicines. Things like sulfa drugs and antibiotics would still be decades away. There was, of course, quinine. There were effective treatments for wounds, and there would be a fairly quick discovery of a bismuth compound that would be effective against yaws. There was effective, if somewhat cumbersome, vaccination against diseases like smallpox. And I think an important feature, an ability to identify microscopic pathogens, but not always to treat them. And there was also, coming from European tradition, a robust legal tradition of government intervention into public health at various levels. As far as Tanganyikan therapeutics, it's a little more difficult for me to quickly summarize, but let's say there was a wide range of ideas about disease, diagnostic practices, and various interventions. These therapies often focused on a group that was broader than just the individual sufferer, and sometimes they could almost look like public health. As a historian, I'm going to do something that my wife, who's a literary professor, scolds me for. I'm going to cheat, and instead of going further to talk about the various kinds of Uganga, I'm going to steal from Shaban Robert, who in Kufikirika gives us 6 different kinds of Uganga. He says there was Uganga wa Mizizi, Uganga wa Makafara, Uganga wa Mazinguo, Uganga wa Hirizi, Uganga wa Mashatani, now Uganga wa Ramli. So in this sense, these are some of the various different kinds of Uganga that Mamboleo will later gather under terms like Uganga wa Kishenzi. All right. All right. So this first article, I should say, kind of I want to say that it sets the stage for the way in which Uganga will be discussed in Mamboleo in the following years. I'll also say this article has no author that's explicitly stated, but I deeply suspect this was a European colonial officer who wrote it, although I can't prove that. There's a number of things that it will set out. It'll speak about the authority with which these foreign Waganga will claim to have their medical knowledge, largely through the completion of their medical education, Kuhitimu Ilimu ya Uganga, and also from their knowledge of Asili ya Maradhi. And they'll also tell us that the work of medicine, the work of these waganga, is to oversee, to look at anything that has to do with the health of the people in the country. And the other interesting remark that they will make, and again, we've got the sort of the language of astonishment here, but sadly not the beginnings of philosophy, but rather the opposite, the kind of closing of it. The thing which will astonish the Wazungu is that Black people are often late to go to the hospital to ask for help from Bwana Mganga, so that people are, in a sense, that the colonial government is kind of amazed that people are not taking advantage of the great benefits of their doctors. The author will go on to assert that the authority, as I said, of the colonial doctors was their knowledge and education. But it was the resistance of some of these people to that medicine that they would define as ujinga. So here you can see again, tena baadhi yao hawajapata bado kufahamu jinsi ya wagonjwa wanavyoweza kusaidiwa na wale waliohitimu katika elimu ya uganga. Forgive me, it's been so long. Only in my head do I speak Swahili these days. Bali hudhani hata leo kama maradhi yao yatokea katika uchawi na mambo mengineo. Kwa kweli kusema hivi ni ujinga tupu. So this sort of statement of ignorance, of ujinga will be a constant throughout these things as they come on. I'll also note, interestingly, this is perhaps this is the first, and as far as I know, there's only one other time that the word uchawi shows up in the pages of Mambo Leo, even if it, to a certain degree, haunts many of the discussions of that. The other interesting quote, and this would be interesting to hear from people afterwards, is this sentence. Unfortunately, I'll probably not be able to go into it, but this has always struck me as a strange statement. There's a bluntness to it. I wish Martin were here with this. And this is that asili ya maradhi, this claim of authority through the source of disease, this ability to visualize, to be able to see microorganisms, even if often you can't do anything about them. And here in this article is the description of malaria. Ugonjwa wa homa unaletwa na wadudu wale wadogo sana wanaokao katika damu ya watu. Again, this is perhaps familiar to us, but I often wonder what people made of this in their first encounter with some of these statements. Okay. All right. So in later letters, some of those people who, the ujinga of some people is something that will be repeated many, many times. You can see it in the titles of some articles. You can see it in discussions about the damage that traditional medicine or uganga wa kienyeji does, in the danger of savage medicines and so on. And most of these stories are all dealing with various kinds of polemic letters and the tragic needless deaths of people who continued to use traditional medicine. So we've got in some cases, let's see, there was in some cases dawa ya kishenzi, dawa ya kienyeji is said to be ineffective, and we're told about how people's children die. In other cases, the medicine's effective, but the mganga themselves are unreliable. There's a story about a man who was having stomach trouble. He went to the mganga for a purgative. He got it. It was all too effective. And when someone was sent back to get the dawa ya kufunga, the mganga was nowhere to be found, and the poor man died. And there was another example here in especially the the third one here, excuse me, the second one, Hasaria Uganga wa Kienyeji, in which a woman goes to an mganga and asks for some dawa ya uzazi, some fertility medicine, but complains to the mganga that it makes her sick. As she writes, or as is written in the story, the woman says, dawa yako ulionipa si nzuri, mganga akafanya ubishi, kisha akataka apewa ile dawa aionje mwenyewe. Akapewa, alipokwisha kunywa papo hapo alipatwa na ugonjwa vile vile. Kesho yake akafariki mganga mwenyewe. So many of these stories are about the sort of tragic adherence to these medicines. But of course, I suspect even within traditions in Tanganyika where there's respect for Waganga are often spoken of rather like they are in sort of Western medical texts, where there's a certain amount of suspicion of doctors, of quacks, and all of these. And as an illustration, in another letter published in Mamboleo, there was this lovely quote from Shaban Robert, that which goes into the Mganga's bag never comes out. And so there was the possibilities that Waganga could be foolish, fraudulent, or perhaps greedy. And so we get stories like this one, Kukumbwa na Shetani, in which we are given a list of all the different shetani that can cause people problems. My favorite being, if the mgonjwa akiomba yai, sigareti, na mvinyo, huambiwa ana shetani ya kizungu. So we've got this, and he kind of complains about all the expense and effort that must be spent in dealing with such shetani, and that the amounts could be ruinous, right? As he says, Mambo hayo ya filisi. There was also the dawa ya mali, in which a young man pays some 300 shillings for a magical medicine that would create money, and the next day he finds that the pot is filled with nothing but sand, and his 300 shillings has flown, as well as the mganga. Another one that is pretty interesting is an account of a ventriloquist mganga who spoke through a gourd named Filippo. And then perhaps the strangest of all, a story that frankly I don't know what to make of, that we're told is set in a beer house, in which the writer sees two horns coming out of a back room. The horns start fighting with each other until one horn is swallowed by the other. So kind of strange. So we see sort of two different notions of this idea of Ujinga as they're developed in Mamboleo. There's the notion of Ujinga Utupu, as I showed in that first article, but then we have the author of one of the others, the author who wrote about the Mganga who died from his own medicine. Rather than talking about the Ujinga Utupu, he compares this medicine, or contemporary, he compares dawa ya kienyeji to, as he says, dawa za kikwetu ni sawa na rupia na hela. I think there's an important difference here that we can see. To the extent that the writers are talking about Ujinga Utupu, I want to argue that they're making an ontological distinction, that the dawa ya kienyeji is superstition, right? That while as this dawa is the true dawa, the real dawa, the dawa that understands the origins of disease. What's interesting by the author of Hasara Juya Uganga wa Kienyeji is he's making a very different kind of argument. There, the Ujinga is not that people are foolish or superstitious, preferring immaterial or non-existent agents of disease, but rather that the medicine has, in a sense, is more like a kind of currency, and this currency is no longer being used in the Tanganyika territory. And in that invocation of currency is interesting. It's a kind of invocation of something that the philosopher Michel Serres called a quasi-object, something that's not entirely natural, not entirely cultural. It's a mixture of all of those. And I think that statement is a deep insight into the ways in which this medicine worked. I'm going to jump ahead here in the interest of time to give you just a little bit here, there to give a sort of second opinion. The monopoly over print by the colonial regime was ended in 1937 when Erika Fia published Kwetu, a nationalist paper. And here we can see a number of interesting articles. If Ujinga was the theme in Mamboleo, talking about various forms of Tanganyikan medicine, the theme here is cruelty, the cruelty of the hospitals. In a sense, it's an answer to that question of why people were late in coming to the hospitals. And there are various stories about these different kinds of cruelty. And indeed, if you look at the descriptions of the hospitals, it tracks very well with that. Cruelties about food, about treatment, and so on. There's not a lot about medicines, but there was one article called Dawas aqui Africa, and you can see it here. And the author starts, first of all, by scolding a writer to Mamboleo, who had been published a couple of months before, about lauding the wonders of the hospital, that everything was free. And the author here, Faraji, says, it's not free. We have paid for all of this with our tax money. This is ours. And then referring to medicines, he writes rather sarcastically, Je, wazungu walipokuja Africa. I always have trouble with this, but when Wazungu came to Africa, did they find all the Africans dead? Had everyone died of disease? Remember that before they came, we had medicines of our own. We were only defeated in the manufacture of bottles. And that statement is a particularly interesting one, especially when taken with the editor's sort of editor's comment after this letter, that what he's arguing here is that, of course, there were medicines before this time, and when he suggests that there were such medicines, in his letter, he's suggesting that the Waganga should continue to produce medicines, continue to write them down, and that all of these things will strengthen African medicines in Tanganyika. And it's the first sort of defense of these various kinds of traditional medicines. But it's also interesting because given this statement about bottles, given the statement about writing down medicines, about measuring them, he's describing a medicine that really only, I think, fits with that first type of Uganga that Shaban Robert mentions, the Uganga wa Mizizi. Some of those other forms are not there. There are other places we can look besides print where we can find people speaking about other kinds of therapies, other kinds of medicines, but time is up, so I need to stop there.
That's amazing. Thank you so much. Thank you very much. So we now have the last presentation of this panel. That was brilliant, Patrick. Asante sana, Patrick. Kwa hivyo ni mchango wa muziki wa dansa katika ukombozi wa Kiafrika. Karibu Nash MC. Nash MC is an artist from Tanzania, and we're very happy to have him. He arrived yesterday from Dar es Salaam. Karibu sana.
Habari za jioni. Safi. Nimefurahi watu wengi wamewasilisha kwa lugha ya Kiingereza, na mimi sasa nitakwenda kwenye Kiswahili moja kwa moja. Na asanteni sana. Mada yangu ama wasilisho langu linahusu mchango wa muziki wa dansi wa Kiswahili katika ukombozi wa nchi za Afrika. Kumekuwa na vitabu vingi vimeandikwa ama machapisho mbalimbali yakielezea muktadha mbalimbali katika ukombozi wa bara la Afrika, lakini muziki wa dansi umesahaulika ama wataalam, mimi si profesa ama daktari, lakini wataalam wa lugha ama wa historia wamesahau kwamba muziki wa dansi wa lugha ya Kiswahili umechangia kwa kiasi kikubwa sana, kwanza kukuza lugha yenyewe, lakini pili kuendeleza harakati mbalimbali miongoni mwa nchi za Afrika, kwanza kuelewa lugha ya Kiswahili, lakini pili kuunganisha umoja wa nchi za Afrika kupitia nyimbo za muziki wa dansi. Sanaa hasa muziki wa dansi imechangia kwa kiasi kikubwa kwenye mapambano ya uhuru barani Afrika. Kihistoria tunajulishwa kwamba miaka ya 1880 na 1912 wazungu waligawana bara la Afrika na nchi zote zikawa chini ya utawala wao isipokuwa labda Liberia na Ethiopia. Na baadhi ya maeneo ya nchi za Afrika Magharibi nchi nyingi zilikuwa chini ya Ufaransa, lakini pia hata Afrika ya Kaskazini baadhi ya nchi zilikuwa chini ya Wafaransa. Waingereza wao walikuja wakatawala Afrika Mashariki na Kusini, na hizo ni nchi ni sehemu ya Sudan na Somalia, Uganda, Kenya na Tanganyika kwa miaka ile, Zanzibar pia, Nyasaland, Rhodesia, Bechuanaland, Basutoland na Swaziland. Lakini Wareno wao walitawala sehemu ya Guinea, Angola na Msumbiji na visiwa fulani huko Afrika ya Magharibi. Kwa uchache nyimbo ambazo nyingi zilizotungwa kutoka kwa waimbaji wa miaka ya kutoka 55 kuja mpaka miaka ya 70. Da International, Marijani Rajab alikuwa na wimbo unaitwa Sikitiko, lakini kulikuwa na wimbo wa Polisi Jazz Band ambao ulikuwa unaitwa Miaka 10 ya Uhuru. Tutaangazia nyimbo hizo, lakini kulikuwa na wimbo wa Kilwa Jazz unaoitwa Shime Watu Wote. Kulikuwa na wimbo wa Kiko Kids Jazz Band, wimbo ulikuwa unaitwa Tanganyika na Uhuru. Pia Mbaraka Mwinshe na wimbo uitwao Afrika Oye. Kulikuwa na vijana wa Afrika na pia wimbo mwingine unaoitwa Afrika Yetu. Ni Mbaraka Mwinshe na Morogoro Jazz Band. Pia kulikuwa na wimbo wa Frelimo kutoka kwa Nuta Jazz Band. Hizi ni baadhi ya nyimbo tutakazozisikiliza na kuona ni waliweza kuchangia kwa kiasi gani ama zilikuwa zaidi zikilenga kitu gani kipindi hicho. Na kupitia kazi hizo tutasikiliza na kuangalia namna maudhui hasa ya kimapinduzi yalivyokuwa yakiwasilishwa. Tutaangalia mchango wa kazi hizo katika kupigania uhuru na baada ya uhuru kwa nchi nyingi zilizo kusini mwa jangwa la Sahara. Pia tutaangalia hoja muhimu ya namna gani uhuru ulihamasisha ubunifu wa sanaa na vile vile kwa namna gani ubunifu huo wa sanaa ulisukuma kupatikana kwa uhuru katika nchi zingine za Afrika na nafasi ya Kiswahili ilivyobainishwa na kudhihirishwa upya wakati huo, pia katika uhusiano na lugha nyingine za Kiafrika. Namna uhuru ulivyohamasisha ubunifu wa kisanaa. Kazi za kisanaa kupitia nyimbo zilizokuwa zikitungwa kabla ya kupata uhuru zilikuwa na maudhui ya kuhamasisha watu kuungana na kupambana dhidi ya wakoloni, na hata baada ya uhuru ubunifu huu ulihamasisha shughuli mbalimbali za kimaendeleo na kuhamasisha nchi nyingine kupata uhuru. Mfano, wimbo wa Tanganyika na Uhuru kutoka kwa Kiko Kids mwaka 61 ukielezea namna TANU kupitia viongozi wake walivyopambana kuipata Tanganyika na uhuru wake. Ninaweza kucheza kidogo na wimbo wa Kiko Kids, Tanganyika na Uhuru, wimbo wa mwaka 1961. Huu ni wimbo wa Kiko Kids Jazz Band ambao waliutoa baada ya mwaka 61 Tanganyika ilivyopata uhuru, na walikuwa wakionyesha shukran kwa viongozi mbalimbali wa Tanganyika, kuwashukuru wakitaja majina ya kina Rusinde, Nyerere na Kambona na wengineo wengi. Mzee Topani anafikiri ana kumbukumbu nzuri za nyimbo kama hizi. Lengo lao ilikuwa ni kuonesha namna gani walivyojitahidi kuwashukuru na kuwakumbuka baadhi ya watu waliopambana katika kuhakikisha Tanganyika inapata uhuru wake, lakini pia kuwajulisha hata watu wengine ambao walikuwa wafahamu pengine kuna watu majina gani ambayo yalikuwa yapo katika kupambania juhudi za Tanganyika kuifanya kuwa huru pia. Pia ukiacha wimbo huu wa Kiko Kids, kuna wimbo mwingine unaitwa Shime Watu Wote kutoka kwa Kilwa Jasmine. Wimbo huu ulitoa hamasa ya kuendelea kufanya kazi na kwamba watu wanapaswa kusikiliza maneno ya viongozi. Mfano wa maneno hayo yaliwahi kusemwa na hayati Mwalimu Julius Kambarage Nyerere, it can be done, play your part. Na wimbo huu unaweza kuwa wimbo huu wa Kilwa Jazz ni wimbo ambao unaweza kuwa unaitwa Shime Watu Wote, na nitakwenda kucheza kidogo na kuendelea. Be done. You are party. It can be done. Kama ambavyo mmesikia, kwa tafsiri rasmi inaweza kufanyika, kila mmoja awajibike au afanye kwa nafasi yake. Walikuwa baada ya uhuru na miaka mitano, Kilwa Jazz Band walikuwa wanahimiza watu kutoka maeneo mbalimbali kujadili na kufanya kazi sana za kimaendeleo baada ya kupata uhuru, kuona ni namna gani kama Tanganyika itakuwa pamoja na kuweza kutoka kule ambapo walipokuwepo wazee wetu miaka ile na kufanya kazi kwa pamoja. Ndio maana ya shime watu wote. Lakini nyimbo hizi pia ziliunganisha vizuri sana kimakabila, kwa sababu wimbo kama huu ulikuwa umefika maeneo mengi sana katika ndani ya Tanganyika na hata nchi za jirani. Kwa maana hiyo watu wengi waliweza kusikia na kuweza kuungana kwa pamoja, kuweza kushirikiana katika hatua mbalimbali za kimaendeleo, kwa sababu nchi za Afrika nyingi baada ya kupata uhuru zilikuwa zinajikokota kuyafikia maendeleo yao. Kwa hiyo ilikuwa ni lazima kuhimizana ili waweze kupata maendeleo. Pia kulikuwa na wimbo unaitwa Miaka 10 ya Uhuru kutoka kwa Police Jazz Band. Ni mfano wa wimbo ambao ni zao la uhuru, kwani kwenye wimbo huo kunaelezwa maisha baada ya uhuru na ahadi ya Mwalimu Nyerere kwamba baada ya kipindi cha miaka 10 basi pengine waliokuwa watawala wa Tanganyika wangeweza kuja na kuona maendeleo ya Tanganyika, na ilikuwa ni mwaka 1971 ambapo tayari Tanganyika ilikuwa imeshaungana na Zanzibar na kuwa Tanzania. Na wimbo huu tutausikia kidogo, miaka 10 ya uhuru, na kuweza kuona nini ambacho kilifanyika kidogo. Hiyo karibu Mwingereza aje ajionee. Ilikuwa ni kutiana moyo, lakini licha ya kutiana moyo ni kuonesha kwamba hatukuwa tumejidogosha, kwa maana ya kwamba walichokuwa ongea wazee wetu katika nyimbo zao ni kuhakikisha kwamba, kwa sababu kipindi kile nchi zetu za Afrika zilikuwa bado zipo chini sana kimaendeleo. Kwa hiyo ilikuwa ni lazima watokee watu wa kuweza kutia nguvu, kuonesha kwamba tunaweza, hakuna ile hali ya kukata tamaa, kuwa wanyonge. Kwa nyimbo hizi babu yangu mimi alikuwa anacheza bass katika Kilwa Jazz, alikuwa anaitwa marehemu Jabir Adnan bin Nasir. Wakati nakuwa aliwahi kuniambia kwamba wao walikuwa wakijitahidi mno kuhakikisha kwamba wanaondoa hali ya unyonge kwa watu ambao walikuwa wakisikiliza hizi nyimbo. Kwa hiyo wazee wetu wengi walikuwa wanajitahidi sana kuhakikisha kwamba tunapunguza hali ya kuwa chini, hali ya kuonekana kwamba sisi bado hatujaendelea. Kwa hiyo nyimbo hizi zilitumika zaidi kuunganisha taifa kwa pamoja, kwa sababu kwanza unaweza kusikia Kiswahili walichokuwa wakitumia ni chepesi sana. Hawakutumia maneno magumu, kwa sababu kila mmoja anayejua lugha ya Kiswahili aweze kuelewa kwa urahisi. Kwa hiyo ujumbe unaweza ukawa umefika kwa kukusudiwa. Lakini pia namna sasa kazi za sanaa zilivyosukuma kupatikana kwa uhuru katika nchi zingine za Afrika. Nasema kwamba katika kazi za sanaa kupitia nyimbo ama ubunifu wa utunzi wa kimashairi wa muziki wa dansi zilichangia kusukuma kupatikana kwa uhuru katika nchi nyingi barani Afrika kama Msumbiji, Namibia, Afrika Kusini, na hasa ulipoondolewa mfumo wa ubaguzi wa rangi, yani apartheid, na nchi nyinginezo. Hapa nitacheza wimbo unaitwa Sikitiko wa hayati Marijani Rajab wa mwaka 1976, akionyesha akionyesha nia yake ama ujumbe wake akiufikisha kwa hisia sana ama kwa dhati sana kwamba kuhusiana na hali iliyokuwa ikiendelea Afrika ya Kusini kwa nyakati zile. Ni wimbo mzuri na naupenda sana. Huyu ni hayati Marijani Rajab, jabari la muziki Tanzania, na ni moja wa wasanii ambao wamenishawishi kwa kiasi kikubwa katika utunzi wao na wapenda kupitiliza. Alikuwa kama unavyosikia Marijani Rajab anajaribu kuonesha kwamba si watu weupe wote walikuwa wabaya. Anasema watu weupe wachache wasio na wenye roho mbaya, roho za kikatili, kwamba alikuwa mwandishi ama mtunzi anafahamu si watu wote wanakuwa wabaya. Sasa hiki kilikuwa ni kipindi ambacho Afrika ya Kusini ilikuwa ikipitia ubaguzi wa rangi, na ilikuwa ni kipindi ambacho kinahitaji sana kuungwa mkono kwa pamoja, na wengi mnafahamu kwamba Tanganyika ama Tanzania ilikuwa ni kituo cha viongozi wengi sana wa Kiafrika walikuja pale kuweka kambi mbalimbali ili kutafuta amani katika nchi zao ama uhuru katika nchi zao kwa miaka ile. Kwa hiyo unaweza kuona ni namna gani Marijani alikuwa akiandika wimbo huu katika hisia kali sana. Sasa Marijani Rajab anajaribu kuweka wito, anatuita kwa pamoja, wito kwa maana ya kwamba wajibu sasa, wito Afrika lazima tuikomboe kutoka kwa hawa watu weupe wachache ambao walikuwa wakifanya vitendo vya manyanyaso na vitendo vingine vibaya kwa watu weusi wa Afrika ya Kusini. Kutokana na muda nitakwenda katika kuhitimisha nafasi ya Kiswahili wakati huo na uhusiano. Hitimisho nitakwenda kusema kwamba tunaweza kusema kwamba kwa kazi za kisanaa, hususan nyimbo za muziki wa dansi, zilisaidia Afrika kulinda utamaduni wake, amani, umoja na usawa, na kupinga ukoloni na ubaguzi wa rangi. Kupitia viongozi kama Mwalimu Nyerere, Watanzania walihamasika kusaidia ukombozi wa nchi za Afrika dhidi ya uonevu, dhuluma na unyanyasaji. Shauku na msukumo wa kutaka ukombozi wa kisiasa na kiuchumi ulishawishi Tanzania na Tanganyika ya wakati ule kusaidia kwa hali na mali harakati za ukombozi kusini mwa jangwa la Sahara na Afrika kwa ujumla. Uhuru wa Tanganyika uliopatikana kupitia nguvu ya Watanganyika wote mwaka 61 ulikuwa ni nuru na uliweka mizizi na umajumui wa Afrika katika kuendeleza harakati na ukombozi wa Afrika. Urithi wa ukombozi uliotokana na harakati za kudai uhuru ni sehemu ya urithi wa utamaduni. Nimemaliza na nashukuru sana.
Yeah, thank you very much.
Asante sana.
Thanks, son. So, okay, listening to you with that song, Karibu Mwingereza Uje Unione. So, okay, welcoming back the British to come to the country. It makes me think of Nyerere, sort of like translating Shakespeare during that time as well. It's like 10 years after, so we were busy.
Yeah.
So, do we have any questions for the three? Yes, at the back. And let me check online as well. So
the question will go to Dr.
Yeah.
Thank you for
Hello.
your presentation.
Thank you, Dr. Patrick Malloy, for your presentation, which I found very intriguing. For the first time, somebody has spoken about published work around Mganga. So I come from East Africa, Kenya, and we cannot differentiate between Mganga, Mrogi, and Mchawi. It's also possible that the Mganga who gave medicine that didn't work and later took it and died may have taken a prescription that was supposed to be given by a different practitioner. And I was just wondering whether there's more literature written around that. I'd like to talk to you after this on many subjects.
I would be delighted. This is relatively sparse. I went through the run of Mambo Leo looking for articles related to medicine, Uganga, and related subjects. And I came up with, I think, about 70 or 80, some of them very short, some of them longer. And this is a sampling from some of those. There's not as much as I'd like, but those letters are, as I tried to show, are remarkably rich and have some really fascinating insights to them. And so even in a situation where I think with Mambo Leo, it is an attempt to kind of create a sense in people to distrust the Uganga. Even there, you've got people writing and comparing it to those currencies, that it's not foolish in a sense because your faith in Uganga is a faith in something that does not exist. Rather, this is something that's no longer current. It's been superseded, not necessarily by something better, but by another regime, medical regime, let's say.
Thank you. Anybody else? Yes, please. And then there's somebody there. Maybe we can probably take 3 questions and then they can respond. So they're all in the same. Okay. Yeah.
Yeah. Thank you very much. This goes again to Dr. Maroe. And thank you for publications which you go through medicine. I've never heard about those publications, but I've learned a lot as a medical practitioner who studied in Tanzania and now I practice in the UK. I've noticed that there was a gap. When Western medicine was introduced, there was no transitional. People were not educated. So it was like they were forced, you have to go to the hospital. And it was not Ujinga, it's ignorant, the way they put Ujinga like, foolishness. No, when you say Ujinga is like foolishness, so they have to use the word ignorance, that they were not aware of the education of Western medicine. So this is the thing which I think we need to go back and learn. And also people, they didn't, when the Western medicine was introduced, it was like the traditional medicine was forced to be abolished, which I think it was very wrong. And also people, they didn't have funds to go to hospital. So when the Muzungu came, they were wondering why these Africans, they don't come to hospital. But remember, there was no infrastructure, there was no education, no communication. So it was a lot of gap which was not identified. And the Viongozi, the administrator those days, they just had like in their mind that these people, they don't understand this. So I think the gap was there was no transition about, and then there was no education. The public health pathway was not followed, which even now, when you introduce anything anywhere, you have to go through traditional leaders. So they're supposed to go step by step, introduce, educate traditional leaders, then traditional leader educate people in the simple language, then people could become aware. And also, I think then people, they were like called the dawa za kishenzi. Yes, this word I heard when I was little, dawa za kishenzi. But I think we were wrong. All Africans, even Africans leader by then, they were wrong to tell people that this is a foolishness medicine. They are supposed to tell people that your medicine are good. Because at the moment at Muhimbili Institute, there is a department for traditional medicine, and you can find most of African medicine, they are very good. Even now we've come to UK, I've gone back, now we are starting eating our traditional food, because we find like instead of women who gone through menopause to start going through the therapy, you can eat food which rich in estrogen, like soya milk, yam. They have a high level of estrogen, and there is no side effect like breast cancer. So I think, yeah, there are a lot, but I've learned a lot, and thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Yeah, that's amazing. Let's take the other comment, and then one more from here, and then we come back. Yeah, if you can just be like, if you can ask a question, would be good. Yeah, go on.
Hello. Oh, I think I want to talk about hip hop. Yeah. Thank you very much. You covered a very difficult area because it's wide, and Tanzania was very rich in music around that time. I think even now it's there. And I just wanted to know why, partly you said your grandfather played with Kilwa.
Kilo Jazz Band.
Kilo Jazz Band.
My grandfather too, by the way.
Oh, so there's a Kilwa. There's a
His name was
bias. Yeah, I think there's a Kilwa bias here.
There's a Kilwa bias.
The point I wanted to make is that I like my journey as well, but there are some issues that were raised which are celebratory than just protest. The music, like, African music, unlike African American music, is not so much about protests. There's a lot of celebration. And there were areas that Tanzania led a lot in East African community.
Yeah.
Or in the move to Ujamaa, and there were songs by Mbaraka and so many other areas, and you've not picked on them. And there are several bands that even coming to multi-party democracy, which is called TOT, the Tarab group. You've not covered that.
I think you only had 20 minutes. Did you have a question?
Yes. Sorry. The question is the successes. Why didn't you cover them very much?
Okay. And then I think that side, there's a couple of questions, and then we'll give it to just that side. There's two there, and then the panel can respond. Thank you. So, kwa nini umesifu, hujazungumzia kwamba labda walikuwa wamekosea hivi au kuwa kuna makosa? Utamjibu baadaye.
All right, thank you very much. Mine is going to be very brief, and it's also directed to MC Nash. Thank you very much for covering that area. Now, I was just following the progression of the messages of the music that you played. The first one, I think, is Before Independence, and it's kind of captures the mood, like mobilizing the people in readiness for independence. Then immediately after the independence, the next music urges people to work hard that we can achieve to build this stable society. And then it moves on to the last song that played in, I think, 1972. And this song particularly talks about the white government wasn't entirely bad. Not all white people were bad. So in a way, it captures the mood, which to me could mean there was some failures in political system. And this is now my question. Now, since music has been moving or changing according to the mood of the times, what kind of message do you think political music should be about now in Tanzania or Africa? Thank you.
Yeah, kwa hivyo nataka kujua unahisi kwamba sasa hivi ujumbe gani ndo unatakiwa kuwepo kwenye nyimbo, si ndio? Sababu wale mwanzo umeshamwelewa. Poa. Last question, and then tea is going to be removed in 13 minutes. So literally we have to balance the tea and the questions.
Okay, I'll be very quick so we can get tea. My question is for the first two speakers who talked about the print worlds. So I think I missed who is writing in the Ndanda missionary press. Is it the German Catholic missionaries, or are they doing it in tandem with local people? And then I wonder if, for the both of you, how is it possible for us to capture the response to this text, right? So we know a lot about what is being written, how it's being written, the themes and whatnot, but is there any way that we can get at the receivership, the people on the receiving end of this mass communication?
Okay. Nikumbushe swali la kwanza.
Yule kwanza alisema, what was the first question? Ulizungumza manake?
First question. Nataka urudie. Rudia swali. Ndio vizuri, ndo nataka hiyo
advancement, the progression wa Tanzania, zile vitu Tanzania kama Isabel community na kulikuwa na nyimbo
okay.
Yeah, okay.
Nafikiri umechagua hizi tu na kuweka TOT umeweka hizi tu.
Yeah, TOT kwanza ukisema bendi ya TOT ni bendi ya mbele kidogo, naifahamu, ni Tanzania One Theatre, ni bendi ya miaka ya karibuni na hususan ilikuwa ni bendi ya jeshi na ilikuwa ikiongozwa na hayati Captain John Komba. Nimechagua nyimbo hizi kwanza zinanirejesha katika mada yangu husika ya muziki wa dance. TOT nyimbo zao za dance zilianzia miaka ya 2000 kipindi cha hayati Banza Stone, lakini kutokana na muda ningeweza kucheza nyimbo zingine ambazo zilikuwa zikiongelea maendeleo baada ya uhuru ama maendeleo yaliyokuwa katika nchi zetu Kenya, Uganda na Tanzania, lakini muda umekuwa mchache. Nimecheza baadhi ya nyimbo, lakini natambua kwamba yapo maendeleo ambayo yalifanyika na zipo nyimbo ambazo zilikuwa zikitumika ama zilitungwa kwa ajili ya kuelezea hiyo progression ambayo umeielezea. Nimekujibu vizuri? Sawa. Nakuja kwenye swali lako. Kama unaweza kuwa na mtafsiri wa Kiingereza karibu. Mimi nimekuelewa na nitakujibu kwa Kiswahili. Umeuliza kuhusu kwa sasa hivi unafikiri ni aina gani ya nyimbo ama zinahitajika kutokana na mabadiliko ya nyakati na muda pia kwa miaka hii ya karibuni, si ndio? Unafikiri ni aina gani ya muziki unaweza kuwa katika kuleta ujumbe ama katika nchi za Afrika? Hata mimi nimekuwa nikijiuliza swali hilo miaka kwa miaka hii ya takriban 25 ya uzoefu wangu katika sanaa. Nikirejea miaka ya nyuma kama nilivyofanya hapa, nyimbo nyingi sana zilikuwa za miaka ya kuanzia 60 mpaka kufika 85 ama 90 kamili. Nyimbo nyingi sana zilikuwa ni za muziki wa dance, hususan kwa nchi zetu za Afrika Mashariki ama Afrika kwa ujumla. Hatukuwa na muziki kama hip hop ama rock ama aina nyingine za muziki ambazo zilikuwa zimeenea kwa kiasi kikubwa. Wao waliokuwa wakitunga nyimbo walitunga zaidi kuangalia muktadha wa kipindi kile, kuna nini kinaendelea. Lakini cha kushangaza, wasanii kutoka kizazi cha miaka ya 90 na hususan nije kizazi mpaka tukisema wanasema kizazi cha watoto wa 2000 kumekuwa na shida kubwa ya wasanii wa miaka ya hivi karibuni kushindwa kutafsiri maendeleo ya Afrika kuleta kwenye nyimbo. Hiyo ni shida sana ambayo mimi nimeiona. Kwa sababu leo hii nyimbo nyingi za wasanii wa Afrika unaweza kuzitazama katika mtindo wa nyimbo za starehe sana, si mbaya, lakini je, tunaiwekaje Afrika katika hadhara ya kimaendeleo, kwa maana ya kwamba wasanii kama wasanii wa zamani walivyoelezea kuhusu uhuru na masuala ya mapambano kwa kipindi kile kwetu tulikuwa tunahitaji uhuru. Je, sasa baada ya Afrika kuwa huru, ambao uhuru huo pia wengine wanaosema bado uhuru wa bendera, lakini baada sasa ya kupata uhuru, sanaa, ubunifu kwa ujumla ama nyimbo zimekuwa zikitungwa za aina gani? Tuna nyimbo za aina gani? Nafikiri unaona bado tuna changamoto nyingi kama Afrika, lakini yapo maendeleo makubwa yamefanyika. Nani wa kuyaleta mbele? Ndio hiyo shida. Hata mimi swali hili najiuliza sana. Wasanii wa miaka hii, nyimbo zetu tunazotoa ni za kustaajabisha mno, haziendani na muktadha ama hali ya Afrika navyoifahamu mimi Afrika nikiitazama. Kwa hiyo hata mimi najiuliza swali kama lako. Asante sana.
Vizuri sana. Unastaajabisha imekuja hapa tena Alena. Maybe just very quickly kama mtaweza kujibu. I think the alternative medicine was just a comment, right? That now at Muhimbili we have a department of alternative medicine. Yeah. Ndanda.
About the author, yes, none of those were missionaries or local peoples, and among the 19, only 2 were priests. The other are, some of them are also Muslim, because there's also to consider that obviously the authors needed to balance in between what the guidelines from the publishing houses and what they really wanted to express. So generally speaking, most of the authors try to have to reach this idea of ethics and moral values more in a really broad sense, and then they try to adjust a little bit with the Christian guidelines. But in some cases, we know particularly about the 10 Commandments, for example, for the New Testament, it's just the same for all the 3 Abrahamic religions. So also Muslim people get involved in that. So there were Muslim Christians. And to say the truth, the smallest percentage are Catholic priests who wrote the novel, at least those that I selected. About the audience, it's really difficult to say, but I think those novels none of those have become really popular, to say the truth, and they're also not so contemporary. So they were written between 1980 and 1993. So it's also difficult to say, but as far as I know, since much of those texts were just in their archives, completely full of dust, I don't think they are really read nowadays. So probably they didn't become so popular in general.
All right. Thank you very much, everybody. Thank you. Can quickly maybe go for like a comfort break and come back for the last panel that Angelica will be chairing.
Okay, welcome to the final panel of the conference. I can see our audiences is a little bit shrunk. It's been a long day for everybody, but thank you for staying on. And I'm really pleased to welcome now the final panel entitled Swahili Manuscripts and Written Culture in the 19th and 20th Century. Basically, this panel has been brought together by me as just to be humble. Now, basically, I've been working on this area of Swahili manuscript for a very long time. And since the year 2000, I was actually together with our esteemed Professor Faruk Topan, who is here today with us. And also there were other key people that started the project, the Swahili
manuscript project, which was funded by the Leverhulme Trust. And it started in the year about 1999-2000, and it ended in about 2004-2005. And it was led by Professors Farouk Topan, Professor Graham Furness, and the SOAS archivist of the time, who was called Rosemary Seaton, as well as, not to forget, another person who was quite key in the establishment of this idea of having this project. There was Dr. Rida Samson, who is now, he was at SOAS back in those days, and then he moved to Germany, but he was also a very important person to remember. And also in terms of the research assistants, I was one of them, but there were two other key research assistants that they were my predecessors, the Rhiannon Stevenson and the professor, very famous professor now, Anne-Marie Drury. And so thanks to this team, we were able for the first time to catalog what the 7 collections of the SOAS Swahili manuscripts. So basically, these are 7 collections of about 1,000 manuscripts, ranging from sort of late 1700 to the 1960s. And these collections were sort of, they are sort of seen as the biggest collection of manuscripts outside of East Africa. Obviously, the majority of manuscripts are still obviously in East Africa, and many of them are housed in museums, but also many private collections. But in Europe, in the UK specifically, SOAS was really the place that housed the largest amount of manuscripts material. So by now, as I said, we have around 900 manuscripts. And they've been organized sort of in terms of collections. Although this idea of collections is also a little bit contested, because some people found that they are actually sort of constructed collection, in the sense that there were 7 that I will mention them in a minute. 7 starting from missionaries to scholars who they were connected to SOAS and to the archives, and they decided to donate their papers and the material that they had in their hands to SOAS. So in that sense, they're sort of called, made collections. And so chronologically, so I will just very briefly talk about the 7 collections, who they are, and so it will be a bit of a broad overview of what the SOAS Swahili manuscript collection stands for. And then I will be passing on to my colleagues here today. And I'm very pleased because it gives me a sense that actually, the study of Swahili manuscripts is always ongoing, because we have now a sort of new generations of young scholars who are approaching this topic that was a little bit sometimes, especially in the UK, a little bit sort of maybe sided by sometimes the study of contemporary literature, or this sort of standard Swahili is taught in schools, in universities, as opposed to say Kiamu, Kipate, or Kisio, that are the language that we found in the manuscripts. But as we can see, this topic is actually gaining a lot more traction recently. Also, thanks again to Professor Farouk Topan, who and the institution that is now residing at, if I can name it, the Aga Khan the Aga Khan University in London. They've been very, very also very sort of enthusiastic about the study of Swahili manuscript. That there have been conferences taking place at the Aga Khan University. So I just want to mention them because it's a very important center today with scholars that actually keep focusing on this area. And then, as I said, I will briefly So yeah, first maybe I will just introduce the panel and then I'll go back to the collector. So just to say briefly that we have here Mr. Ross Melvin from the SOAS archive, in fact. So he is a sort of, in the footsteps of people like me. They used to spend a lot of time in the archives, but not so much anymore. But then Ross is actually here representing that area, and then he will talk to us about the Swahili material at SOAS and from a records perspective, and also from a perspective of collecting practices. So we're very looking forward to hearing from Ross. And then we are very lucky to also have Florian Balbiani from the University of Erfurt in Germany. He came all the way from Germany to be here today with us. And he has also been doing incredible research. In fact, when I came across his work, I was really, really happy and enthusiastic. And then we started to communicate. And he's doing a PhD on this area. And today he's going to talk to us about, as you can see from the program, collecting and publishing Swahili manuscripts between academic curiosity, missionary zeal, and colonial utility. And in fact, he's going to go a bit deeper than me into talking about, in particular, one collector. So I'm not going to say more than that. I will let Florian to tell us, but he will sort of, So that's why I'm not actually expanding so much, because he will fill that gap. Finally, we are very, very lucky also to have Dr. Shaibu Champunga from the University of Belgium, who is online. And if you, Dr. Shaibu, you're there. We just spoke to him briefly. So he's going to present after Florian, and he's going to present in Swahili. And the title of his presentation is Nyaraza za Kiswahili Ajami Mashariki. So as you know, Ajami means Old Swahili, and the Swahili of the Swahili manuscripts. Most of the old material, as you can imagine, it was written in Ajami, which is a sort of, as if people are not familiar, is the old sort of form of writing in Arabic script of Swahili language. So going back to what I was going to just briefly outline about the collection, because also there is quite an important element I want to talk about before my time is up. So just briefly to say, okay, so the SOAS Swahili manuscript collection are made up of 7 collectors, namely and chronologically speaking, starting from William Taylor, who was a missionary. So we can see the first collector were in the missionary. Obviously, as I said, we have material from that time. So William Taylor, he was a missionary based in Mombasa, and he was a missionary who had a very strong interest in Swahili, and he actually he was a bit of a sort of like, we can say, a different type of missionary to some extent. I am not, going to talk too much about right now, but just to say that he was very interested in the local intellectual circle, because he was actually, we have quite a strong, quite a number of correspondence between William Taylor and local intellectual that provided him with the manuscript that he then deposited in SOAS. So, the way in which he was collaborating with local intellectual, I found that element quite interesting, and a little bit of research around that. Also, William Taylor, there is nothing to mention about him. Sauti ya Tela, it was like a radio program that was launched in his name in Mombasa, again, in the early sort of 1920s. No, before then even, was sort of 1900. Then after Taylor, again chronologically, our second collector is Dr. Alice Werner. Alice Werner was she was a lecturer at SOAS in what they used to call Bantu languages at SOAS in the 1920s, and she is known for collecting Fumuliongo poems. Fumuliongo, as many of you know, is the mythical hero of the Swahili people. We have all this big literature of poems attributed to Fumuliongo, the Swahili mythical hero, and Alice Werner Tanzania was the one that collected the first body of oral poems, and then she transliterated it into Swahili and then deposited in SOAS. So she was also an interesting character in his own right, Alice Werner. And then subsequently we have also William Hitchens. William Hitchens, actually, a little anecdote in the room. In fact, Faruk Topan will be probably very interesting. We have the great grandson of William Hitchens. Yes, it's there. Mr. Wes. So yeah, in fact, Faruk is quite interesting, isn't it, Faruk? We managed to trace him somehow. So William Hitchens, he was also another big collector, and he was a colonial officer. So he was, again, another sort of particular type of colonial officer, not quite as his peers. And he had a strong interest in literature. And in fact, he sort of created this circle of writers in Kenya. And he was, he was very interested. He actually collected what we sometimes call like the first anthology of Swahili literature, which was not published. Although William Hitchens wanted to develop a publishing house, he actually did. It was called Azania Press. But then it kind of, didn't really sort of continued. And in the archive here, we have still a large collection of all the material that it basically, it's material that is, so that you can see, it's like pre-publishing, because it's all binded together, it's all, organized really well. So if you want to have a look at the sort of the old literature in terms of like novels, and you can find it there. Then moving forward, the next collector to mention, it's called J.W.W. Allen, who was again another professor of African literatures and language and Swahili at SOAS, but he was based at the University of Dar es Salaam, because at the time in the 1970s, 60s, there was like quite a strong collaboration between SOAS and the University of Dar es Salaam. And so he was actually based there, and he went across the country to collect a large amount of especially poems. So we have binded, and now just to say about Allen, a little anecdote, that he actually deposited his collection at the University of Dar es Salaam. So the original were actually there, and they were all microfilmed and deposited in SOAS. And then there was a fire at the university, and most of the original actually went in flame, and so the SOAS microfilm became the sort of remaining copy. And then there was a project some years ago that was actually led by Lutz Martin, the Professor Martin was here, and that was about sort of taking back the digital version of this collection. So that is quite an interesting story around that collection of J.W.T. Allen. And then finally, there is another collector called Dr. Jan Napper. He was another, this is again, I'm going chronologically. And there was another, Dr. Napper, who was a Swahili scholar and a linguist who taught at SOAS in the 70s and the 80s. And again, he also collected a lot of manuscripts when he was in East Africa, and he deposited them to SOAS, and he had a strong interest, especially in religious poetry. Finally, and I can actually want to dwell a little bit longer on this. I got about 2 minutes left. So I just want to name like the final collection, which I think is the most important collection actually, is the collection that was created during the time of this project, the Levenhulme funded project. It was the collection of the late Sheikh Yahya Ali Omar. So Sheikh Yahya Ali Omar is a very, very important person. In fact, I even had a photo of him that I was trying to show, but I'm not sure if he came very, no. Anyway, I will. So anyway, just to say, the late Sheikh Yahya Ali Omar is he was is an interesting character. I mean, creating his collection at SOAS, it was the first, as you can see from the name I mentioned up to now, all the other collectors were Europeans. So Sheikh Yahya Ali Omar was the first East African collector at SOAS as part of the SOAS Swahili manuscripts collection. So his name is now fully recognized as one of the main collectors of manuscript. And also he was the key person. He was literally very instrumental to have his presence, his knowledge, his expertise when we were doing the catalog of all this body of material, of manuscript, because his expertise was actually unique, and he was seen as the only person who could actually read and comment in some of this material that was written in a very old and archaic language that actually not many people in the UK for sure, but also in even in other parts of Europe or even in East Africa, his knowledge was together with other few people. They had this very specialized knowledge of understanding the content and the language of the manuscripts. So the Levermont project was in fact also to develop, because this gentleman, he was becoming quite elderly, and therefore we were worried about losing this expertise. And so Professor Topa, Professor Furnace, they quickly, and also Rosemary Seaton, they managed to receive this big grant. And there was a time where finally, at the end of his life, Sheikh Yahya Ali Roman was recognized for his scholarship and for the work that he helped produce. He helped so many other professors produce books and produce knowledge around Swahili studies, because back in the days, he was always seen as this kind of informant, where they were not, because he didn't have a formal education, he didn't have a PhD, he was never really fully recognized for his knowledge and expertise. So for me personally, I found this highlighting his case and his story and the way in which we managed to create his collection. It was the first example of decolonizing practices at SOAS, because up to that point, there was very much this sort of not recognizing the role that scholars from the region actually had in, and also the role that they play in supporting the scholarship that developed in Europe. So it was, in a sense, it was, as I said, the first sort of example of when we're talking about decolonizing knowledge. That's, I think, personally, I think that's what it was a really interesting case. Okay, I already took 2 extra minutes of my time. So sorry, I spoke a little bit fast. We can talk more about it later, or you can, in the Q&A. But now let me pass on to my colleague, Ross Melvin Ross, sorry. Ross Melvin. And yeah, thank you very much. And okay,
so that's laid the ground very nicely. Building on what we've just heard about Sheikh Yahya Ali Omar's legacy, I'd like in my talk to consider SOAS's Swahili holdings from a slightly different angle, focusing not just on the content of the manuscripts, but on their physical forms and the networks that brought them to London. So SOAS's original conception as a training college for colonial bureaucrats naturally came with a concomitant focus on language, and this deeply shaped its early manuscript collecting priorities. This meant that many of the manuscripts preserved at SOAS were valued largely for their use as linguistic or literary research material. And this focus on the content of the collection has largely continued in the following research. So in what follows, I'd like to dwell on some of the examples of the Swahili collections held at SOAS and suggest how a close look at the materiality of the collections can suggest some productive further avenues for research. Paying attention to the materiality of these collections, I'd like to emphasize, will help us in a number of ways, amongst which I'd particularly like to highlight 2. So first of all, the complex physical forms of these manuscripts, which often feature rebinding, marginalia, and use of imported paper, can give us insight into the networks and collecting practices that led to their creation and eventual preservation in London. That is to say, the material evidence can inform us about how collecting function and about the chains of ownership which led the material to come here. Secondly, I'd like to emphasize that attention to materiality can help us connect SOAS's material with other objects found elsewhere. Close consideration of illumination, for example, forges suggestive links between manuscripts in London and Qurans in Los Angeles, connections left obscure by the treatment of these collections solely as linguistic and literary objects. This allows us to restore context to objects where this information has rarely been recorded institutionally. So over the next few minutes, I'll try to demonstrate both points using a few choice examples drawn from SOAS's collection. And the material traces I'll show you document collecting networks and reveal aesthetic connections that I hope will suggest new research questions we might pose to the material. So SOAS Library acquired its first Swahili manuscript in 1920. This first bequest, in fact, came from the pioneer scholar Alice Werner, already just mentioned, although the oldest preserved pieces are, of course, those collected in 19th century Mombasa by William Taylor of the Church Missionary Society. Subsequently, the collections which came to SOAS came from European scholars with various connections, as well as further afield. In addition to Werner, as Angelica's mentioned, William Hitchens, Allen, Whiteley, Jan Napper, all left bequests to the university, as of course did Sheikh Yahya Ali Omar. Many of the manuscripts are written in the Arabic Ajami script, and indeed, the collection tracks the movement from Arabic to Roman script, which Swahili underwent in the early 20th century. Many of these manuscripts contain Islamic and secular poetry composed in Northern Swahili dialects, including various forms of transcribed oral literature. Many of the items held at SOAS are wholly sui generis and unique to our collection. So, as part of a recent project in SOAS Library's Special Collections Department, we began working our way through the manuscript collection, trying to rationalize that segment of our holdings. In particular, we were trying to tease out how much of the sequence's items were manuscripts in the formal sense, and which parts might better be treated as archival collections or personal records. However, as soon as we came to the Swahili collections, their unique material composition made any such neat distinctions extremely difficult. The collections themselves contain assemblages of material which are extremely complex in composition, and these formal qualities make them impossible to neatly classify. This is the result of the complex and mobile history of ownership, which is such a marked feature of the Swahili material held at SOAS. And in some cases, the mark left by earlier collectors on the physical composition of the material is very strong indeed. So I'd like to start by looking at this 1936 note, which is taken from the opening pages of one of the volumes making up the so-called Taylor collection. There we find the other collector, William Hitchens, giving some background on how these parts of Taylor's material ended up in this particular form. So Hitchens writes, "The fragments in this volume are miscellaneous notes made or collected by Taylor, purchased with other papers and notebooks from his widow in 1936 and collated into this volume." And here what we find, the sequence of steps is typical. Taylor's collection, itself both composed of items made by him and items he collected, is then acquired by Hitchens, who then collated this mix of material into yet another new composition. It's a signal example of the tangled and complex nature of the material's history. And of course, Taylor himself collected these materials over decades in Mombasa, in close collaboration with local experts, who were themselves part of elaborate networks of Swahili scribes and collectors, and drew on other pre-existing collections of material in order to supply Taylor with his manuscripts. Taylor's notes, as well as the various internal marks found on the objects within his material, reveal these further layers of ownership and movement, giving tantalizing details of these collectors on the Swahili coast, who he acquired his items from. So I'd just like to show you here we have a sort of typical example of what we find in the Taylor-Hitchens ensembles. Multiple hands, multiple materials, different conditions, all bound together quite haphazardly. This will get cut off a bit at the bottom. Now, traditional cataloging approaches would like to treat each text as discrete, ideally, extracting individual works and addressing them as such. And that approach is of great value, but I'd like to argue that it's precisely in their formal complexity that these SOAS holdings serve as a crucial record of the collecting practices, which ultimately resulted in the items making their way to London. So here we have another example of the Taylor-Hitchens assemblages. And here we can see how the very material which is bound up within these assemblages reveals the situation of these collecting practices within wider imperial and Indian Ocean networks. We should note particularly that significant amounts of the manuscript material is written on notebooks like this one, printed by Shamsa P. Press in Bombay. And the Bombay connection documents the trade routes, the paper, the ink, and ideas moving between East Africa and the subcontinent in what was only the latest imperial reiteration of the long-standing ties between the two regions. Now, of course, linguistic analysis reveals different but related networks and mobilities. Ali Omar's dialectical work, for example, on the SOAS collection, showed that many of SOAS's manuscripts mix northern and southern dialects. Omar noted this as seeming evidence of the movements of the poems themselves from north to south and elsewhere. Linguistic analysis can trace this textual circulation, poems traveling, being reconceived, readapted. But this material culture analysis traces the complementary object circulation, Bombay paper, lending between owners, European collections, and its passage to eventually end up in the imperial metropolis here. So both approaches together allow us to reconstruct how knowledge and material moved around in this Western Indian Ocean world. So to now move to the second dimension I'd like to emphasize, that is how attending to materiality can help us establish connections between SOAS's holdings and collections found elsewhere. When we look beyond the textual content purely to visual and material features, illumination, decorative programs, binding styles, etc., we begin to see connections that solely text-focused cataloging can easily miss. The so-called Wakilindi manuscript at SOAS exemplifies these layered histories of ownership quite nicely. A note by H.W. Woodward on the inside leaf records the text as having been written by one Abdallah, a Liwali who died sometime before the war in approximately 1912, and Woodward explains there that Abdallah had fled from Zanzibar before the days of Said Bargash on account of debts and other difficulties, where he became a sort of prime minister to the Wakilindi chiefs. Following this earlier note in the manuscript, we then have the accessioning of the manuscript just under a year later, having been presented by Alice Werner, which makes this one of our earliest Swahili manuscript acquisitions. And then further into the text, this decorated page appears. So the illustrations here bear clear resemblances to motifs and decorative approaches seen in other media found on the Swahili coast, and attention to these connections puts the SOAS material back in dialogue with the context in which it was originally drawn. Here, for example, we see some stucco decoration from a 19th century house on Pate Island, and one can quickly see the same approaches are being adopted. These geometric patterns found in the SOAS manuscript illumination have clear analogues in Swahili architectural decoration. Manuscript illumination, architectural decoration, wood carving, these were all part of a unified Indian Ocean aesthetic world. As Zulfikar Hirji's research has demonstrated so elegantly, manuscript artists themselves drew from a shared visual repertoire and worked within established aesthetic traditions. What we generally don't know, however, is who illuminated these manuscripts. In this case, we can presume that it was the same Abdallah who is described by Woodward as the scribe. But did the same individuals work across different media? How did aesthetic knowledge and motifs circulate between manuscript illuminators, wood carvers, and stucco designers? Muhammad Kujumwa, who stands behind so much of the SOAS material, is one of the few named artists we can track across these media. He was both manuscript illuminator and master woodcarver. But how typical was he? What was the nature of the relation of scribes to other craft traditions? As well as encouraging reflection on cross-media connections, attention to materiality of collections allows us to link particular manuscripts at SOAS with others dispersed across the world. To underline this, I'd like to consider one particularly striking example, which is this one. This manuscript is normally referred to as the Utenzi wa Hekal. The binding you see here contains 3 distinct texts bound together. Whether this unusual binding originally contained all 3 manuscripts or belonged to one of them only is unclear at present, but the provenance of this manuscript itself presents a puzzle. The manuscript was accessioned at SOAS in May 1943, near the close of the war, with a provenance simply listed as unknown. A later catalogue note claims that it was purchased from Mrs. W.E. Taylor in 1930, but there is no contemporary documentation to support this. Another possibility links the manuscript to Ernst Daman. Daman collected 2 versions of the Utenzi, and it's not impossible that the SOAS manuscript is one of them. However, Kujumwa, who again was Daman's source, was simultaneously working with multiple European scholars, sending versions of the same texts to different collectors. So whether or not this SOAS manuscript was Daman's text, and if so, how it reached SOAS while he was a prisoner of war in Tunisia, remains wholly uncertain. But this uncertainty itself is instructive. It reminds us of the tangled networks through which these manuscripts move. So let's take a closer look. At the end of the Hekal work, within the manuscript, this folio appears, which features a central cartouche placed between sections of poetry. A 3-circle design with Ya Allah at the center, the Shahada running around the outer ring. The cartouche is set on what appears to be a grid pattern with these sort of decorative triangular elements at the corners and edges of the motif. So, here on the left, we have what's called the Fowler Quran from CU, which is now at the UCLA Fowler Museum in California. This Quran is quite a rare and remarkable object. It's the only complete single-volume Quran known from the Swahili coast, as far as I'm aware. It's bound in dark brown leather with these sort of raised floral designs, and its frontispiece contains decorative rectilinear frames with motifs in red, yellow, brown, and black, with patterns that closely correspond again to those found in stucco decorations and wooden door surrounds of the coast's 18th and 19th century houses. So to look at the 2 cartouches a little more closely together, as we can see, they're clearly very similar in conception. We have the same sort of 3-circle cartouche design, as well as many other shared features of construction. And the visual correspondence seems sort of unmistakable, especially given the shared context. Yet one appears in a Quran that remained in CU until collected in the 20th century, and the other appears in a secular epic poem that traveled through uncertain hands to London during wartime, and both are now in collections on opposite sides of the Atlantic. Now, Hirji has convincingly suggested that these 2 manuscripts are products of the same artistic tradition, likely emerging from CU on Pate Island in the late 18th to early 19th century. But of course, recognizing this similarity immediately raises further questions. How was it that this resemblance arose? If Kujumwa was indeed the scribe of the Hekal manuscript, as is sometimes suggested, then what was the nature of his access to the Pate Island traditions that informed the Fowler Quran? Could pattern books have been involved, or was there a shared exemplar that they both copied from? What's particularly striking is that this cartouche appears in both a sacred Quran and a secular epic. This illustrates, at the very least, that decorative programs were able to circulate between very different genres of texts. Beginning to reconnect these sort of orphaned objects which so rarely preserve any information about their origins is one of the crucial things that attending to this sort of materiality can achieve. By reconnecting SOAS's holdings to objects held in Kenya, Tanzania, or the United States, we can begin to sort of cautiously reconstruct aesthetic networks, training traditions, and circulation patterns. So let me just conclude by restating the two dimensions that I've emphasized. First, that material complexity can inform us about collecting practices, i.e. the layered assemblages, marginalia, ownership marks, and Bombay notebooks show how European collectors depended on pre-existing networks. The collections absorbing other collections, the rebinding processes, the incorporation of Taylor's materials into Hitchens, all of this is crucial evidence of how collecting worked. These material traces prepare the ground for understanding the larger order motivations and networks that Florian will discuss in the next paper. And secondly, that material analysis can connect dispersed objects and restore crucial context. Linguistic and literary analysis, of course, remains crucial, but material analysis can provide complementary evidence and asks different questions of the material. When we treat these manuscripts as material assemblages rather than linguistic texts alone, we can reconstruct not just what the texts say, but how they moved, who made them, and why they look the way they do. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Excellent, fantastic presentation. Very rich. Thank you so much, Ross. Excellent, really. Yeah. And now I need to open your one. Okay, off you go.
Yeah, thank you very much, Angelica. So first of all, I would like to make a disclaimer. Unlike most of you, I'm not a Swahili scholar. I'm a historian working in the field of the history of colonialism and the history of knowledge. Building on Ross's presentation, I will attempt to show in the next few minutes what sources the Swahili manuscript collection here at SOAS have to offer for historical research. Thousands of Swahili manuscripts are today housed in Europe, in the Berlin and Hamburg state libraries, or here in the SOAS library, directly opposite in the basement of the Phillips building. They were collected by Europeans on the Swahili coast in the 19th and 20th centuries and brought to Europe. It is no coincidence that these manuscripts arrived in Berlin, Hamburg, and in London. These three cities, Berlin, Hamburg, and London, were the centers of research into African languages and literature. For a long time, African languages had mainly been researched by missionaries in order to evangelize the local populations in their native language. In the course of the colonial occupation of Africa at the end of the 19th century, colonial scientific institutions were established to produce knowledge for the control of the colonies and to train colonial officials for their service. One of these was SOAS. For SOAS, the Swahili manuscripts stored here have also become part of its identity and public image. When I first entered the SOAS library last year, when I was here on a research grant for my research, and I descended into the basement to the special collections reading room, I was greeted by this triangular eye on a yellowed paper on a pillar. At the end of my stay in London, I bought this bag in the student union shop, which now hangs on the wall of my apartment in Erfurt in Germany. Both things, the bag and the pillar, show the Swahili poem Utendi Wandiwa na Kozi. It was copied in the early 20th century by Muhammad Kijumwa, an Islamic scholar on the island of Lamu. Thus, also the collection and transport of Swahili manuscripts was linked to three factors: the Christian mission, European colonialism, and the development of African studies. This can also be seen in the list of Swahili manuscript collections at SOAS. Angelica already told you about this. The collectors were missionaries such as William Ernest Taylor, SOAS professors such as Alice Werner, or former colonial officials such as William Hitchens. In the following, I take a closer look at one of these collectors, the colonial official and amateur Africanist William Hitchens, who collected Swahili manuscripts and published Swahili literature in the 1930s. So we know very little about William Hitchens' life. At one point, he worked for the Intelligence and Political Services East Africa. During his time in Kenya, he became interested in classical Swahili literature and began collecting Swahili manuscripts. In 1930, he founded the Azania Press, in which he published 2 editions of Swahili literature, The Story of Miktat and Mayasa, and together with Alice Werner, The Advice of Mwana Kupona Upon the Wifely Duty. Ross gratefully brought these books from the SOAS library. Many more books were planned for the series, but ultimately they were not published. In the following, I examine the practices of collecting, editing, and publishing Swahili literature. 2 aspects are of central importance. First, the collaboration with Swahili scholars living in East Africa, and second, the cooperation and competition with other European scholars in Europe and Africa, namely British and German ones. Firstly, Europeans were lost without East African scholars with whom they collaborated in collecting, transcribing, and editing Swahili literature. None of the European collectors mentioned above, neither Taylor nor Werner nor Hitchens, were able to edit Swahili literature on their own and with their own knowledge. The publication of Swahili literature was always a European-African co-production. In Hitchens' case, 2 cooperation partners were of central importance: Mohammadi Kijumwa on Lamu, seen here on the left, together with Ernst Dammann, and Mbarak al-Hinawi in Mombasa, seen here on the right. In the following, I will examine the practices and politics of cooperation and authorship. Let us begin with Mohammadi Kijumwa. The Hitchens collection contains a lively correspondence with Kijumwa in Swahili written in Ajami script, which I unfortunately cannot read. However, I can gain a good understanding of the collaboration between the 2 scholars from other sources in the Hitchens collection. Kijumwa collected large quantities of manuscripts on Lamu, Pate, and other islands off the Kenyan coast and sent them to Europe, to England. Hitchens repeatedly contacted Kijumwa with questions and requests for further manuscripts. On Lamu, the coconut planter Charles Witten, known as Coconut Charlie, acted as an intermediary between Hitchens and Kijumwa. Hitchens sent all letters by ship or airmail to Witten, who forwarded them to Kijumwa. Witten then sent Kijumwa's replies and the manuscripts back to England. In some cases, Witten was asked to personally convey Hitchens' instructions to Kijumwa. Witten paid Kijumwa for his services, and Hitchens and Witten discussed Kijumwa's payment. The triangular relationship between Hitchens, Witten, and Kijumwa also shows that Hitchens used colonial infrastructure and the local colonial British settler community for his research. Even more extensive is the correspondence between Hitchens and Mbarak al-Hinawi. This took place exclusively in English, which was much easier for Hitchens and also for me to read. Mbarak al-Hinawi was a prominent Omani Arab figure. He served as governor for the coast under the Sultanate of Zanzibar. Mbarak was himself a collector and researcher of Swahili literature. The correspondence shows that their collecting activities complemented each other. Mbarak repeatedly wrote to his contacts in Lamu, Pate, and along the Swahili coast, on the one hand to acquire manuscripts for his own collection, and on the other hand to add to Hitchens' collection. And not only did the 2 men's collecting activities overlap, their editorial activities also became increasingly intertwined. This is what Mbarak wrote to Hitchens on the 28th of July, 1933. I certainly think it worthwhile collecting and preserving in book form this literature, and I am prepared to do all I can to assist you. Most of the prose is not worthwhile publishing, but I am trying to collect those most interesting, both in the point of view of the story and, more particularly, the composition, and will forward them to you, that is Hitchens or Dr. Werner. Hitchens replied, I am very glad to hear that you will assist us in collecting for publication this much neglected Swahili literature. It is so little known in Europe that very few people, other than students of African cultures, know even that it exists. Yet it is a literature of which the Swahili may justly be proud. In a letter in 1939, Hitchens wrote to Mbarak, as surely and inevitably, as the sun rises at dawn, the time is at hand when the Swahili people will demand their own racial literature. They will want to know what their own poets and story writers have written. They will want to know when, where, and how their own thinkers and writers lived. They will want to ponder upon the thoughts and aspirations that the men of their own race have held. So, despite difficulties, let us go ahead with it and collect and examine everything that can be found. We will get it all published despite these delays, obstacles, and whatnot. Hitchens and Mbarak planned a comprehensive joint work on the Swahili literature for a Swahili-speaking audience. Mbarak reaffirmed their shared mission. He wrote, "I can assure you that I will never lose heart, whatever difficulties there may be." In their correspondence, the I increasingly became a we, a joint preservation and revival of Swahili literature for a future proud Swahili nation. So how did this collaboration work in practice? Mbarak searched for more and more manuscripts that were previously unknown in Europe. Hitchens wrote, "In addition to the more ancient manuscript, I'm anxious also to obtain specimens of more modern ones, of Tenzi, Hadithi, either in prose or verse, and also manuscripts of songs sung at weddings, as well as love songs, ballads, letters, and so on, all of which reflect in one way or the other the literary efforts of the coast." It was a never-ending urge for new manuscripts and a constant exchange between the both scholars about their acquisitions. However, the manuscripts did not only travel from Africa to Europe, they also traveled back the other way. In order to compare different manuscripts of a poem, Hitchens sent photocopies of Taylor's manuscripts to Mbarak, manuscripts that had been brought from the Swahili coast to Europe some 50 years earlier. Hence, manuscripts, their photocopies and transcriptions circulated between Europe and East Africa. Not only did manuscripts travel between Europe and Africa, transcriptions, translations, and typescripts of planned publications also circulated between England and Mombasa. Mbarak transcribed and translated some of the material himself, while Hitchens transcribed and translated some of it in England and then sent it to Mbarak. Mbarak corrected them and helped to interpret difficult phrases. Here's a selection of Hitchens' handwritten instructions, written with a pencil on the typescripts. And he noted things such, please translate and explain this dance, or was this Hadithi composed by Kijuma or merely copied by him from an older work, or please add anything on the ancient fabrics. Mbarak researched answers to these questions, to names, and he researched names and biographical details of the authors and asked Swahili scholars on the coast about oral traditions. He had historical explanations dictated to him by old Swahilis and Arabs in Mombasa. However, Mbarak reported increasing difficulties in obtaining information. His correspondents didn't understand Hitchens' questions. European questions and local knowledge clashed. Mbarak wrote, "I get my friends confused in regard to various information required about each poem. They do not understand and very often get a reply back to say what I want such and such information for. I have got the poem and that is enough." Hitchens was aware that his understanding of Swahili literature was very limited. Mbarak was the expert and Hitchens was the layman. In their correspondence, there are several passages where Hitchens asked Mbarak to correct the errors which, I have no doubt, we have made. Or, I expect I have fallen down on the translation of some of the older Mashairi. Please don't hesitate to pull it to pieces and let me know what you think of it all. Or, it is full of mistakes, I am sure, for as you know well, the way in which the Arabic character is used to write Swahili gives one the choice of several different readings, and I expect that in many cases I have chosen the wrong one through my ignorance of the right words. And Mbarak, in turn, insisted on receiving the proofs before printing. He wanted to ensure the quality of the translation and did not trust Hitchens' judgment. In 1940, when Hitchens wrote a preface to a literary edition in Swahili for African readers, he received scathing criticism from Mbarak, who claimed that it was poorly written and completely incomprehensible for native speakers, as if Hitchens had simply translated an English text word by word into Swahili. Hitchens accepted the verdict and asked Mbarak to rewrite the preface completely and sign it with his name. This is not the only instance of negotiation about authorship. Some texts were to appear under Mbarak's name, with Hitchens merely acting as a publisher, as you can see on the typescript on the left. With other texts, it was somewhat more complicated. Authorship was openly negotiated in these cases. On the title page of the 1937 typescript of Al-Inkishafi on the right, the credit, written with a typewriter, translated and edited by William Hitchens, was supplemented with the handwritten words in collaboration with Sheikh Mbarak Ali Hinawi. When the publication of the Al-Inkishafi threatened to fail, Mbarak wanted to publish the book under his own name in Kenya. He wrote, "I can get the poems published and I wonder if you will consider cancelling the agreements and let me publish the books." Hitchens was initially open to the suggestion. However, when a publisher was finally found in London, Hitchens insisted on his authorship and consoled Mbarak with a promise that he would be mentioned throughout the book. I will, due to the constraints of time, only briefly touch on my second point, the cooperation and competition with other European scholars. I would like to discuss Hitchens' relationship with two other European Swahili researchers, Alice Werner and Ernst Dammann. Alice Werner, the first professor of African languages in Britain here at SOAS, and Hitchens began working closely together after he established the Azania Press as a private hand press at his home in 1930. Manuscripts, transcriptions, and translations circulated between Welwyn Garden City, where Alice Werner lived, and Medstead or Fleet, where which Hitchens was based. Werner was far more knowledgeable about Swahili literature than Hitchens. This is also reflected in their correspondence. Werner refused to recommend Hitchens for a Leverhulme grant, stating, quote, "If I might speak quite frankly, I should have to say that I have been disappointed in your knowledge of Swahili, though colloquially it is far beyond mine, and fear that much greater accuracy and acquaintance with the minutiae of grammar would be required for the purpose contemplated." After Werner's death in June 1935, conflicts arose between Hitchens and Alice's sister Mary, also a Swahili teacher here at SOAS. The question arose as to who had the rights to the Swahili manuscripts that had not yet been published. Communication ultimately took place only through Mary Werner's solicitors. Hitchens was outraged as he believed he had the copyright of the documents in Alice Werner's estate. The second person that shaped Hitchens' collection practices was the German Africanist and missionary Ernst Dammann, who was sent by his mentor Karl Meinhof, the first professor for African languages internationally, globally in Hamburg, to Lamu to create a new edition of the old Swahili epic Utendi wa Tambuka, or also called Chucha Hekal. While Dammann and Hitchens initially collaborated in the philological endeavor to translating Swahili poetry, Dammann increasingly saw Hitchens as a rival when he learned that Hitchens was looking for Swahili manuscripts to publish them in Britain. In a letter to his professor Meinhof, Dammann portrayed their quest for manuscripts as a race between Germany and Britain. Quote, "I have the impression that Mr. Hitchens, whom you may know well, is very keen to obtain material, that is, Swahili manuscripts. For this reason alone, I am happy when I can bring various manuscripts home with me. I would be sorry if the English were to take all the material with them." In the German original, it is a beautiful sentence, "Es täte mir leid, wenn die Engländer mit allem Material über den Berg gehen." Meinhof agreed. "I too believe that we should not allow the English to take precedence in these matters." They were concerned that Germany was missing the opportunity to acquire its share of the Swahili literary heritage. Therefore, Dammann collected various Swahili manuscripts that are now today in the Berlin State Library. This is based on my research in Germany in the Hamburg University Archive. And when I worked here at SOAS Archive, I could add Hitchens' perspective to this story from the Hitchens collections at SOAS. After Dammann asked Mbarak if he could buy a manuscript of the Utendi wa Tambuka or Chucha Hekal, Mbarak reported to Hitchens, "He, Dammann, has now written to me from Lamu asking if he could buy the manuscript. In fact, the manuscript belongs to a friend of mine in Vanga, and I am sure I will be able to buy it. But do you think we should let it go to Germany?" Hitchens answered, I certainly do not think that it should be allowed to go to Germany. We shall require the manuscript ourselves. So please do not let it go out of Kenya if you can prevent it. There are already so many gaps in our record of the literature due to the loss of manuscripts in one way or another that we cannot afford to let any more slip through our fingers. You and I are concerned to preserve this literature for the people, but Dr. Dammann is concerned with getting material to assist German linguistic studies. So I feel that our object takes prior claim. To sum up, the collection and publication of Swahili manuscripts was thus characterized firstly by a great respect for Swahili literature and European-African cooperation, secondly by missionary and academic interest in language and literature, and thirdly by the use of colonial infrastructures and national competition in an imperial context. Thank you very much.
Very good. Thank you so much. Thank you. Okay, so we'll have a question at the end, the Q&A. Now we go into our final speaker. Shaibu, you there? It's your turn.
Asante sana. Kwa jina naitwa Shaibu Champunga, ni mwanafunzi wa uzamivu PhD katika chuo kikuu cha Brussels, na msimamizi wangu ni Profesa Xavier. Mada yetu ni nyaraka za Kiswahili ajami mashariki mwa Kongo mwishoni mwa karne ya 19. Don't sit. It's okay. Hello? Oh.
Yep.
Okay, safi. Naam, hapa ndi kipengele cha mpangilio wa kazi. Kwanza, kazi yangu itakuwa na malengo mahususi, mbinu za utafiti, historia ya Kiswahili ajami kwa ujumla, Kiswahili ajami nchini Kongo karne ya 19, pia kutakuwa na matokeo ya utafiti, alafu hitimisho. Hii ni sehemu ya utafiti katika uzamili, yani kozi ya PhD ambayo nafanya hapa. Ni sehemu katika hii kozi yangu ambayo nafanya hapa ya utafiti. Na hii picha ni tukiwa Kongo, nchini Kongo, katika jimbo la Kisangani na kijiji cha Kirundu. Hapa ni Kirundu, tukiangalia hizi nyaraka za ajami Swahili karne ya 19 kama zitakuwepo, na tulipata baadhi na nyingi tulipata za karne ya 20. Kwa hiyo huyu ni Profesa Xavier ambaye ni msimamizi wangu, na huyu ni mimi. Na hii nyaraka ambayo inaonekana hapa chini, hii ni nyaraka inaitwa hirizi. Ilikuwa ni hirizi ya kiongozi wa Kiislamu ambaye alikuwa anaishi katika maeneo hayo. Kwa hiyo hii hirizi ilikuwa mwenye hirizi hii amezaliwa mwaka 1905 na amefariki mwaka 1979. Naitwa Sheikh Hamad bin Juma. Hivyo kwa hiyo tunavyoenda hapo ni ramani ya Kongo, na katika hii ramani tunaona ina Afrika Mashariki na Afrika Mashariki ya Kati, na hususan tuna eneo hili la Kongo. Eneo hili hapa ndio eneo linaitwa Manyema, ambapo katika wasilisho hili ndo tumechukua nyaraka kutoka maeneo ya hapa Kindu, Nyangwe, Kibambare na Kasongo. Hizi alama nyekundu zinaashiria kwamba ni maeneo ambayo tumepata nyaraka za Kiswahili karne ya 19. Hizi eneo nyekundu hapa Marungu, hapa Manyema, hapa kiwepo hivi vijiji vyake, na hapa ni Kisangani Osterlefort ambapo kina Kirundu. Hizi alama nyekundu kufikia karne ya 19 tumepata zile nyaraka, na hizi doti za nyeusi ni maeneo ambayo yalifika Kiswahili mpaka kufika karne ya 19 tayari ilikuwa lugha ya mawasiliano. Maeneo haya yote ambayo inaitwa sasa Kongo Mashariki, Turi, Wele hapa mpaka huku kufika Katanga. Maeneo yote haya yalikuwa tayari Kiswahili kinazungumzwa mpaka kufikia karne ya 19. Kwa hiyo hapo kwamba lengo la kwanza ni kurekebisha mtazamo wa kihistoria na utamaduni nchini Kongo, hasa kuwapo kwa Kiswahili ajami karne ya 19. Kuna maandiko mbalimbali ama tafiti mbalimbali ambazo zilikuwa zinaangalia Kiswahili ajami, ila kwa upande wa Afrika ya Kati hususan Kongo ilikuwa haijatajwa sana, ilikuwa inatajwa Kiswahili katika maeneo ya Afrika ya Mashariki, hususan Tanzania, Kenya, Somalia, Morocco na Msumbiji, maeneo kama yale. Ila kulikuwa na kuna nyaraka nyingi ambazo zipo maeneo haya ya Kongo, ila zilikuwa bado hazijathibitishiwa kwamba zipo na kipo Kiswahili katika maeneo hayo kuanzia karne ya 19. Pia kuchunguza muktadha wa kiisimu na kiisimu jamii wa hati za Kiarabu na athari zake katika Kiswahili cha Kongo. Mbinu za utafiti usafirishaji lengwa ndo tumetumika kuchagua nyaraka za Kiswahili ajami kutoka Kongo karne ya 19. Nyaraka ambazo tumechukua nyaraka 4 tu kutoka katika jimbo la Manyema. Nyaraka zimenukuliwa kwa hati ya Kiarabu, kwa hati ya Kilatini, samahani. Nyaraka hizi zinapatikana katika makumbusho ya kijeshi ya Ubelgiji, makumbusho ya Afrika ya Treveren, Ubelgiji hapa, makavazi ya kuu ya kifalme pia Ubelgiji, na makavazi ya chuo cha sayansi na sanaa cha Croatia, Zagreb. Na hii nyaraka upande wa kulia ni nyaraka ambayo inatoka katika makavazi ya Zagreb na ni Kiswahili ambacho kimeandikwa kwa hati ya Kiarabu katika karne ya 19. Kwa hiyo Kiswahili ajami ni mfumo wa uandishi unaotumia hati ya Kiarabu kuandika lugha ambayo si Kiarabu. Kiswahili ajami ni Kiswahili kilichoandikwa kwa hati ya Kiarabu. Kiswahili ajami kimekopa sauti takriban 28 zote kutoka katika lugha ya Kiarabu. Maandishi ya awali ya Kiswahili yaligundulika pwani ya Afrika Mashariki katika sarafu, kuta za nyumba pamoja na makaburi. Mfano, kuna maandiko ya Brava, yalikuwa kumeandikwa jina la mtu ambaye alifariki katika maeneo hayo. Pia Kizimkazi katika ule msikiti pale mbele katika mihrabu pale mbele ya msikiti kuliandikwa jina la muasisi wa ule msikiti. Kwa hiyo jina lile lilikuwa jina majina ambayo ni ya Kiswahili. Kuna jina moja la Kiswahili ambayo liko pale. Kwa hiyo tunasema kutokana na Freeman Gravel na Martin Pamoja Sheriff wanathibitisha kwamba ni miongoni mwa Kiswahili cha mwanzo sana kukaa katika maandiko katika hizo kuta za makaburi. Kwa hiyo nyaraka za Kiswahili kwa ujumla sema inasadikika nyaraka za mwanzo kabisa za Kiswahili zinaonekana karne ya 17. Kina Petro anazungumza kwamba nyaraka ya mwanzo ya Kiswahili ziliandikwa Pate mwaka 1652 na zimehifadhiwa SOAS Uingereza. Kuanzia karne ya 18 zilidhihirika nyaraka za Kiswahili ajami. Kwa mfano barua zilizoandikwa na mfalme wa Kilwa mnamo mwaka 1711 hadi mwaka 1720 zimehifadhiwa pia katika makavazi ya Goa, India. Utenzi wa Kiswahili ya Hamzia mwaka 1709 ni miongoni mwa maandishi ya awali kabisa ya Kiswahili ajami. Hii ni kutokana na Henches na Velk mwaka 2014. Karne ya 18 kuliandikwa mashairi mbalimbali ya Kiswahili kwa hati ya Kiarabu. Kwa mfano utendi wa Tambuka, utende wa Ayub, utende wa Kitirifu na mashairi ya Wanjiwanji. Karne ya 19 zilishamiri nyaraka za Kiswahili ajami ambazo zimehifadhiwa katika makumbusho, makavazi na maktaba mbalimbali. Kwa mfano Chuo Kikuu cha Dar es Salaam, UDSM, SOAS hapo Uingereza na Victoria pale Zanzibar. Kwamba wafanyabiashara kutoka Zanzibar na Oman waliingia mashariki mwa Kongo mnamo mwaka 1860 wakitokea pwani ya Afrika Mashariki. Hii ni kutokana na Fabian mwaka 1986 na Rufen. Walitumia Kiswahili kama lugha ya mawasiliano katika biashara na ufundishaji wa dini ya Kiislamu. Wenyeji nchini Kongo walifundishwa kusoma na kuandika lugha ya Kiswahili kwa kutumia hati ya Kiarabu, mfano Chifu Ngongo Lutete. Nyaraka za Kiswahili zilizoandikwa mashariki mwa Kongo zilitoka katika miji mbalimbali, mfano Kasongo, Nyangwe, Kindu na Kabambare. Baadhi ya nyaraka zilizopatikana mashariki mwa Kongo ziliandikwa jiji, yani Tanganyika, ambayo sasa ni Tanzania, na Zanzibar. Mfano wa nyaraka ni hii hapa ambayo tunaona hapa ni hii nyaraka imeandikwa na Tiputip anaitwa Hamad bin Muhammad bin Juma al-Murjab. Kwa hiyo hii ni nyaraka ambayo imeandikwa mwaka 1889 na mwandishi ni mwenyewe Tiputip, na mtasoma huu mstari wa kwanza na wa pili tuone Kiswahili. Hiki ni Kiswahili kwa hati ya Kiarabu. Anasema mimi Hamadi bin Muhammad bin Juma al-Murjab. Nauliza katika kampuni Daulet Belgique, napenda kufanya biashara kwa shirika mimi na Musht Bakari mali kadri yanayotoka kwa bibi katika mto wa Kongo na Ujiji na Kasongo kula mahali. Hapa akimaanisha kila mahali. Kwa hiyo hii ni miongoni mwa nyaraka ambazo tunazo na ndio ambazo tumezipata katika hii karne ya 19. Kwa hiyo matokeo ambayo tunapata kutokana na hizi nyaraka kwamba nyaraka zote za Kongo zimeandikwa kwa hati kwa lahaja ya Kiunguja, yaani Kiswahili kinachozungumzwa Zanzibar. Hakuna nyaraka ambayo imeandikwa kwa lahaja ya Kiungwana. Wataalamu wanasema Kongo kunazungumzwa Kiswahili ambacho ni tofauti na cha Afrika ya Mashariki ambacho kinaitwa lahaja ya Kiungwana. Kiswahili kilitumika kama lugha ya mawasiliano baina ya wafanyabiashara, kama tunavyoona hiyo barua ambayo anaandika tip ambayo ilikuwa ni chotara, anamwandikia mzungu Beka ambaye alikuwa ni Mbelgiji. Kwa hiyo tuliona kabisa kwamba Kiswahili kilikuwa kinatumika katika shughuli kama hizo. Pia waandishi wa nyaraka hizi karibu wote walitoka Zanzibar na baadhi walikuwa wanaishi maeneo ya Ujiji na Tabora. Matumizi ya lahaja ya Kiunguja yaliendelea kutumika hata baada ya kuondoka kwa Waswahili wa pwani ya Afrika Mashariki, hasa katika jamii ya Waislamu, hii kutokana na Harris na Lothen. Kwa hiyo matokeo mengine kwamba wazungu wa mwanzo waliofika mashariki, Afrika ya Mashariki na Kati, walitumia Kiswahili ajami katika mawasiliano yao, machifu pamoja na Waarabu, ili sababisha kuenea kwa Kiswahili chenye msamiati wa Kiarabu. Pia kuwapa kwa nyaraka hizi zinasaidia kufahamu matumizi makubwa ya Kiswahili katika shughuli za kibiashara, kidiplomasia, utamaduni katika karne ya 19 nchini Kongo kabla ya ukoloni. Changamoto zilizopo kwamba katika uwakilishi wa sauti, Kiarabu kina sauti chache tofauti na Kiswahili. Kulikosekana baadhi ya sauti, takriban sauti kama 10 ambazo zina asili ya lugha za Kibantu. Kwa hiyo changamoto kama hii zisababisha kwamba sauti moja ya Kiarabu kuwakilisha sauti zaidi ya moja katika Kiswahili. Mfano, sauti fa ilitumika kuwasilisha fa yenyewe, va na vya. Waandishi walilazimika kubuni alama maalum au kutumia sauti za karibu zaidi, jambo lililoleta utofauti katika uandishi. Mfano halisi inajitokeza katika nyaraka zifuatazo. Hapa tunaona mfano, kuna barua ambayo iliandikwa na Muhammad bin Said Sultan, naitwa Bwana Mzige, akimwandikia fimbo nyingi Francis Dhanis, huyu Mbelgiji, na iliandikwa maeneo ya Maniema mwaka 1893. Mfano hapa barua inasema Alshari bwana mkubwa fimbo nyingi. Huyu ni bwana mkubwa fimbo nyingi anaandika hii barua. Kwa hiyo hapa tutaangalia kwa mfano sauti cha ilikuwa inawasilisha kama sha. Kwa mfano hapa tunaenda kwa mfano anasema na mimi nimetaka amani na kiasi hicho. Hapa kuna shin ila hapa ni hicho akimaanisha. Kwa hiyo sha ilikuwa inatumika kama sha yenyewe na sha inatumika kama cha. Pia tunaona hapa juu tunaona anasema asalamu ni jinsi, hapa ni ameandika jani ila alikuwa anamaanisha jinsi gani. Kwa hiyo mja hii jim imetumika kama jin, ja yenyewe hii ja pia jani imetumika kama gani. Kwa hiyo tulikuwa tunaona sauti moja, kulikuwa changamoto katika sauti moja kutumika zaidi katika fonimu moja. Kwa hiyo kuna sauti pia pa ba ilikuwa inatumika kama pa. Mfano hapa anasema tutaangalia mfano katika nyaraka inayofuata, ila hizo ndizo changamoto ambazo zipo. Na hapa sauti ngaa kwa mfano na amesema na mzugu badala ya mzungu. Kwa hiyo tulikuwa tunaona changamoto kama hizo. Pia kuna nyaraka hii hapa ambapo kuna irab, ortografia irabu tunaona. Kwa mfano tunasema hizi nyaraka zote za karne ya 19 nchini Kongo zilikuwa zinatumia irabu 3 za Kiarabu, ambayo ni irabu fataha ambayo ni a, kasra ambayo ni i, na dhamma ambayo ni u. Kwa mfano hapa neno ni nibu, hii ni nibu, ila lengo hapa ilikuwa andike nipo. hapa nipo. Kwa hiyo u imetumika kama o, na kuna mfano mwingine. Kwa mfano hapa ameandika neno niliu. Niliu maana yake kwamba na leo. Kwa hiyo hii imetumika kama le, na hii u katika wao imetumika kama o, yani na leo. Kwa hiyo tunaona kwamba irabu tatu tu zilikuwa zinatumika za hati ya Kiarabu. Kwa hiyo ilikuwa inaandikwa kama na o ilikuwa inaandikwa kama u. Pia matokeo mengine kwamba nyaraka karibia zote zimetumia lugha mseto, lugha mbili ambayo ni Kiswahili na Kiarabu. Matumizi ya Kiswahili ya Kiarabu katika sarufi na msamiati. Matumizi ya kuchanganya msimbo na kubadili msimbo, code mixing na code switching. Kwa mfano katika hii barua tunaona nimewasili balad in Kasongo. Hii balad ni neno la Kiarabu lenye maana ya mji, maana kwamba nimewasili mji wa Kasongo. Hapa tunaona kwa mfano kuna sisi hatujambo biafya alhamdulillah. Hapa hii ni Kiswahili ila amekuja kutumia kirai cha Kiarabu mbele. Kwa hiyo hapa tunaona kuna mchanganyo, kubadili msimbo hapa kabadili. Kwa hiyo kuna neno lingine kuarifu, nataka hali zako njema, wathama na misjambo. Hapa wathama ni Kiarabu ambayo maana yake ni kisha, mimi sijambo. Pia mabadiliko ya muundo wa maneno, mchanganyiko wa viambishi vya Kiarabu. Kwa mfano kuna walakin asili yake ni lugha ya Kiarabu ila kuna kilichochanganywa hapa. Hii lakini ni Kiswahili, japo baadhi ya Waswahili ambao wamesoma lugha ya Kiarabu wanatumia, ila hapa katika mwisho kabisa tunaona hiki kiambishi cha mwisho, hii haipo katika lugha ya Kiarabu. Lugha ya Kiarabu kuna sakina pale, maana inaishia hapa walakin, ila katika hizi nyaraka kuna walakini. Hii tayari imeingizwa kwamba hiki ni kiambishi cha Kiswahili. Pia wazaidi hii hapa ambayo ongezwa hapa ni kiambishi cha Kiswahili, sababu kwenye Kiarabu kuna sakina. Pia kuna neno mfano kula, namna, au nataka kujua kula kitu. Kwa hiyo hapa kwamba anataka kujua kila kitu. Hii kula ni lugha ya Kiarabu ila wametumia katika kuzungumzia Kiswahili. Na hitimisho tunaweza tukasema kwamba nyaraka zinaonyesha kwamba uandishi ulikuwa unajulikana katika Afrika ya Kati kabla ya kuwasili kwa wazungu. Nyaraka pia zinatupa majibu kwamba Kiswahili kilichoandikwa hakikuenea Afrika Mashariki pekee, bali kilienea zaidi hadi Marungu, Uele na Katanga kaskazini mashariki na kusini mashariki. Hiyo ni Kongo. Lahaja ya Kiunguja ilitumika maeneo ya Kongo katika kipindi hiki ama kabla au sambamba na Kiswahili cha eneo hilo. Baadaye kikaitwa Kiungwana. Hii ni kutokana na Fabian mwaka 1986. Hatimaye nyaraka hizi zinatupa taarifa kuhusu kuenea kwa Kiswahili nchini Kongo karne ya 19. Asanteni sana.
Asante sana, Shaibu. Asante sana. So now we're gonna have like a few questions, Q&A. So stay there, Shaibu, because there might be a question for you. If anybody has any question to close the conference and this panel, yeah. Okay, does anyone want to have any question? Yeah, there is one up there. Thank you.
Asante. Natoka Tanzania lakini niko confused sasa. Sijui asili ya Kiswahili ni wapi. Maanake wa Tanzania tunajua Kiswahili kimetoka Tanzania. Leo tumeona presenter kabla yako amesema alikuwa na nyaraka za Kenya, babu yake alikusanya toka Kenya. Wewe tena una nyaraka za Kongo. So now tunataka tujibu wapi ni asili ya Kiswahili?
Naam, kwa asante. Naweza nikajibu?
Ndio.
Asante sana. Kwa namna nyaraka zinavyoeleza na tulivyopitia katika maandiko mbalimbali, asili ya Kiswahili sio Kongo. Asili ya Kiswahili sio Kongo, ni pwani ya Afrika Mashariki. Pwani ya Afrika ya Mashariki. Na hizi nyaraka zote ambazo tunazo, waandishi wote wa hizi nyaraka aidha walitokea Tanzania, tunamaanisha Unguja hiyo, Zanzibar, yani maeneo ya Zanzibar, na tunasema Tanzania bara hapa, maana kuna baadhi ambao walikuwa wanaishi Tabora na Ujiji. Kwa hiyo yani kwamba baadhi ya wataalamu pia tumesoma wanatuambia kwamba kule Kongo Kiswahili kilipelekwa na Waarabu pamoja wafanyabiashara wa Kiswahili. Na kwa ushahidi huo, labda turudi katika hii ramani. Hii ramani tunaona, ramani yangu inaanzia pale Uele hapa juu na huku chini kuna Katanga. Huyo Fabian anasema Waswahili wa mwanzo kabisa waliingia hapa Kongo wakitokea maeneo ya Ujiji. Anasema kwanza walitokea Unguja hapa, baada ya kutoka Unguja wakafika Tabora. Tabora anasema walifika takriban mwaka 1850 mpaka kufika mwaka 1858 walishafika maeneo haya ya ziwa hili la Tanganyika. Anasema kwamba wataalamu wengi ambao wameandika historia ya Kongo wanasema kufika mwaka 1860 tayari walishafika maeneo ya Manyema hapa. Nadhani hata niko na sasa anazungumza hivyo. Kwa hiyo kwamba Kiswahili ambacho kipo Kongo wanasibisha kabisa kimetokea Tanzania, mwanzo kabisa kimetokea Unguja. Na Kiswahili kinazungumza maeneo haya ambapo Waarabu walifika hapa Wele, walifika hapa kutokea Sudani Kusini hapa Wele, pia waliingilia hapa Manyema wakitokea Kigoma hiyo Tanzania, na wakafika mpaka maeneo ya Katanga. Kwa hiyo tukiangalia hizi nukta zote hapa na haya ndio maeneo ambayo yanazungumza Kiswahili, na huku kote walifika Waarabu na Waswahili ambao walikuwa wafanyabiashara wa Kiswahili. Kwa hiyo tungekuwa tunasema Kiswahili kinatoka Kongo, basi labda kingekuwa huku maeneo ya Kinshasa, ila kipo maeneo yote ambapo Waarabu na Wazungu baadaye walikuja kugusa maeneo haya. Asante sana.
Asante. Okay, any other question? Yeah, there's one question here at the front.
I just have a question about, sorry. Hi. I mean, your presentations were absolutely brilliant. I learned so much today, and thank you so much to both of you. I was just wondering if you have any thoughts on the, this really surprised me, the cartouche that you have with the Quran and the Hekal by Kijuma. Do you have any sort of like thoughts on like why, just a bit more, as in like, why are they similar? Why do you think they're quite so similar?
Why do I think well, I think it's probably the case that similar motifs were circulating in various different sorts of artistic media, and that there's a sort of common aesthetic culture in the Swahili coast that's being drawn upon it. You know, that would explain the commonalities to me. And as I implied, perhaps some sort of poorly understood but quite intimate understanding in place between these sort of scribal traditions and these other, you know, obviously, as I said, Kujumwa is a well-known example of someone who combines these two roles. And that was one of the questions I wanted to sort of pose, was to what extent is that typical? I mean, it's something from my own, I have sort of more knowledge about the South Asian context, the Indian context. And you see precisely the same thing in terms of multimedia movement of motifs through different areas, which produce a sort of shared aesthetic sphere that can be freely drawn upon. But in terms of solving the mystery of precisely the reason for the commonality between the Fowler Quran and the SOAS Hekal particularly, I don't think it's really clearly known or understood. I think that's still a sort of mystery for further research.
I think you've answered me. Thank you. Amazing. Thank you.
Excellent. Thank you. Yeah, there's one more question. Let's say maybe the final question, because it's been a long day. I'm looking at the time, and perhaps I'll take the final question. Is that okay?
My question will go to Dr. Shaibu Champunga.
Okay.
Nitakuuliza kwa Kiswahili.
Sawa, karibu.
Kuna msemo mara mingi wanasema kuwa Kiswahili kilifia Kongo.
Ndio.
Asili yake ni Tanzania.
Sawa.
Kiliugua Uganda, sio?
Sawa, kweli.
Kilitembea Kenya kidogo, kaenda Uganda, kafia Kongo, sio?
Sawa.
Kulingana na habari uliopeana, inaonekana kuwa kuna uwezekano, nitamuunga huyu dada mkono, maanake mimi naamini labda Kiswahili kimetoka Tanzania, lakini inaonekana labda kilitembea sana, kikutokea Tanzania kilitembea sana, lakini Tanzania ilikuwa ni eneo la kudumisha Kiswahili.
Sawa.
Au
kweli?
Unakubaliana na mimi?
Ndio.
Haya, ni hayo tu. Asante.
Sawa, labda nikuongezee.
Okay.
Ni kweli kwamba Kiswahili kilianzia Tanzania na hasa Unguja, kikaendelezwa kidogo kikafika hapa Kenya. Wasema Uganda kikaugua.
Kiliugua Uganda.
Kilikuja kufia huku huku Kongo huku.
Kilifia Kongo.
Na sababu ya kufa ni hii hapa. Baada ya kwamba nadhani Waarabu ndo wa mwanzo kufika. Wakaleta hiki Kiswahili, ndo hizi nyaraka ambazo tunazibeba ni za Waarabu. Walikuja wazungu wakaendeleza kidogo, ila hakikufanyika harakati za kuendeleza lugha ya Kiswahili. Lugha isipotumika huwa inakufa. Isipofanywa harakati lugha inakufa, inafifia moja kwa moja. Kwa hiyo sasa ukienda Kongo, Kiswahili ambacho kinazungumzwa unaweza ukapata Kiswahili kinachofanana na Tanzania kwa wale ambao labda ni wa jamii ya Kiislamu, ila kwa jamii nyingi ambayo tayari hao wanajifunza Uislamu kutoka kwa Watanzania. Unapata uzuri Kwa hiyo harakati yoyote hapo kufanyika, sisi huku ukiangalia Kenya, Tanzania kulifanyika harakati na Waingereza kama sikosei, na Wajerumani walianza. Wazungu tuseme wazungu, baada hapo walifanya usanifishaji ulifanyika. Baada kufanyia usanifishaji, hii ni moja ya harakati ambazo zipo. Na mpaka leo ukienda Kenya kuna baraza la Kiswahili, ukienda Unguja kuna BAKIZA, ukienda Tanzania bara kuna BAKITA. Hizo zote ni taasisi ambazo zinafanya kazi ya kuendeleza lugha, kukuza na kuimarisha.
Sorry Shaibu, we're just like have to sort of close.
Sawa, asante kwa majibu yako.
Asante sana, shukuru sana.
You can keep talking, get in touch and you can keep talking. It's just that it's been a long day for everybody. So I think, do you have a question, like a short one?
Yes,
very short. Okay, fine.
Yeah, I was just gonna say that today I learned so many new information here, and my first reaction was some of the information that we got here. I personally think should be readily available to the wider public, not just in this kind of setting. And I don't know if you both agree, and if you agree, I just wanted to know, like, from your field in practice, what do you think can be done to make some of this information more available to people, especially, let's say, like in East Africa? And that can go to you too, I think. I found so much in your presentation as well. Thank you.
Thank you, thank you. Excellent comment, actually, to end the conference. Yes, and then just to say, thank you so much for saying that, it's very important, exactly, that we try to make this information more widely available. It's easily said and done. In a sense, it would be nice to work more with schools. There are different ways of trying to get more sort of knowledge exchange about Swahili. Absolutely, give us ideas and let's keep talking and connecting different people, basically.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I can also add that this is our 12th year doing the Baraza, and all the Baraza recordings are on YouTube, on the SOAS YouTube. This will be as well. So please, there's so much information that you can get from the last 12 years as well. But I do agree, this was absolutely amazing. So Lutz, it's just to say thank you. Go on.
I think that's essentially, thank you, Asante-san. It was a wonderful day. It's almost like traveling to East Africa, these barazas. And it's so much, it's so colorful. We have the language, we have the music, we have the literature, we have the very nice archive and textual stuff. We have history, of course. And it's almost like taking a holiday from your day life and indulge in this sort of Swahili world. So thank you very much to both Angelica and Ida for organizing it so diligently, and for the 12th time now, and we're looking forward to the next 12 years.
Yes.
And I really want to thank the question about the dissemination and the sharing and how to make these things available. I think that's a really interesting question, and important point. I think there's a special issue coming out. So there's academic writing on previous Baraza papers, which we're just editing, and I'm sure we can continue that. But there's also a case maybe to be made for being more upfront about what we have on social media, what we have available on the internet with the recordings, and maybe also a different way of sharing it in writing or publishing. So it's something I think we should all of us take up and think about how can we share more of this knowledge which we have here and which we shared and which we hold dear. How can we share that with wider audiences? But with that, I think we should bring it to us. Thank you very much, everybody, for coming, for staying for such a long time, and to the organizers.
Excellent, thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. So, bye, Shaibu, goodbye. So, Shaibu, we'll see you another time. Take care.
Asante, asante.
Sawa, asante, tutaonana.
Tutaonana, Mungu akipenda.
All right, goodbye, everybody.
Goodbye.